This hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee into the impact and mitigation of aircraft noise. For the benefit of witnesses, I am Senator Matthew Canavan, the Chair of the committee. I'm joined by the Deputy Chair, Glenn Stirl, on my right, and Senator Bridget McKenzie right here. We've also got, I believe, Senators Darmanin and Hodgins-May joining us by teleconference. I thank all of the witnesses for appearing today and also welcome members of the public who have come to observe. Thank you for coming to this quite unique venue for a Senate committee. And before we start, I'd just like to remind everyone that these are official parliamentary proceedings. A Hansard record will be prepared and the discussions are being broadcast. Do we have media in the room? Anyway, if we do have media, we probably will have media in the room at some point. If anyone objects to being photographed or filmed by the media, please let me know, or let the Secretariat know. Taz here. I understand there are members of the public who have attended today and are hoping to provide statements to the committee during our open session later this afternoon. We thank you very much for the considerable interest that has been shown. It is always important to hear from people with direct experience of the issues we are looking at. Interest in this community session has been very strong, as I alluded to, so we'll try and get as many people on as we can, but we do have a packed day and we're just going to have to limit the numbers to the time we have. If anyone is interested, contact the Secretariat. It will be on a first-come, first-served basis. And of course, anyone who cannot make a statement or doesn't have time to make a statement today is welcome to provide a written statement to this committee, and that will be accepted as part of the evidence to it and considered by the committee. If you are one of our scheduled speakers or would like to provide a written statement, please see either Taz, Emma, or Emma and Elliot are up the back. It's probably Emma and Elliot you'll get more readily than Taz. So up the back there if you'd like to speak or provide a written statement. I do remind all witnesses in providing evidence to the committee that they are protected by parliamentary privilege. That includes those making these short statements at the end of the day. However, by making a statement under parliamentary privilege, it is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have the right to be heard in camera. That just means in confidence, without the public glare. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which an objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground on which it is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind all committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference to please mute your microphones when you are not speaking and unmute them when you wish to speak. Thank you very much. With those formalities out of the way, I would now like to welcome our first witnesses, Miss Jo Carroll, representing the Blue Mountains Residents Group. And in fact, what I'll do, rather than do that myself, I'll simply get yourselves to introduce yourselves. It's usually practice. And I understand the information on parliamentary privilege has been provided to you, and also information about the protection of witnesses. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? We'll start with you, Mr Muir.
Keith Muir. I'm the Honorary Projects Officer for Wilderness Australia. And I'd like to start by...
I'll just get you to do that, and then I'll come back to your opening statement. Sorry, Mr Muir. Ms McLean.
Yes. I'm Mady McLean. I'm Vice President of Blue Mountains Conservation Society.
Thank you, Ms McLean.
Annette Cam. I'm the President of the Blue Mountains Conservation Society.
Okay.
I'm Joanna Carroll on behalf of Blue Mountains residents.
Great. Thank you very much to you all. Now, you do have an opportunity to make an opening statement. Of course, as I mentioned, we do have a packed day, so if you keep them as brief as possible so we have time for questions, we'll have to stick to the time. So, Mr Muir, we'll start with you.
Well, I'd like to start by recognising the traditional owners of this land, the Gundungurra, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Wilderness Australia, formerly the Colong Foundation for Wilderness, is Australia's longest-serving wilderness advocacy organisation, and its campaigns has led and supported numerous protection efforts in New South Wales. This inquiry can now play its part in the conservation of areas like the Blue Mountains through making recommendations for effective mitigation of aircraft noise. There is no larger unregulated industrial polluter impacting more Australians than aviation. Aircraft noise affects most of us, so why isn't it effectively regulated? The Australian government may limit the adverse impacts of aircraft noise through two processes, and that is through the effective regulation of flight path development, assessment and review determination processes, and also through carefully conditioned pollution control licences by the new Environment Protection Australia. Obviously, those two factors or two approaches can work in concert so that the operational performance and standards for aircraft noise and flight paths can be established under a consent, and then a pollution licence operates to ensure practical outcomes for those operations. So that's the normal way in most situations industries operate throughout Australia. They have consents and they have pollution licences, but not this industry, and it's time that it is done. So pollution licence model isn't scary. It's been done for all industries. They start at the EPA can issue guidance and practice and have negotiations with each airport and then develop a pollution control licence for that airport. And then if there's a variation of an aircraft flight path arrangement for an airport, then the development consent model can be introduced and pollution licences under it. So that's the pollution control model. The development control model is requires two prerequisites, and that is the separation of the determining authority and the consent authority so that you get independence. That is not the case at the moment. You just have one government agency, a government department determines and proposes and determines their own proposal. So the other aspect is the environmental impact assessment process must effectively and by legislation be required to mitigate aircraft noise impacts in this instance. And so that would then lead to performance outcomes. And then you should have also an expert committee on aircraft noise, and that committee would establish and review performance standards and flight path operational frameworks to reduce aircraft noise, particularly in response to poor outcomes, community concerns and technological changes. Now, I've provided you with a more detailed copy of my opening statement, and you should have that shortly through Emma. So the question for this inquiry is, how does the Australian government effectively manage aircraft noise generated by an airport so that protected areas like the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area remains a refuge for natural quiet, for its wildlife and for visitors, so that we can ensure intergenerational equity into the future. So when a new airport is opened, people can step off the bus in places like Echo Point, Katoomba, and still be spellbound by the wonderful wilderness that you see there. So if you've listened to my address, you'll see that there's an awfully long way to go to effectively regulate aircraft noise from the situation we are in now. And I think that provides you with a general framework on which to consider how to better regulate aircraft noise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Muir. I might just ask, are we happy to table Mr Muir's longer opening statement? Done. Now, would everyone else like to speak? You don't all have to, but who would like to go next? Ms Cam, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for holding this hearing in Western Sydney and for inviting me to be a witness. It's actually very important to our community. As President of the Blue Mountains Conservation Society, I represent a 60-year-old organisation with over 850 members and a strong history of successful conservation of the Blue Mountains environment. Today in Katoomba, the World Heritage Institute is holding their inaugural conference. One conference theme is investing in and benefiting from nature. I open with a quote from their program. The Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area delivers the crucial ecosystem services of clean air and water for millions of humans and animals alike. It is the largest remaining stronghold of biodiversity in New South Wales, and it provides eco-recreation and visitation opportunities for a human population urgently needing reconnection and to de-stress. It is worthy of deep, ongoing investment. This airport's runway lies 8 kilometres from the World Heritage Area. This southern section will be severely impacted by frequent overflights at 2,500 feet and noise levels up to or in excess of 70 decibels. The natural quiet of wilderness will be at risk. In 1999, the World Heritage Nomination Committee, the nomination was deferred due to concerns from the committee about the impact of this airport. In 2023, UNESCO listed the airport as a factor affecting the property. The 2023 draft EIS is flawed. No baseline data or biodiversity data from the World Heritage Area was collected. This happened also with the 2016 EIS. Western Sydney Airport had 7 years to rectify this failure and yet did not do so. You can't mitigate against threats that you don't know exist. Hence, they have failed to propose any plans for eliminating or mitigating threats to the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Area. To avoid adverse impacts, we need scientifically determined minimum levels of aircraft noise that may harm wildlife, accurate, scientifically rigorous ambient noise and biodiversity data from the World Heritage Area and adjacent state conservation parks. Ongoing rigorous monitoring of the effects of overflights on fauna, conducted by independent bodies and using best practice data collection methods. Application of the precautionary principle as per the EPBC Act. It says a lack of full scientific certainty should not be used as a reason for postponing a measure to prevent degradation of the environment where there are threats of serious or irreversible environmental damage. This principle is also referenced in UNESCO's guidance and toolkit for impact assessment in a World Heritage context. No flights over the World Heritage Area under 30,000 feet in line with international best practice. The Society does not advocate for the protection of nature at the expense of people. Our members are an important part of our community. Air Services Australia must not attempt to solve the issues of airport noise by pitting people against the environment or communities against each other. The community must be listened to and the issues must be solved satisfactorily for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Cairn. Now, does anyone else want to... Okay, Mr McLean.
Thanks, Senator. The Blue Mountains World Heritage National Parks have for years allowed Sydney residents and visitors to escape the city and enjoy their natural beauty and wonder. These parks have also protected our unique native birds, animals, plants from expanding urbanisation and from extinction. Western Sydney Airport will impact on the World Heritage Area and its adjacent internationally recognised reserves. 24-hour intrusive mechanical noise will affect native fauna and the natural quiet. 65% of the area is declared wilderness. And seeing planes day or night at many popular lookouts, waterfalls, tracks, campsites will reinforce their presence, not just the noise. Blue Mountains National Park is the most visited national park in Australia, if not the Southern Hemisphere. There are currently over 4 million visits, and it's previously reached 6 million visits a year. Many tourist operations, including local businesses, promote the World Heritage status. The fundamentally flawed Flight Paths EIS dismisses these impacts and proposes no real protections or mitigation. The EIS shows an inadequate understanding of World Heritage values and of the Australian Government's obligations. This threatens our treasured World Heritage status. The Society calls for the flight paths of Western Sydney and Sydney airports to be reconfigured together to share their impacts across Greater Sydney and to provide protection to the World Heritage Area. The Society supports a curfew on Western Sydney Airport, just as Sydney Airport has. This would at least provide some respite for birds, animals and other fauna. A curfew, for instance, would particularly disrupt nocturnal birds, such as owls who hunt by listening for the sounds of prey. Aircraft noise from Western Sydney Airport needs to be strongly regulated. The Society's decades-long experience with noisy and persistent tourism flights over popular lookouts and scenic valleys in the Blue Mountains has shown us that industry self-regulation is weak and ineffective. Independent statutory regulation of aircraft noise is essential. For instance, in 1995, New South Wales EPA, Environmental Protection Authority's regulatory powers, successfully curtailed low-flying planes that were circling at Three Sisters and round the Jamison Valley, one of the most popular visiting spots. Noise standards, aircraft heights, such as no flights under 3,000 feet over World Heritage National Parks, must be legislated. Nothing less will be needed to be effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms McLean. And Ms Carroll, did you want to make an opening statement? Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the inquiry. I have been resident in the Blue Mountains for over 40 years. This statement is made on behalf of Blue Mountains residents who have found their current lives threatened by a proposal that will see their lifestyles massively disturbed by aircraft noise coming from the yet-to-open Western Sydney Airport. We, the residents, live in a city within a national park and World Heritage area. We live there because we value the quietude and connection to bush that this residence gives us. We rely on a small business economy that is grounded in nature-based activities designed to provide visitors respite and stress release and connection to wilderness. We do not want to be overflown by unregulated numbers of aircraft 24/7 as is proposed by the Western Sydney Airport development. The Blue Mountains has low ambient noise, especially at night, and has geomorphology that affects noise transmission in unique ways yet to be measured. In 2023, Air Services Australia provided the community of the Blue Mountains with a poorly researched, difficult to read and comprehend flight path EIS proposal for Western Sydney Airport. With minimal community consultation, residents were expected to comprehend and sort out the technical language and information, flight path scenarios, use the aircraft noise tool and understand what the measurements of noise were going to mean for their lives in the future. Those who weren't defeated at the first hurdle went on to make submissions or put their name to submissions others had written. When the Flight Path EIS was disclosed, we quickly became aware that Air Services Australia and successive governments have failed to legislate for aircraft noise pollution and community-centred airport regulation. In the current proposal for Western Sydney Airport, aircraft will overfly the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area and Western Sydney at unacceptable altitudes and without regulation. It has to be asked why the residents of Western Sydney and the Blue Mountains are to be treated as second-class citizens, being denied equity with the residents who are affected by Kingsford Smith Airport aircraft noise and who since the 1990s have been afforded a curfew, flight caps and LTOP. It is our hope that you will act in defence of the community before Western Sydney and the Blue Mountains become yet more communities that are angry, ill and disillusioned, suffering under a constant barrage of aircraft noise from an unregulated Western Sydney airport. On the basis of noise pollution alone, we ask that this inquiry finds that an unregulated Western Sydney airport cannot be permitted, that to do so would be to refuse equity and natural justice to the residents of Blue Mountains and Western Sydney, that flight paths for Western Sydney Airport be developed that are based on a whole of Sydney basin approach to airspace design, taking aircraft noise amelioration as a central tenet, that noise pollution standards be developed inclusive of small engine aircraft and helicopters and legislated to protect citizens and the environment from aircraft noise, that aircraft noise affected residents be provided with compensation or retrofitting of their homes, that all airports in Australia have legislated community forums established along the lines of Sydney Airport Community Forum so that the community is guaranteed input into airport design, development and operations, that the Australian Government observe their responsibilities to protect the Blue Mountains World Heritage Area from flight paths and aircraft noise through carefully constructed independent airport and aircraft regulation, and that no flights under 30,000 feet be permitted over World Heritage areas. And finally, that the Australian Government impose a levy on aircraft noise and those responsible for it, using the monies gathered to establish research and development into alternatives to current aircraft, including different transport options such as very fast trains. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you all. I've just got a brief question to begin with. I want to start by saying thank you for coming along. It's very useful for our committee because the issues that you're raising with us are quite different from some of those in other airports, which are closer to urban rather than environmental issues. So my question is just a general one at start. I'm a little ignorant on these matters. What is the evidence of the impact of aircraft noise on wildlife? What's the? I mean, I'm interested in the detail here about has there been research in other parts of the world around, does it impact? Someone mentioned the ability to find prey. Breeding, is there particular examples in other parts of the world where this has been a major issue?
If it's okay with you, I would like to answer that.
Yeah, sure.
And I could probably talk to you for an hour about that.
Well, you don't have an hour.
But obviously I won't.
Okay.
I will send some further information so that you can have a look. There is quite a lot of research that's been done around the world. I cannot find any research that's been done in Australia on the impact of noise on animals. And perhaps it's not something that Australians have needed to worry about so much. It's really because we're starting to move into more natural habitats with our noisy technologies that this is becoming a real issue for us. Most of the research that I have looked at has been in North America, some in South America and some in Europe. The impacts on animals are complex. If birds are the ones that most people look at because they communicate a lot by sound. So it's really, if you're looking at noise, you're looking at the way birds might be impacted by sound. And that depends not only on the loudness of the noise, but also on the frequency of the noise. So if birds are calling in a lower frequency, the planes may impact them more. There's evidence to show that. There's a very interesting study I read recently.
Can I just stop you there?
Yes.
Is that because of the low frequency noise of the aeroplane?
Yes, so if the birds' communication calls are at a lower frequency, they may be, there's evidence to show they may be more impacted. Right. Some birds, they've actually discovered, have begun calling at a higher frequency than they normally do. But the problem for the species of doing that is that female birds are pretty picky about which males they pick, and they tend to prefer the males with lower frequency calls. So that does actually impact on the breeding success of some species. Some birds in some studies have actually, I'll just go back to my previous point. There's a study I read recently from New Mexico in the US, where they studied the impact of noise from gas wells, I suppose.
Processing or
with loud compressors. And what they found was that the numbers of birds didn't necessarily change, but the species composition changed considerably. And so some animals, such as hummingbirds and a species of finch, bred more successfully in the areas that were noisier but a lot of birds moved out. One of the birds that found it difficult to remain there was a predator of the hummingbird nests and the finch nests. And so the reason the hummingbirds and the finches did better was that the predator, which is a type of jay, couldn't successfully breed in those areas, so it moved out.
Right.
The downside of that, this was done in a pine forest, in pine woodlands. The downside of that is that the jay actually distributes the seeds of the pine trees. So what they're finding is the nature of the ecology of the community is changing because of the impact of noise. Now, it's difficult to say that what will happen in Australia, but there would be a range of effects.
I suppose the issue here is that our species makeup is quite different and unique, and that's an interesting point that hasn't been researched.
Yes, and it may...
Maybe not the experience here. You can't do the research without the experience, yeah.
It'd be very interesting to know, for example, in the Burragorang State Conservation Area, there are a lot of superb lyrebirds. There's no knowledge of how noise would impact on the lyrebirds calling in those areas. We have some ideas that birds don't seem to like to be near noisy roads, but there's also a lot of traffic. So is it the noise? Is it the traffic? We're not really sure.
Yep.
It's really unfortunate that we don't have any data on that.
It's very interesting.
Yep.
I will, in the interest of time, I'll hand over to Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you so much for your evidence, and it's great to be back in Western Sydney. The committee obviously has had a couple of very important hearings in communities that are also similarly impacted by noise, such as Brisbane. And I'd like to thank the Shadow Minister for Western Sydney, Melissa McIntosh, for making it very clear that this committee had to come and hear the concerns of the broader community around noise impacts. So I'm just wanting to give her a big shout out for that, but also understand your submission to our committee is essentially the noise sharing as a result of the Western Sydney Airport needs to be more over residences and less over the flora and fauna of the Blue Mountains. Is that correct? Would that be a...
Do you want to speak to that?
I don't think we're looking for an either-or in this situation.
Okay.
I think we're looking for mitigation across the whole of the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area, which for the Blue Mountains does include our residences in the city of the Blue Mountains.
Yes, no, I appreciate, so the Blue Mountains residences. Okay. I wanted to understand the engagement from Air Services. When we were in Brisbane, the community was scathing about Air Services' lack of engagement, lack of consultation, and I'm just wondering what your experience and your community's understanding of Air Services' engagement through this process, not just the construction of the 2016 EIS, which has actually fundamentally changed from the 2023 version. I'd really appreciate your evidence around that.
If I might just speak as the President of the Society, we were actually invited to an online consultation with people representing Air Services Australia, but they actually pointed out to us they were not there to answer any questions. They were only there to make sure we understood how to use their tool, noise tool. So I didn't go to any community consultation sessions, although I heard from some of my members who did that it was very similar. So from my point,
more of an information session, not a consultation
on the use of the noise
session.
tool, which is still very complicated. And even though I've spent a lot of time using the noise tool, you're really left with, I'm not sure, I might be guessing. It's very hard to know exactly what the impacts will be from that tool. Other people on this panel, however, may have a different experience.
Thank you, Ms. Cam. Anyone?
I attended a couple of their sessions in the mountains, and as you have just alluded, they were basically information sessions. It was like walking into a room, and around the room there was all this wonderful, posters and flight paths and all the rest of it, and there were all these people around who were talking to you about what it meant and all the rest of it. But it's like, for me, it was like starting from ground zero. I knew nothing about this, and I walked in there, and suddenly I was going to have flights over my house 24/7, you know, and I just went, oh, God, kidding me, you know? And from that point, I started investigating what it all meant. And I mean, I'm still baffled by a lot of the speak and that. But I did find that the consultation was not nearly good enough. And to go to what happened last Friday, where there was an announcement made by our local member about some change to flight paths, and suddenly, you know, there's going to be 80% less flights over the Blue Mountains if they use the RRO. And all of that is just obfuscating what is really going on. I mean, they're not going to use the RRO under most conditions anyway, but the consultation is 1 month. They don't want any written consultation. They want you to go to their sessions and talk to them about it. So how is our rejection of what they're offering going to get back to them? And that's the whole thing with air services. They don't consult. They just...
Ms Carroll and Ms Cam, I've been, as the Shadow Minister, dealing with air services, and this committee does, in Senate estimates for a long period of time. Their long-serving CEO hasn't been reappointed, thanks to the work of this committee, and hopefully that will lead to cultural change within the organisation more broadly, because the issues you're talking about have been felt right across these types of consultations, not just here in Western Sydney, but obviously more broadly across Australia. That does marry with the experience. I was just wondering, and I think Senator Canavan went to that, about methodology that would be used to actually assess the impact of noise, but Ms Cam, you actually went to, there is international research. We could adopt that methodology and apply it to our own flora and fauna here, which is quite unique.
Can I just mention a couple of other things perhaps with that? It was pointed out in probably other people's submission, but certainly in the Conservation Society's submission in 2016, they stated the data is preliminary, and we, you know, emphasised that it wasn't sufficient. And in the 7 years that they've had to do something about that, in the 2023 EIS, it still says the data is preliminary. And that is also the case for flying fox communities. And that the issue, one of the issues with flying foxes is that they collide with planes. And the evidence from around Australia is that they are the most frequent animal that collides with planes. And there are large communities of them. And even though they did do some counting and monitoring, it was not using the latest best methods, and it was really probably underestimating the issues that Western Sydney Airport will have. So once again, there needs to be improved monitoring of the animals. The bats are also part of the World Heritage Area, but I guess my main concern with them might be the collisions that they will have.
Okay, I've got 3 quick questions. I know other senators have questions, so I wanted to understand whether you'd written to the Minister for the Environment, Minister Plibersek, about your concerns, and whether you'd actually contacted Minister King as the responsible minister.
We have met with Minister Plibersek when she was first appointed. And we discussed many things, but we raised the airport, and we have since written to Minister Plibersek, sent her, obviously she has our EIS, and we've also, on 3 occasions since the draft flight paths came out, we've met with our local member, Susan Templeman, and raised those issues with her as well.
But not directly with Minister King, who's the responsible
we've written to Minister King, but we have no response yet.
Right.
But that's a fairly recent letter. So
no, that's fine. It does take time to get through the system. In your statement, you've said that Western Sydney Airport is in the wrong place.
Did I say that?
Does somebody want to...
I'm not sure who said that.
No, I don't think we use those words, but it may be.
I'm just checking with the Secretariat. It is a direct quote. The new Western Sydney Airport is in the wrong place. And I just wanted to clarify that, and whether you support the airport or not, because it is obviously going to be, what your position on the airport and where it's located.
I can, well, maybe perhaps say something to that. When the Western Sydney Airport...
What's in your submission from the Blue Mountains residents group?
Yeah.
Yep, thank you, Ms.
When the airport was first thought of, and it was decided, you know, there was a few different locations they were going to put it, and Badgerys Creek was one of those places they were going to put it. That was back in like 1980-something. And since that time, a whole lot of people moved west into Western Sydney. And there are now hundreds of thousands of people who are going to be impacted by this airport. And in fact, they're still building housing estates down Northern Road that go to the airport. So, and yet they built that airport basically in the same way, under the same conditions at Badgerys. And I think that that's what we meant by that, that it just is in the wrong place now, because all these people now live in this area, which back in the 1980s, they didn't.
But to, you know, quote Darryl Kerrigan, like, they know they're buying a house next to an airport.
Sorry, say that again?
So the people that are purchasing homes now, where the airport is almost about to be open, know that that is the case.
Well, I wonder if they do actually know that, because again we're going to Air Services and they're informing the community of the development of this airport. Yes, some people possibly do, but do they actually understand the impact,
the flow-on impacts
of what's going to happen to them, and that they don't have double glazing and any insulation, and they're not going to be able to have barbecues in their backyard.
So, and you mentioned mitigation, and we heard a lot of different mitigation strategies in our Brisbane hearing, and I'm just wondering whether you had preferred methods of mitigation to address the concerns that you've raised.
I think that we should perhaps leave that to some of the other people.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yep. Thanks for your evidence.
Thanks, Senator Stowe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Ms Carroll, why can't people have barbecues in their backyard?
Pardon?
Why can't people have barbecues in their backyard?
What kind of people?
Well, no, why can't? Sorry.
Oh, why can't they? Because of the amount of the noise of the aircraft going overhead.
Okay. Now, in terms of Air Services, they're no strangers to this committee, as Senator McKenzie has said. And it's disappointing that Air Services haven't been as thorough as they are, but I've got the announcement here, or the statement from the Australian government saying that now the department's taken over. Rather than the agency being Air Services, the department is now doing the consultation. You aware of that? Not aware? And they've said that they've received, it's all here, it's all on the internet, it's not some secret document I've found, but they've received 8,477 submissions to the EIS. You aware of that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And what they're saying is, I'm just quoting, the department is considering all submissions, including suggested changes to the preliminary flight paths and runway operating modes. And this is what we want. I think this is nothing new to this committee, because, you know, in every other Senate committee that announcements are made, people get wound up, and then we come out and then we gather a heap of information, as your local members gather a heap of information, and we take it back to try and improve. But I'm just saying that from that we've seen that they recognise, and you mentioned it through the RROs, that to reduce the flights at night, and that's come because of, I believe that's come because the locals have, you know, made this very clear, so they're working on that. We would encourage this. Would you not agree? We encourage governments to listen to what's coming out of communities, because the airport's going to get built. We know that it's going to get built.
Well, Senator Searle, I think that the regulatory framework is inappropriate, that you need to separate the proponent from the determining authority, and that the environmental assessment process needs performance enhancement, and that would require, through legislation, mitigation of noise.
Yes, you said that.
And then you need pollution control through the EPA for a licensing process. These are standard things that operate in all industries and have been introduced to all industries, and the aviation industry is not subject to these things, with something that affects nearly all Australians. Now, I think it really is time that this was addressed, that aviation needs to be regulated in relation to noise as a pollutant, and that an agency regulate it and initiate pollution reduction programs for existing airports and produce more satisfactory outcomes for all Australians.
Sure.
Now,
Now, you
this
said
is
that,
something
sorry.
that can be achieved. But it's
Sorry, I'm not cutting you off, Mr Mayor, but you did say that in your opening statement. I heard that, yeah. I'm not arguing with you. I've heard what you've said.
Right.
So,
It's
but
not being done, Senator.
no, I know you've said that. But what I'm trying to establish here, so are you, I'm taking, you're not anti-airport per se, not all of you, but I think a number of you weren't anti, but you wanted the curfew. Is that the bigger issue?
That's one way in which noise can be mitigated. Also, limits of aircraft frequency. It was the Howard government that introduced for Kingsford Smith the distribution of aircraft noise across Sydney, and that greatly improves the situation for many people. These things can be done, but they need to be done as a matter of course.
I'm just trying to establish, are you anti-airport 100%, or are there, I know you've mentioned,
Doesn't matter.
you know, you've mentioned mitigating pollution and this, but you're also talking about curfews. I'm just trying to get it clear.
I think Senator Searle, that you know, before the airport was built, we think it would have been better to be placed elsewhere.
I'm sorry, a bit hard to hear.
I think that if you asked from a point of view of the community and people looking at the fact that it's 8 kilometres from the World Heritage Area, we would no doubt have felt that it may be better placed elsewhere. But I don't think our stance at the moment is whether we're for or against it. We recognise that the airport's there, and what we're trying to do now is to manage the noise impacts on the community and on
Yeah, and I
and
appreciate
on
that.
the
Yeah,
World
I'm just trying to get
Heritage
it clear
areas.
in my head because I'm
Yeah.
hearing mixed
So I mean, whether or not a person or an organisation was against the airport is almost irrelevant now, because it's there and it's going to be built. So we would like to work very closely with whoever we need to try and effectively manage the noise impacts from the airport.
Right, and the reason why, because someone on the table mentioned curfews, okay, that's why I'm raising it. And what I wanted to ask was, well, what would a curfew look like? Was it, midnight, 6 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the arvo? You thought around that?
The curfew, the same curfew as Kingsford Smith has, which is, I think, 11 p.m. till 7:30.
Right.
6:30.
6:30. Okay. And one question I just want to put to you, Ms McLean. You'd said that, and this is great news, that this beautiful area had received 4 million visitors and now up to 6 million. You said that. And were you saying to us that if the airport was built and there was airplanes flying over, that would impact tourism to come and see the waterfalls and the lookouts? Is that right?
It could make it, Senator, it could make it a less attractive place to go to if we've got, you know, a lot of aircraft overhead. That's part of what we're saying. This is, this is 100 years of tourism in the Blue Mountains. You know, people have gone there forever. It's huge, but a lot of industries rely on it, you know, as well. It's a big part of the economy.
No, I'm not arguing that.
Yeah.
I just want to know
Why?
what has tour operators said. That's the feedback
yeah,
they've received.
If I may,
Yeah, you may.
Senator Searle, when the bushfires happened in 2019, 2020, a lot of the sites, a lot of the attractions weren't affected in the Blue Mountains, but yet the tourists just stayed away. The perception is the reality in tourism a lot, and people just don't come. Oh, it's been burnt out, or no point going there. So for a year or so, there was a very marked decrease. Now, the perception of people in relation to aircraft noise, if they wish to come to enjoy a natural quiet and the wilderness, then they'll go elsewhere, because under the current flight path arrangements, wilderness will be greatly affected. even though the Wilderness Act in New South Wales requires a provision of solitude, with the loss of natural quiet, that value is very compromised, Senator, and that's the situation. So it's hard to predict. Of course, the environmental impact statement didn't even understand wilderness, let alone addressed it. It said there would be no impacts on Echo Point, for example, and so and that's the most popular site in the mountains, so it gets millions of people a year. So we'd have no idea what the real impact would be.
Sure, and my last, it's not a question, just a statement, but the announcement from the department says that consultation will take place during August of 2024 from the department, not Air Services. And have any of you been contacted or informed of that?
Yes, I think, well, we are at least aware of that because we were made aware, I was made aware through Susan Templeman sending out a email to people. She knew the Society had put in a submission, so we were on her list to send that email to, but then so were probably most of the residents of the Blue Mountains. And it did include the fact that there was this consultation period.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Sterle. I'll go to Senator Hodgins-May, who is on phone.
Hi everyone, lovely to be here. Thanks for presenting, and sorry that I can't be there in person. I'm just a couple of questions. The submissions and opening statements indicate a significant power imbalance between the aviation industry and the local community. Is that correct, and can you expand on that?
Was that question addressed to me? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it clearly.
Yes, sorry, I'm getting some significant feedback as well. Yeah, I'm happy for you to answer the question.
Yes, look, it's really just that we're not saying, you know, just make sure you fly all those planes over people's houses because we don't want any noise over the World Heritage Area. Obviously, we don't want noise over the World Heritage Area, and as the President of the Conservation Society, you know, I'm representing over 800 members and quite a lot of community who also don't want to see degradation of the World Heritage Area. But we recognise that it's not okay to then just say, fly them over people's homes. And so what we're really looking for is to work with whoever it is we need to work with to try and find a solution that will benefit people and benefit the World Heritage Area and not be at the expense of one or other.
So, if I may add to that, Senator, we need a legal obligation to minimise noise. That would address all sensitive receivers, and that would greatly benefit if there was an environmental impact assessment process that was required to seek to minimise noise. Then we'd have much better outcomes. But the proponent is the determining authority, and the Minister is, for the Environment's advice is only considered and therefore can be ignored. And so, of course, we're getting very poor outcomes from this process.
Yeah, thank you very much. And also to the Blue Mountains Conservation Society, in your submission you've said that there was a failure to collect baseline data about biodiversity and also ambient noise levels in bushland and wilderness areas. Can you elaborate on what data needed to be collected and why it was important?
Any data would have been better than no data. So really, they stopped at the border with the national park or the national park estate, with the Burragorang State Conservation Area. There was data collected that was on airside on the airport and off the airport in surrounding rural areas, but once you get to the World Heritage, or sorry, even National Park, or any protected area, there was no data collected on either of those things. No data collected on noise and no data collected on biodiversity. There was a desktop survey that was done, which was possibly adequate for vegetation, because vegetation is reasonably well understood, but the animals that are in there is very poorly understood, and really some data needed to be collected. I could comment on the methods they used for collecting their data off the airport and on the airport, but I won't do that right now because I won't have time to do that. But I think it was highly inadequate and it needs to be done.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And you've also stated that there is no attempt to mitigate or manage the negative impact of flats over the World Heritage Area with respect to either fauna nor visitors' experience. Can we just clearly get what sort of measures you think should be considered? I know you've sort of touched on a few, but in a nutshell, the key measures to address, to mitigate and manage those negative impacts.
I think that one of the issues is that it's understood from other world wilderness places, and some measurements that are done not included in the EIS, some noise measurements in wilderness may be, as low as 15 decibels to 20 decibels, depending upon what time of the day or night that you're doing them. And so pretty much any plane that flies over those areas is going to have a much higher noise level than that, and it will impact on it. So I think that perhaps if we had a clear understanding of exactly how much noise those flights over the World Heritage Area will make, and that's, from what I understand from reading about aircraft and noise and talking to people who will speak here later, it's not really very clear exactly what the noise will be over the World Heritage Area. Those noise tools give us some idea, but my understanding is that planes don't necessarily fly over those flight paths for a whole lot of reasons. There may be weather impacts, there may be other impacts which mean they'll fly differently. So we don't really know what the noise levels, predicted noise levels will be, so we don't know how to mitigate it, and there was no suggestion of any way to mitigate it that was in the EIS.
So in the US, Senator, the Federal Aviation Authority has specific regulations for the World Heritage Area, the Grand Canyon National Park, which has flight-free zones. And that's something that we'd like to see for the Blue Mountains. A no-fly zone similar to fly neighbourly arrangements, but legally enforceable. So that is one of the tools in the toolkit for mitigating aircraft noise. Others are like dispersal techniques, and they are standard pollution control techniques. Dispersal techniques have been around since the 19th century, where you build tall smokestacks. In this, it's just a different approach with a different methodology. Of course, we would prefer that there be no aeroplanes at all over the World Heritage Area and that be legislated.
Thank you so much. No further questions from me right now.
Thank you, Senator Hodgmans-May. I've just got a couple of extra ones. I wanted to ask about the reciprocal runway operations. I believe I'm not sure who put this out, the department put out a document recently in this month, yep, talking about using those perhaps a little bit more. Does that mode of operation help at all with your issues? Are you familiar with what I'm saying?
Yes. We've looked at those, and I'm certainly not an expert on aircraft noise, and there are other people who will be much better able to answer your question. But from what I can see, firstly, as I think Joe Carroll pointed out, those RRO operations may operate up to 80% of the time, but it depends on weather.
Yep.
And it depends on the number of flight movements. So there's actually no guarantee of that. And they're not the only nighttime possible flight paths. One of the things that they have done by sending the planes south of Katoomba rather than over Lyndon is, of course, there's a multitude now of flights over the World Heritage Area. So they've actually increased those flights over that area to take them away from heading over Lyndon. And then they fly out over the Megalong Valley. Now, I can't tell you at what height they'll be when they do that. But from my point of view, it doesn't solve our issue.
So,
well, that's, yeah, sorry.
Senator Caravan, in relation to that, if there was an inquiry process which, for major projects in New South Wales, you may be aware, is the standard practice. Every major project is subject to an inquiry. And for something as significant this airport, there should have been an inquiry of a type where various options were developed, and advocates of various persuasions, you know, the aviation industry, the communities, conservationists, should then debate those options, and through an interactive process that could be undertaken, develop a preferred model that takes the best of all those options and produces the best outcome. But what we've got in this arrangement is a static approach, and we've got teraflops of data that can be processed by computers in this age, and we should be utilising those sorts of resources to develop better performance and outcomes than we are now.
I just wanted to go back quickly to Ms Cam, because that's what I sort of looked at when I looked at it, that while the RRO operation takes away potentially from some communities like Lyndon, it still flights over the Blue Mountains, so you're still concerned about the impact on wildlife.
And it's a wider area, and I think that potentially the people in the Megalong Valley may be less happy with that flight plan as well, because I think it puts a lot of flights over there. That is something that I'm very interested to discuss with the consultation when we have our community consultation. I'd like more information on that from the people.
Just a very brief intervention on that. The planes will go directly over Solitary and Echo Point, so it's going to have more of an impact on the primary attraction of the Blue Mountains, which is the Three Sisters. So that is the solution at the moment, and it's a poor outcome for that point of view.
Just one other quick thing on this. I think those nighttime operations only begin at 11 p.m, I thought I read, which seems a lot later than in Brisbane. Is there have you had any feedback on that about why they can't start that earlier? Or?
I don't think we know about why they can't start. Yeah, I might just point one thing out too that's not always obvious to everybody. You have to remember, of course, the Blue Mountains is at a higher altitude than ground level, so those flights, if they're 10,000 feet above the where the planes take off from, they will only be 7,000 feet above Echo Point. So the noise, you've got to remember that you've got to adjust for the height. And if you're looking at with the RRO flights they spoke about, they go directly over the higher mountains in Canangra Boyd, and some of those mountains are in excess of 13,000 feet, 1,300 metres. We're not higher than the Himalayas. But you've got to then remember that you've got to take that 3,000 feet off the height of the plane. And those things have not really been considered in the EIS.
Hey, look, just finally, I think someone mentioned, I can't remember who, mentioned potential levy. Is there examples of levies in other jurisdictions around the world, and if so, what are they used?
I suggested a levy.
Are there examples of this? Do you know of?
No.
If you don't, that's fine, but okay. Yeah, it's an interesting concept. Okay, all right. Well, if there are no further questions from my other senators, thank you very much for your attendance today. I don't think you took any questions on notice, but if you've got additional information, we're asking for that back by the 23rd of August. Yeah, actually, you did. That's true. You mentioned there might be some more research you could provide us on impacts on wildlife. So if you could get those to us by the 23rd of August to help us finalise our report, that would be great. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. So we might just briefly suspend while we arrange our other witnesses. So I would ask those representing the residents against Western Sydney Airport and the Letham Progress Association, if you could come forward. Thank you. When I say suspend, we're just suspending broadcast. representatives from the Residents Against Western Sydney Airport and the Letham Progress Association. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. For the record, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today? We'll start with you, Mr Marsden.
My name's Glenn Marsden. I'm a resident of Letham and more specifically the village precinct within the area of Letham. It forms part of the agribusiness precinct.
We'll just get you to introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry.
And then we'll go to opening statements. Sorry,
Okay.
Mr Marsden. Ms Wong.
I'm Carolyn Wong, President of the Letham Progress Association.
Thank you.
Dr Anthony Green. I'm Vice President of Rawsa.
Okay.
And my name's Trevor Neal. I have been the Secretary of Rawsa for 8 years.
Thank you to you all. Well, we'll start with you, Mr Marsden, and as you might have seen earlier, everyone has an opportunity to make an opening statement if they wish, but we do have a strict time frame, so the more you talk now, the less time we'll have for questions. So over to you, Mr Marsden.
Okay. I'm addressing the inquiry today to raise concerns with the EIS plan issued in 2023 and outcomes included in the proposed noise mitigation plan, which was based upon this EIS. In 2016, when the previous EIS was issued, some of the Letham village area was deemed to be located within the NAC 20 and above noise contours, which included a number of residential blocks within the village. The noise impact of the airport was considered to be so significant that the State Environmental Planning Policy for Western Sydney Area Metropolis issued in 2020 included, in respect of the agribusiness precinct, a statement that said residential accommodation was a prohibited land use. However, it was also stated that existing land use would be preserved, allowing current residents to remain in the village. The Western Sydney Area Metropolis Plan of 2020 stated that in order to protect the 24-hour status of the airport, new residential and other noise-sensitive development will not be located within the NAC 20 and above contours. The latest EIS issued in 2023 now states there are no residents located in the Letham village which fall within the NAC 20 or above. It is the latest report which the noise mitigation plan is based upon and has concluded that there is now no residents in the Letham village which would be entitled to noise mitigation assistance. So what changed for the residents as a result of the new flight paths? I suggest nothing changed when you realise that Letham village is not affected by the flight path flyover noise. Because of its proximity directly north of the airport, its principal noise impact comes from ground noise, more from ground noise than the flyover noise. The EIS statement of 2016 included the following statement with respect to ground noise. Engine noise can be particularly pronounced when aircraft are operating on the ground as a result of elevated thrust during takeoff and reverse thrust during landing. Reverse thrust noise levels are typically higher than takeoff noise levels as a result of the diversion of the engine exhaust to assist with deceleration, which results in a characteristic noise contour bulge surrounding a runway. We've been advised that the EIS issued in 2023 has been limited to flight path flyover noise and has ignored the important impact on the Letham village of ground noise. The exclusion of ground noise impact has disadvantaged the residents of the Letham village and their entitlement to noise mitigation assistance. I believe a further EIS report needs to be prepared, which includes the impact of ground noise on these areas immediately surrounding the Western Sydney Airport, and the noise mitigation plan be amended to recognise the outcomes of such a report. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Marsden. Now, Ms Wong, did you have an opening statement as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The operation of Western Sydney International is based on Kingsford Smith Airport needs, not on the human response to noise or the human need for respite from noise. There have been 2 EISs in recent years. The 2016 version having much of Letham Village within ANEC 20 and the 2023 EIS indicating no homes within the ANEC 20 and therefore no noise insulation. Which of these government documents is accurate? I expect neither. In the review of the 2023 EIS, Marshall Day Acoustics point out that the noise exposure contours are provided on the average annualised noise. The human ear does not hear averages, we hear loud noise. Letham will be the most noise-affected area in the Sydney Basin. The health impacts of excessive noise are widely known. Homes within the ANEC, the 2016 ANEC 20 must be fully noise insulated before the airport is operational. Once operational, noise must be measured as is, not averaged. There must be provisions for those tormented by aircraft noise, even though their homes are outside the noise contour, to have their homes noise insulated. There are simple solutions to help mitigate noise pollution at Western Sydney Airport and lessen the negative impacts of noise on Western Sydney residents. To avoid further discrimination toward Western Sydney residents, operation at Western Sydney require 1. A night curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. 2. A redesign of flight paths using all of the Sydney Basin. And 3. Ban on the use of reverse thrust and engine running maintenance between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. A simple solution to preventing any home being under a nighttime flight path is to use the 3rd runway at Kingsford Smith. It's already built, planes come and go over the water, no noise over any homes. I note that the dissemination of knowledge regarding noise from Western Sydney Airport is poor, with many Western Sydney-siders having no idea of the future noise pollution. Information must be available locally rather than just online. To deliberately subject people of Letham and Western Sydney to 24-hour noise pollution is not only discriminatory, it is negligent, a failure of the government's responsibility to minimise harm to its people.
Thank you, Ms Wong. Happy for you to decide who goes first. Mr Neil, Mr Graham?
Yeah, I'll go first,
over to you,
if that's all right. Yes, good morning. ROSA was established in 2015 to provide the public with researched and balanced information on the social and environmental impacts from the operation of a proposed 24-hour Western Sydney Airport. We represent over 3,000 supporters and members. We believe the regulatory framework for airport construction, flight path design and aircraft noise mitigation is broken, that it prioritises aviation interests over the wellbeing of affected citizens. Now, one of the examples of this is that the decision in 2014 to build the airport was done 10 years prior to the articulation of the preliminary flight paths and the assessment of the impacts from those flight paths on communities and the environments. The 1995 Senate inquiry into the 3rd runway at Sydney Airport found that aircraft noise was a real issue for communities, that it had serious negative impacts on their quality of life, their sleep patterns and their ability to work effectively, and it also affected the health of those residents. That inquiry's recommendations have been largely ignored in terms of Western Sydney Airport, and this failure of the assessment processes that has been repeated has resulted in the same results being experienced by people in the Gold Coast, the Sunshine Coast and most of the Australian capital city airports. It is about to be experienced in Western Sydney. The World Health Organisation recommendations on aircraft noise have also been ignored. I would suggest to you that the 24/7 365, can I say that again, the 24/7 365 operation of Western Sydney Airport will have the same adverse noise impacts on the people of outer metropolitan Sydney, the Wallandilly and the Blue Mountains area. And contrary to belief, local small businesses dependent on World Heritage Area tourism will also suffer because the aircraft noise will actually degrade the reasons that travellers want to come to that area in the first place. Until the aviation industry itself solves its own noise creation problems, we believe it's incumbent upon government to adequately regulate noise impacts on the people and environments affected by the operation of Western Sydney Airport. We therefore call for equitable treatment with Sydney Airport by implementing a curfew. A long-term operating plan is absolutely necessary with hourly flight caps and just compensation by the industry, not by government, by the industry for those who are affected by the airport's operation. We call for quantified and enforceable standards for aircraft noise exposure at ground level, and we call for a new regulatory framework for airports, flight paths and aircraft noise management that actually prioritises people over the commercial interests of the aviation industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Neal. Did you have a statement, Mr Green?
Sorry?
Did you have a statement, Mr Green?
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, as I mentioned earlier, if you keep it brief, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me to the talk. Noise is an insidious pollutant that is not regulated in open environments. In reviewing the scientific literature on noise and noise modelling, there are many broad conclusions. Noise cannot be predicted robustly at ground level. A non-weighted scale is a better measurement of aircraft noise than what is currently proposed. There are a lack of studies in low background environments and how that impacts on humans and native fauna. These consequences affect every airport in Australia, with the worst impacts coming from jet aircraft and helicopters. The unrecognised level of sensitivity of fauna and habitat in aircraft low flight zones requires classification for ecological protection. Key solutions relate to enforceable noise standards, integrated airspace operations defined for airports and airlines. Diversification options include ultra-high-speed rail for freight and passenger. An integrated risk review of flexible use of airspace in the Sydney Basin through use cases showed how to optimise and minimise aviation risks in the 3D Sydney Basin by incorporating consequences for the 5.3 million stakeholders and heritage and fauna and flora effects from noise pollution and aircraft crash risks while complying with IATA flight separations. Recommendation 1. Definitive and enforceable noise standards at ground level set and monitored by an independent regulator. Recommendation 2. Integrate flexible use of airspace in the Sydney Basin with the protection of heritage and population areas to maximise community and air safety outcomes. Recommendation 3. Apply a moratorium of overflights over World Heritage and National Parks below 30,000 feet. Recommendation 4. Apply this flexibility to all airports and en routes in Australia. Recommendation 5. The federal government develop an ultra-high-speed rail network for freight and passengers across the eastern states of Australia, with future development into the Northern Territory, Western Australia and Northern Queensland. The diversification options of freight and passenger rail addresses 4 major problems associated with noise in aviation. It addresses climate change emissions in the transport sector. It opens up regional Australia to development by increasing interconnectivity. It opens options for assessing the development of VTOL hydrogen and electric aircraft more suitable for regional passenger and freight. It reduces the frequency of domestic flights between major East Coast cities and delivers overflight respite with positive ecological and residential recovery in metropolitan areas and surrounding ecosystems. In conclusion, the report that I submitted with its Deepwater Airport imaging showing how changes in overflights will change urban areas and ecological sensitive zones and make Australia a world leader in aircraft noise standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Green. Now we'll go to some questions. I'll start with Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your evidence today. I want to go to the level of consultation that your community has participated in over time. If you were here earlier, you obviously heard, this committee's heard a lot about the poor consultation from Air Services Australia over time. To your point, Mr Neil, and you know, the CEO that had been the CEO for over 2 decades has, I think because of the work of this committee, not been reappointed. We're hoping for broader cultural change within that organisation, but that's a very recent occurrence. So I'd be interested in an appreciation of the level of consultation, whether you believe it's been genuine consultation or, as we've been hearing, it's more of an information session. You'll be told what's happening to you rather than more of a discussion about how different areas of Sydney will be taking their share of what essentially is a noise burden.
If I could add a comment to that. The consultation process in 2016 was such that when there was an information session provided, it wasn't the department or Air Services people that attended that. It was an engaged consultant, PR services. And they'd obviously been given some standard answers, but they knew nothing about the issue. And that was an insult to that consultation process. It's since improved a lot, but the problem is that the department and Air Services have a very different idea on what consultation is. We want information. Yes, we want information. We want to be able to put our ideas and our input in, but we want them to take action on that, not just say, well, look, we've consulted with the people, we've informed them, tick, let's move on.
Tick the box. Yep.
Tick the box.
Thank you, Mr Neil. Ms Wong, do you...
The airport is actually currently built in Letham, not Badgerys Creek as the common perception. The information for the 2023 EIS, as you say, they were telling us what to do. We had a 2-hour pop-up stall outside the IGA on a wet Sunday morning.
Sorry, excuse me, a 2-hour pop-up stall outside your local IGA in the actual suburb where the airport's built. Correct. I mean, this is not a future proposition. This is opening.
Correct.
And that's the level of consultation your community has had with the change of the EIS from 2016
to others,
to 2020.
For example, at Warragamba.
There was Warragamba and Bringelly, which are neighbouring suburbs, had more community feedback sessions.
Oh, yeah.
And we could attend those, but given our proximity, we weren't given the similar courtesy for our area.
We had to make
this would
an
have been
appointment
the
to attend.
End of 23, I think it was, after the EIS was...
and that was Air Services Australia? Sorry.
There was various...
you can find that.
Yeah.
The information is provided in English. Some of our residents are English as second language people, mostly Maltese and Italian. The alternative languages offered, like Chinese and Arabic, some others, that aren't our population. There's been... No, they don't bother trying to inform us. It's just, it's out there, go and find it. People may not have the computer literacy skills or the internet access. We have poor internet where I live. We've just been passed off as fourth-rate citizens all the way along, is how I feel.
So I was going to ask, do you have a view, and I know you mentioned about additional flights into Sydney Airport, about as one of the mitigation strategies. Do you have a view about why the government's not considering additional flights into Sydney?
I think it's because we've had too many Prime Ministers from Sydney. Whether it's Mr Abbott
Mr Howard.
Mr Howard wasn't that bad.
Mr Abbott.
Mr Abbott.
Mr Turnbull.
Mr Turnbull. Mr
Scanlon.
Morrison. Mr Albanese. They're all for it. When we had Ms Gillard and Mr Rudd, they weren't interested at all in building this airport. At the time Tony Abbott made the announcement, Infrastructure Australia said this is a political decision. It wasn't even in their top 10 projects.
What about the flight path piece? Do you think the fact that the current Prime Minister sits under the flight, his whole seat is under the flight path of Sydney Airport, has any bearing or not?
I think all the Prime Ministers I've listed have been affected by aircraft noise, and that's why they want us to put up with it rather than themselves.
So the change from the flight paths that were in the 2016 EIS, my understanding there's been a change of where the flight paths are situated with the current plan.
From what I can see...
Sorry, Mr Marsden. Sorry, Ms Wong. Mr Marsden, yes?
Yeah, that's correct. There was criticism of the original flight paths because it's centred, I think, over certain areas within the Blue Mountains, and they were looking at trying to diversify that.
And so sort of ending up sharing the task. Do you believe that's fairly shared at the moment, or are some communities bearing a greater...
My understanding, when the coalition was in government, there was more air traffic going over Labor seats. Now there's a Labor government in, there's more air traffic going over coalition seats, for example, Melissa McIntosh's seat. That's my understanding.
Which, given there is only one coalition seat in the West, makes it quite concentrated, doesn't it, for those flight paths?
If I could...
Is there, sorry, because I'm attracted to the point that you were very interested in mitigation strategies. You're realists in that regard, and you were talking about reverse. Thank you. During certain timeframes. In our Brisbane hearing, there was a raft of mitigation strategies sort of highlighted by different groups and different experts over. Have you had a chance to review that evidence at all about which mitigation strategies may have application in this example?
I have no.
No, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'd like to comment on that, if I may. Noise mitigation. I think governments, and particularly the Department and Air Services, they forget that it is the industry that create the noise. It's not the community. We are reacting to that. And so when they're determining things, they have such a bias towards meeting the demands of the aviation industry that there is no balance between the needs and the issues that concern people. It's all about the aviation industry. So when you say mitigation, the best mitigation, in my view, is the curfew. That's a mandatory starting point. Now, in terms of on-site, on the airport site mitigation strategies, I know they've got them developed, but also in terms of where you direct those flight paths and where aircraft are allowed to fly beyond those flight paths, which is a common occurrence, they're the issues about mitigation.
Can I just ask Ms Wong, so your evidence would suggest that irrespective who's in government, the flight paths should be shared fairly across the Western Sydney Basin?
The whole of the Sydney Basin.
The whole of the Sydney Basin. I just want that to be really, really clear.
Yes.
Yeah. And that do you believe that Air Services Australia is taking that kind of approach at the moment?
No. There seems to have been a directive in 2014 not to interfere with the flight paths to Kingsford Smith Airport. As a consequence, all the flight paths for Western Sydney are pushed to the west and over the Blue Mountains. If you actually use flexible use of airspace properly, you can integrate a lot of the flight paths for both airports. And that actually both limits the risk, but it also limits where they fly, and noise. In my submission, I actually put 2 caveats on trying to demonstrate where you could put the flight paths and integrate the flight paths. The first was that the flight paths should be integrated between the 2 major airports.
That would make sense.
And the second was to actually put a moratorium over the World Heritage area and surrounding parks, because when you look overseas, you find that in the US, in Europe, in Canada, every World Heritage area park is not overflown below 30,000 feet. If there is an airport near it, all the aircraft go round, and is something that needs to be done here.
And just to be clear, you've all, through the consultation process that you've participated in thus far, and for some of you over a long period of time, you've made all this very clear to the regulating authorities such as Air Services Australia, the department, ministers, when you've had a chance.
It's, from a technical perspective, it's actually very difficult to get the technical details behind some of the decisions that have been made.
Yeah, my question, Mr Green, I guess, was outside of this forum, have you been able to put these suggestions about sharing flights?
Yes.
I think we've all made multiple
submissions and
multiple inquiries, multiple EIS,
many years.
Senate inquiries in the past.
Freedom of information.
So my final question then, is the Minister responsible aware? Have you written to Minister King?
We have written to Minister King previously, just after she was elected, and I personally had a visit to Canberra and met with her assistant.
Yep.
But in terms of speaking with Minister King herself, no.
That's fine, but she would be aware through that meeting of these concerns.
One would hope so.
Yep.
We've just recently written to Minister King to, based on what's coming out of the Senate inquiry, to meet with her and discuss further some of those issues. And to be fair, it's been so recent that you couldn't expect an answer back at this stage.
Thank you, Mr.
I did approach my local member, Mr Taylor. Unfortunately, Mr Taylor wasn't very interested.
Okay, that's fine. I think your evidence has been really useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator McKenzie. I'm going to go to Senator Darmanin on the phone, if she's there.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. My question, I've got a question for the ROSA witnesses. I was just wondering if you could talk a bit about the Air Services Australia 2020 flight path design principles and how well you believe they have been utilised in the development of the proposed preliminary flight paths, and also, I guess, whether these are relevant to the discussion that was just had earlier around the even distribution of flight paths over the Sydney Basin.
Thank you, Senator. I think in broad terms, the problem is that there are biases and inequities structurally built into policy making, flight path issues, aircraft noise issues, and the whole procedures and regulation has that structure built in where you just can't break through what is there already lying underneath in that criteria. And specifically about your question in terms of the flight path principles, it's pretty clear to me that the way in which the flight path principles developed in 2020, they systematically put safety as the first priority, and that's fair enough. I don't think anybody objects to that. But you look at all of the principles that apply to aviation efficiency, profit making, operational issues, they all applied as a secondary condition, and anything to do with the environment or the protection of people comes third, but there are qualifiers to those principles, and the qualifiers are things like we'll do it if practicable, we will do it if possible, or we'll do it where it should be taken into account, but we can only do it, we can only take those sort of principles into account if it doesn't affect operational matters and aviation efficiency. Now that, to me, quite clearly puts the commercial interests of the aviation industry ahead of the health and well-being principles that are built into those flight path principles. So I hope that answers your question, Senator.
Yeah. So just to be clear, do you think that it's a problem with the design principles themselves, or how they have been applied in terms of what's given more, more importance? So, the first, second and third order principles, as you kind of went through them: safety, operational, and then people and environment. Is that a flaw with the design of the principles, or how they have been applied through Air Services Australia?
I think it's probably both, Senator, but principally the safety issue, nobody would attack that at all, but the issues applying to safeguarding people and their environment should be applied after the safety issue, and the principles applying to aviation efficiency and operational matters should be applied lastly, and only if they don't impact environmental, safety or people issues.
I think you've also got to look at how the noise is managed around an airport, and it only basically, as I understand it, the flight paths at Western Sydney Airport are predicated on an N70 contour, which roughly corresponds to the ANEF 20, and really you need to have contours in the public domain that tell you just where the noise levels are below that. The other point is, in any of the publications you get from Air Services, there's nothing about where the 97 or 95 percentile noise level actually lies.
Thank you. I have a question for the Letham Progress Association. I'm just wondering if you could talk a bit about the village strategy, and how, if you could make some comments around, I guess, the importance of it to the future of Letham, and what are the impact around rezoning plans for the Western Sydney Aerotropolis as a part of the strategy.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. We've been trying to get clarification from this through state planning for quite some time. We've been making numerous submissions to them. There was an original plan included in the SEP issued in 2020, and what was put forward would have meant the death of the village of Letham. Pursuant to that, there was an independent expert appointed, Professor Roberta Ryan, and came out with a 4-option process for the village, which started at the original proposal from the government and ended up with an increased population north of the village, which would see the continuation and survival of the village. In the SEP, it had a vision for the Letham village area of turning it into a very, I suppose, tourist almost area, in having it as a shopping village, a nice boulevard down through the centre of the area, a lot of local cultural arts and things like that to promote it. But there was going to be no population to support it. We've been waiting for state planning to sign off on what they're approving, and we're still waiting. We haven't got any feedback on that 3-4 years later. So it's difficult to see exactly what the future of Letham Village is until we get some definite planning for what is permitted in the area.
The State Minister has blamed the Federal Minister, and the Federal Minister has blamed the State Minister for us failing to progress. Our village is dissolving. When I left Letham Primary School 50 years ago, there were 72 students. There's now 35 because people are leaving because of the uncertainty. It's very, very sad.
So it sounds like you're in limbo.
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. That's all for me, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Senator Hodgins-May.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, really useful responses regarding the consultation or lack thereof. I'm just interested to hear what explanations, if any, you've received through the community engagement process around the lack of a curfew. We've heard consistently from witnesses that a curfew would be a really sensible way of alleviating some of the concerns. What have you heard back in response to this input?
I can add a bit to that. Firstly, in that meeting I had with the Minister's assistant, I think one of the first comments that was made to me was, we're very willing to discuss these issues, but we're going to have a problem if it's anything to do with curfews or flight caps. Since that time, various letters and approaches to the Minister's offices, to local members of Parliament, we get the answer back, well, it's always going to have 24-hour operation. Well, sorry, no. And the other one was, well, if we have a curfew, the airport won't be financially viable. Well, that rests with the industry and with government, not with the people. And if Sydney Airport and Adelaide Airport and the other two airports in Australia can get by and survive with curfew, why can't Western Sydney Airport?
Yeah, okay, so it's genuinely doesn't, like they've said it's not on the table effectively, despite your repeated questioning and requests for it to be. Thank you.
There's been no definitive or analytical reasoning being provided to us other than the fact that they don't want a curfew. And that's what it comes down to.
As I said, if they want to fly planes of a night time, they can go over Botany Bay now. It doesn't affect one home.
Okay, thank you so much. That's the only question from me.
Thanks, Senator Hodgins-May. I think Senator Stirl, did you have a...
Yeah, just quickly, thanks, Chair. Mr Marsden, just help me out, I'm not local, but Letham Village, is that the township east of Wilmington Road? Is that the whole village? Is that
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right, thanks.
It's just part of Letham is also down in the Twin Creeks area where the science technology park's being built and that sort of thing, but the village is much more proximate to the airport.
So you're closer to the airport?
Yes.
Okay. And in 2016, you were within the ANEC 20?
Certain parts of the village were included within that area.
Righto. And now in 2013, from Air Services Australia now fallen out of that? Is that correct?
In 2023 report says that none of the residential area of Letham falls within the NEC 20 or above contours, and therefore we're not entitled to any noise mitigation assistance under the mitigation plan.
So what changed?
From a flight path point of view, nothing, because we're not under a flight path. But when we asked the question, because this was very obvious from when the thing was first issued in 2023, and it was the first question I asked when I went to the community engagement sessions, and the conclusion was that it excluded any impact from ground noise. It is purely flyover noise from the flight paths.
I'm not trying to be a smarty, but they wouldn't be very high flying over your area by the time they took off.
No.
I would have thought most of it would be good. How far is it from the, say, the southeastern boundary of your area to the actual fence line of the airport? I'm trying to work out, is it what, 500 metres?
Where I live, my property is probably about 750 metres from the runway.
So when the ANEC, or when you were delivered the news by Air Services, is that correct? Air Services. What did how do they do it? Do they have a complex calculation of how many metres on the ground, or what flight the plane will be, what height the plane would be over as it goes past? Is there any science around it, or how's it done?
Not sure of
Okay.
that, sorry, I couldn't answer that question.
All right, so as I'd read into the Hansard earlier, and I have the communique from the government now that the department's taken over rather than Air Services. So will the people, the good folk of Letham, position that question to the department when you meet with them? What's changed over the ANEC 20?
Well, we've responded to the and given the initial feedback from the where the engagement process was in place.
And who did you feed that back to? This one I'm trying to establish, was it Air Services or was it the department?
It was the online feedback facility, so I presume it was Air Services.
Okay, well I would just advise to re-engage. And what would that mitigation look like? You're talking, what, 10 metre high concrete walls, or is there special glassing windows? Homes?
You know, we've heard where other noise corridors which have been impacted by new rail things of rail corridors and things like that get double glazing, they get plantation shutters, they whatever, they get those sort of individual noise insulation facilities for their properties. And from the housing and residence point of view, we'd be looking for similar treatment.
Yeah, I mean, this is not strange for us. I mean, we know like Perth Airport is 24 hours a day, 100 million miles an hour.
Yeah.
But there was a heck of a lot of work done around with the suburbs. There was a heck of a lot of consultation that went for years. The airport themselves were brilliant working on that. Air Services actually lifted their game and did a good job at the time, but mind you, that was 12 years ago, or 10 years ago, whatever it was. How many houses are in the Letham village?
Approximately 250, 300.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was also going to ask about this, and just to clarify, it sounded like there was a suggestion there'd be some assistance for double glazing or some such. Is that right in the past?
We've asked the question at all the information sessions that have been conducted in the community engagement sessions. We keep getting told that will be decided right at the end. Right at the end, last thing. I assume that's because they want to make sure that what is there at the end, when that will need the mitigation, will be there, rather than what's there 5 years beforehand or what have you.
Okay. So it was never a formal, formal assistance package that's since been removed or some such?
No.
Okay.
Only that the mitigation plan that has come out said that mitigation assistance will be provided to residents within the NEC 20 and above. And all of a sudden, the mitigation assistance will be provided to resident houses that are in within the 20 contour and above.
Right.
But all of a sudden, we've fallen out of the 20 contour.
Okay.
And we don't understand why that occurs. when we're really not affected by flight paths because we're to the side, we're parallel to the runways, and a lot of our noise will come from ground noise.
Seems remarkable to me. Just to be clear, though, that so you've got a community of 200, 300 people within a kilometre or so.
To our
Houses.
houses.
Yeah,
So you're looking at probably,
Okay, to houses of
say,
200, 300.
community of 1,000
Right,
people.
yep, something like 1,000 people.
I think it's 1900.
Okay.
Within a kilometre or so. Looks like some are a bit beyond a kilometre, some a bit under. At this stage, less than 2 years or so from the beginning of the airport, there's no assistance on the table for
That's
you.
correct.
Oh, it seems shocking.
And we've been asking the question since day one.
Who's responsible for that, for the assistance? Is it expected that when you say there's still a prospect of it, by the sound of it, are you waiting for Western Sydney, what are they called? Airport Corporation, is that what they're called? Yeah, that's what they're called. Are you waiting for them for that, or is it the department?
I think it's a department issue. The department represents the people of the area. They should be managing whether they then pass it on to the Airport Corporation.
But you haven't.
That's their
do
decision.
you get newsletters? Does Western Sydney Airport Corporation send your community a consultation newsletter?
They have engagement sessions and invite the community to.
And they haven't clarified when maybe such mitigation. I mean, you would expect you need answers soon too if the airport's opening in just a couple of years.
It would be nice.
Some of these things would take time to, particularly given availability of tradesmen and what have you at the moment. You kind of need to know soon.
I think part of the issue is the lack of finalisation of the planning for the village area, and they don't want to provide mitigation, go to the expense of providing mitigation to residents that may not even be there, because we've actually fall within the agribusiness zoning area. It's just this little village. When we went to information sessions at the very commencement of this back in the early or mid-teens, we attended committees, and the committees that turned up didn't even know there were residents that close to the airport.
True.
They had no idea we existed. And we get the feeling that nothing's changed.
Right.
And we just ignored and hope that we'll just go away, because the new planning process has alternative uses for our residential. If we choose to sell up, other developers can come in and buy and develop the area for other purposes. And I think we're suffering because of that option.
Right.
But we want to stay where we are.
Yeah, fair enough. So what is the situation? I was going to ask about land valuations. Is there competing impacts here? Obviously there's, from a residential perspective, there's a devaluation, but is there other developers coming in and some such to your area?
Most of the, just from an observation, most of the housing that has gone on sale and been sold in our area are now occupied by tenants. And my conclusion from that is there's land banking going on by developers for other use.
Yeah, okay.
If I may add, acreage is simply not selling.
Right.
We have 3 neighbours with properties on the market. They're not selling. There's been 25 acres down the road on the market for, I'll say, 4 or 5 years. No interest. If you've been rezoned as some sort of commercial, then it's different.
So if you've
You're
got,
able to.
then
Agribusiness, we're stuck.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's very, very interesting. I just had a couple of questions also for us. How do you pronounce your organisation? Anyway. Rosa. Sorry, I was trying to put the acronym together there. I noticed in your submission you had a suggestion of putting in maximum limits of noise.
Yes.
How do you think that would work in practice? I'm just wondering, it seems there's a lot of dispute about how to even measure noise. So is that a practical option for us if we can't even get a proper measure?
There's been a lot of criticism, obviously, of air services, and in response to that criticism over a number of years, air services use, presumably as a defence, a statement on their website that there is no definitive limit of exposure to people from aircraft noise. So if that's the reason that they don't do anything about it, then one would say from that we should have a defined or a quantified and enforceable limit to aircraft noise exposure, because that then affects things like the National Airport Safeguarding Framework, which it applies to not having sensitive development within certain ANEF areas, but there's no reciprocal application of that, where airport expansion plans, they can create new ANEF areas within existing suburban areas, and that doesn't matter. But they can't build noise-sensitive development within areas with, say, the new airport at Western Sydney.
I mean, do you have a suggestion of what that noise limit should be?
Well, I think if you look at the World Health Organisation guidelines on aircraft noise, they're suggesting and recommending and encouraging governments to implement a 45 dBA during the day as a maximum, and a 40 dBA at night. So, look, I'm not expert enough in that regard to say whether those particular figures are correct or incorrect, but certainly we need to have some limitation, because at the moment the only limitations are provided by the minister are qualified. They're just meaningless words.
I've just got a follow-up on that. I've got a follow-up on that question. If this is a World Health Organisation recommendation, then surely the aviation sector globally is seeking, they won't want to restrict flights per se, but there needs to be, you know, the Bedford truck's a lot noisier than the Volvo of today. Presumably the aviation industry globally would be having to work on technological solutions to this particular problem globally that we could adopt here at home to actually get that decibel requirement.
They are, but one of the problems is that the reductions in aircraft noise have all been targeted at the A-weighted scale. That's the human hearing, and ignores the low-end spectra of noise that's actually generated by turbojets. Consequently, you need to develop new standards, or I believe that is what's needed, that actually is based on unweighted noise at ground level and properly regulated. Now, I don't know what the form of that regulation would be at this stage, but it's got to be through consultation with every stakeholder.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't think I have any other questions. If no one else does, thank you very much for your time. It was very useful. All of you have had an interesting morning. Again, if you have any further information to provide for us, we're asking that back by the 23rd of August. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Now we're going to break for morning tea. There is a morning tea available in this general direction, apparently. There should be plenty for all if you would like to join us. Just a reminder, you're not allowed to bring hot beverages back into this place. But please enjoy it out there, and we'll suspend until... we'll come back at 11:15 on time. but with the hot beverage restriction, that was my only chance for a coffee, and it was good to catch up with people as well. Thank you for all coming along. So, with our next witnesses here, and I welcome representatives of the Sydney Airport Community Forum. I do understand from information provided to me that you're all appearing in a private capacity, not as representatives of the forum. You could explain that yourselves in a second. I also understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. For the record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before us today? I'll start with you, Mr Hill.
My name's Kevin Hill. I'm the community representative for the South on the Sydney Airport Community Forum, and I'm the community rep on the Implementation and Monitoring Committee, the IMC.
Thank you.
I'm John Clark. I'm a community representative on the IMC. I've also was a foundation member of SACF and have been sitting on SACF in varying roles since its inception.
Thank you.
Tony Williams. I'm the former Aviation Community Advocate.
Thank you.
I'm Bob Hayes. I'm community representative for the North on SACF.
Thank you.
I'm Maria Petrinos. I'm the community representative for the West on SACF, and I've been there for 26 years.
Right, thank you very much. Okay, so I believe all of you would like to make an opening statement, as we've been told, and may as well go in the same order then, unless there is another. There is another.
We have a preferred
Okay, you have a preferred order. You take it away. I'm in your hands. Go, Mr. Williams. Is it?
Thank you, Senator. Representatives of residents around Sydney Airport are in the position they are today primarily as a consequence of one event. 5,000 people marched on Sydney Airport because they weren't being listened to. That was on the 17th of December 1994. That was followed by a ministerial direction on the 20th of March 96 for a task force to look at the measures that should be taken to minimise aircraft noise and what couldn't be prevented, relocated, for that to be fairly and equitably shared. Sydney Airport Community Forum had its first meeting on the 26th of July 1996. LTOP reported on the 16th of December 1996. That report was followed by a proponent's statement with the Department of Aviation, as it then was, being nominated as the proponent for the activity. The Environment Minister determined that no environmental impact statement was necessary in respect of Sydney Airport. We had an EIS on the construction of the airport, but not the use of it. A federal court judge, in his wisdom, or lack thereof, determined that no environmental impact statement or assessment was necessary. On the 30th of July 1997, the then Minister John Sharp issued a ministerial direction to Air Services Australia. That direction was very specific with respect to the sharing of aircraft noise in accordance with Chapter 6 of the Task Force report and the establishment of an Implementation and Monitoring Committee. John Sharp was one of the 5,000.
John Clark.
John Clark.
Difference.
A lot of difference at the moment.
Kevin Hill and John Clark have been members of SACF since its first meeting on the 22nd of July 1996. Maria and Bob have been there for 20 years. We're aware of all of the reports of committees which preceded your own. The Horse-Scan Report, House of Representatives Select Committee in 1970, Aircraft Operations in the Australian Community, 1985, the Falling on Deaf Ears Report, November 95, and the Rural Regional Affairs Transport References Committee and the Effectiveness of Air Services Australia's Management of Aircraft Noise in June 2010. Now, I realise I'm using a lot of time. I've participated in 2 submissions to this inquiry, one concerning the primary issue of concern to SACF at the moment, which is aircraft noise sharing. I won't reread the elements of that submission or the recommendation, but simply make the point that the long-term operating plan determined that noise sharing modes, 5, 7 and 14A, should be used 47% of the time. In the year following LTOP, they were used 30% of the time. In 2023, they were used 0.5% of the time, and in the last 6 months, they have been used 0.3% of the time. Mode 7 has not been utilised at all. That's what Mode 7 looks like. And I think John Clark will be following up with some of the measures that were taken during the LTOP process. I'll conclude at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Williams. Mr Clark.
Yeah, good morning, Senators. In my opening statement, I'd like to address 4 issues with some recommendations that largely summarise my submission, and I can do that in under 3 minutes. The long-term operating plan for Sydney Airport is a social contract between the community, the airport, air services and the airline industry to mitigate the impact of the operations of Sydney Airport by equitably sharing aircraft noise, and that contract is simply not being met. So in the face of declining noise sharing, a paradigm shift to a whole of Sydney Basin approach to demand management is required. This would utilise the existing provisions within the Demand Management Act to apply a lower cap at Sydney Airport during the non-peak periods and a requirement that noise sharing must be used, with aircraft that are unable to be handled at Sydney Airport to use the new Western Sydney International Airport. That is, after all, its purpose. Secondly, best practice flight path design and implementation must recognise that aircraft noise pollution impacts are managed and minimised through noise removal, relocation, reduction, respite, avoiding reciprocal flight paths and fairly sharing unavoidable residual noise over a wide area. LTOP represents this best practice and has proved to be effective, and these principles remain valid. But these have not been followed in Brisbane. They're not being followed in the design of the flight paths for Western Sydney. So my recommendation to you is that the LTOP principles I've just mentioned must be embodied in Air Services flight path design principles and in all of their operating procedures. Thirdly, there is a systemic problem in Air Services and the department that prioritises aviation interests ahead of community input and sees community input as an impediment. Between them, they control the agenda and the narrative. Air Services design the flight paths and the procedures. They control the air traffic. They provide the monitoring systems and they control the information. They deal with complaints and they gatekeep any proposals for change. Air Services earn their revenue from landing and taking off planes. So this is all one massive conflict of interest, and there's no one holding them accountable for it. So my recommendations for this are the department needs to develop a proper compliance function, and they need a culture to oversee and actually hold Air Services accountable for achieving the long-term operating plan, for implementing change that benefits the community. Secondly, I'd suggest that an independent aviation community advocate position needs to be reinstated to facilitate community input, represent the community interest, develop proposals for change and investigate community concerns. This could be a national role as long as it was appropriately funded and resourced. Finally, I'd like you to remember that it's all about noise. The airlines and the airport will talk to you about the benefits of performance-based navigation, RNP, RNPAR, etc. These have great benefits to the industry. They automate procedures. They allow aircraft to take off and land more often. The problem is that they require aircraft to fly very narrow, defined, concentrated flight paths, meaning that there's no spread of aircraft on the flight path and there's no sharing of aircraft noise. And the extremely marginal sustainability benefits in fuel and emission savings, they're really just greenwashing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Other contributions, or just? And I'll just keep
batting order for the lot.
Just keep in mind, as I mentioned, it will just cut back time for questions, which are very useful for us in our report. But Mr. Hayes, as briefly as possible.
Thank you, Senators. This is a summary of the main points from my submission. Firstly, aircraft noise must be treated as serious, unacceptable pollution and be duly regulated, legislated, monitored and reported. Mindsets and paradigms must change. The scale of the problem should be measured. The number of people moderately to severely affected by aircraft noise in the Sydney Basin has not been, but should be, regularly measured and reported on a suburb basis. Secondly, LTOP still stands as best practice in aircraft noise management and is bipartisan government policy in accordance with Ministerial Direction M9497. But it still has not been properly implemented by the Department and Air Services as originally intended, and it must be progressively. Principles of maximising noise sharing and minimising flight concentration should be legislated. LTOP should be protected. My third point is Air Services' use of LTOP noise sharing modes was recently shown to be minimal. That was in the Kylie Tink submission, of which attachment 1 was created by Tony Williams and Andrew Heed. That lack of noise sharing that Tony just summarised just a few minutes ago contravenes the ministerial direction. I believe that the Department and Air Services, as the responsible agencies, need to be held accountable for that lack of performance and contravention. Fourth, LTOP is under growing threat with relentless peak hour and movement growth. Unacceptable parallel mode use and flight concentration over Sydney is inevitable unless A, Air Services continually operates LTOP to optimise noise sharing as directed by the ministerial direction. B, LTOP implementation is completed as originally intended as soon as practicable, such as Mode 9. C, capacity of noise sharing modes is increased through technological, procedural and performance review, rethink and continuous improvement. And D, the movement cap during non-peak hours is lowered to allow LTOP noise sharing mode use. Displaced flights could be taken up, at least in the short run, by WSI. My fifth point is that the LTOP ministerial direction is a legislative instrument, therefore it's legally superior to and takes precedence over any contradictory documents, principles, policies and plans and inconsistent Air Services flight path design principles. Sixth, the Australian Noise Exposure Forecast, the ANEF, is the essential metric for the spread and impact of aircraft noise. However, the underlying socio-acoustic dose response survey is decades old and urgently needs updating as sought by SACF. Proper flight path design and impact evaluation is not possible without a valid ANEF. 7. The fundamental LTOP principle of avoiding aircraft noise concentration must be preserved. Use of precision-based navigation, PBN, risks unacceptable concentration, as John was saying, over residential areas and should be closely monitored by SACF. 8. the 80-an-hour movement cap and curfew at KSA must be sacred and uncompromised in the face of ongoing pressure. Ninth, the Aviation Committee advocate position is greatly needed for both public benefit and also for the benefit of the airline, the industry and the community. It should be reinstated. 10th, WSI flight path design must be integrated and coordinated with KSA flight paths, with recognition that WSI lies within the Kingsford Smith and LTOP associated airspace, quote unquote, and is therefore covered by the LTOP Ministerial Direction 94/97 precedents. That has not been happening. 11th, SACF appears currently under threat from the department, several department actions and proposals. There are attempts to water it down, and I believe that its current role should remain protected and preserved. Finally, the ministerial direction states that any proposed changes to elements of LTOP, quote, should be tested with the public through SACF before implementation. That's clause 10 of the ministerial direction, and again, that's not happening. And so that means that things such as the WSI flight path design, which should have been cooperatively developed with KSA, has not been. It's just been presented as a fait accompli. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Who wants to be next? Mr. Hill. Thank you. Okay.
My 30 years ago, the community of Kurnell was treated very poorly, and we were promised that we weren't going to get any noise. The third runway opened, and all of a sudden we were impacted greatly, and hence why we're still here fighting the fight. I want the WSI not to create the same problems out here in the West. It's important that the people that we use our knowledge as far as from our past experiences to be able to assist wherever we possibly can. I'd like to. There's a number of things that are going on. I'm going to go off script here and just say there's a number of things that I'd like to point to. One is that there's a concentration issue potentially with these new flight paths that they're doing. There's a thing called facilitated changes, which I'd like you to ask questions about, because that's going to have an impact on LTOP flight paths and everything else, and it just shows the direction that is happening in the background. I'd also like to talk about the what should we call it, the souring of relations between the current SACF and the department, and to the fact where we've had to take legal action to stop certain changes that they'd made that were illegal, and to do with the curfew dispensations, and and I'd like to hopefully get some support from senators to request some legal fee adjustments if that's possible, and yeah, so I'm out of pocket quite a lot of money, but we achieved what we wanted to achieve. So, and I think I'll leave it at that because I think the time's sort of run.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you, Ms. Petrinos.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairperson and distinguished senators. Obviously, I'm Maria Petrinos, a community representative on SACF, and I represent the people of west of Kingsford Smith Airport. What's the problem statement here? For 26 years, there's been one constant complaint from people whose lives are affected by aircraft noise, and that is that they find it very difficult to effect change. Even the smallest change means they must: 1, study and rely on lines on maps, published aviation material and legislated protections. 2, navigate complex industry concepts and terminology. 3, negotiate with multiple stakeholders in the aviation industry and the bureaucracy. And finally, provide strong and convincing technical arguments supported by evidence. Even if they succeed, it can take years for changes to happen, particularly once flight paths are implemented. So for this reason, I'm asking you for your support to endorse the following recommendations to minimise the significantly uneven playing field for the community and their representatives. And whereas this would have been last, I would like you to endorse the establishment of a Western Sydney Airport curfew period and an LTOP framework, if not using the same LTOP principles, in anticipation of the effects of aircraft noise for the Western Sydney residents. They won't know what's hit them, and, well, they do, but they won't be able to handle it. We've had so much experience, and it's still difficult. So, recommendation, that was recommendation 8. Recommendation 1, to endorse a new policy providing community access to independent technical advisors, let's call them advocacy buddies, to help the community make submissions to authorities, and this would be on access to data like flight track data, aircraft movements in and around the airport, ends of the runways, noise monitoring results, etc., and legislation. Secondly, endorse a new policy to ensure community representative committees are established and engaged early in the design process for flight paths and aviation processes before the legislated community consultation processes commence. That will build trust in the process and work towards meeting the community's expectations. Thirdly, retain the LTOP protection principles for noise sharing, avoiding aircraft noise concentration and providing noise respite. Fourth, SACIF is a strong voice for residents and it's a conduit for good decisions, and it's a good way for the community representatives to have a concerted effect. So I think, though, its influence is limited, so support would be useful there. Fifth, to retain the existing Kingsford-Smith hourly maximum movement caps and curfew, with minimal curfew-approved flights and dispensations and regular review to meet society's changing expectations, and to withstand public scrutiny. Sixth, to recommend that the ANEF measurement which is founded on an outdated survey of community reactions, be refreshed for greater currency and accuracy, as it's used not only in flight path design but in land planning. And finally, eliminate the creation of new narrow flight noise corridors, like Kevin said, at high decibel levels in close proximity to any airport in the design stage. Using precision navigation technology to support the creation of noise corridors is wrong. It's very detrimental to the community, particularly over populated and increasingly densifying residential areas. I'll leave it at that, and I might table my report if that's okay.
Thank you, Ms Paternos. Okay, we'll start with Senator Mackenzie with questions.
Thank you so much for your evidence and your experience. And I think a lot of the community who's going through a similar experience that particularly the gentlemen at the table have gone through decades previously, I think is welcome. And hopefully over lunch there's a lot of sharing of email addresses and mobile phone numbers. Some of you at the table have sought approval from the Minister to become members of the Western Sydney Expert Steering Group overseeing flight path design into the Western Sydney Airport. Is that correct?
So SACIF made some resolutions, and for which the Chair wrote to the Minister requesting SACIF be represented, and that was denied. And
sorry, you sought, so just to be clear, because
so
acronyms everywhere.
So Sydney Airport Community Forum, as a forum, made a resolution, and the Chair of the Sydney Airport Community Forum wrote to the Minister requesting our representation, and that was denied.
Why did you make that resolution? Why did SACIF want to be part of the Western Sydney Airport?
Because we already know that there are going to be what has been termed as facilitated changes to the long-term operating plan flight paths, and we at that stage we didn't know that what interaction there was going to be, and we felt that SACA should have some representation on that steering committee so that there was some consultation, understanding of what was going on. However, that was denied. And I will point out that since I think it was September of last year, I've been seeking information on those facilitated changes and have just been given the runaround.
Do you then similarly also accept that having a representative from Western Sydney on your own expert panel or community group would similarly provide that similar type conduit so that you would have an understanding of the impacts?
Except it's the Sydney Airport Community Forum, and I'd suggest that Western Sydney should have their own, but I don't deny that the idea of, let's call it interaction, is a bad one. But, you know, ultimately Sydney Airport Community Forum is looking at the operations of Sydney Airport. That's its charter.
Do you have a view then, we've heard some really interesting evidence about sharing the load. Now you're going to have two significant airports in one capital city, and it strikes me as someone from out of town, passing strange that you wouldn't look going forward to having flight paths rather than having a distinct flight path plan for one airport and another distinct flight path plan for another airport, and not appreciate or understand the interaction and overlap and potentially concentration that can occur for some residents within that sphere. That surely, I'd love your perspective on like a whole of Sydney basin approach to designing flight paths for Sydney residents.
It's kind of working anyway. That's what's going to happen with the long-term operating plan that's already there. Is working with the plans for Western Sydney. We just need to make sure that what they're doing with it, it's not like one and the other, it's that it will be a whole of Sydney approach. But as far as we don't...
So who's overseeing the whole of Sydney approach from a community perspective?
No one, because it's not been allowed to occur.
Right, so that kind of, Mr Hill, doesn't accord with your...
Well, from their design perspective, the design of the two will interact, but that as far as are we getting input into it, no, we're not. We were basically told nothing will change for the long-term operating plan, and the rest will all just sort of will
happen around you.
Yeah, but then they said, well, there will be a few changes, but one point that we've been. We're still developing the long-term operating plan, and there's still a flight path that hasn't been introduced after 28 years, 26 years. And it is where western landings that come down over the west of Sydney, or through the western side of Sydney, we're looking at moving them out to sea, out to the east, over water, which will clear up space to the west of Sydney Airport and to the east of Western Sydney Airport. And that hasn't been taken into account. So there's been opportunities that we're aware of that are developments that potentially could have some improvements, that could have some impact and have the opportunity to relieve impact on WSI, yet they haven't been, nothing's been done. They've got they're working off the current long-term operating plan, despite the fact that there's improvements being made. So.
Right, so improvements are being made to the long-term operating plan. We've had significant changes from flight paths from 2016 to this current 2023 for this community, this area of Sydney. Who should be responsible for setting up a whole of Sydney Basin community forum?
The department.
Is that a department at Air Services?
The department's the only people that can do that.
Right. And is that a recommendation you would support?
Yeah.
And in the meantime, you'd like representation on the Western Sydney expert panel?
Well, the expert panel is working specifically at that level, and I guess we just needed to be able to have some sort of input and be able to I guess we've probably got a lot more community understanding of what's happening and what the impacts would be on the current LTOP.
Do you know why the Minister rejected your request?
That's never been explained.
Okay. Do you think Air Services Australia is fit for purpose?
Nope.
On a unity ticket there. How do we fix Air Services Australia? I mean, the CEO's out the door, but we're talking about a long-term cultural problem, in my view, as the Shadow Minister.
There needs to be a real...
But I would like some direct
it's the priority.
Information or recommendations around how do we fix it?
Well, it was
if I may, Senator, Kevin spoke about a flight path. That's this orange line here. It's Mode 9, arrival flight path, part of LTOP. We've been trying to get that implemented for 28 years. Through the Implementation and Monitoring Committee, there is finally agreement. Sydney Airport, Air Services, the Department, everybody agrees it's in their interests, and we think we might be close to actually having it happen.
But, Mr Williams, I get the flight path. I'm asking you how I fix a government agency that has been underperforming for Australians for decades.
So here's...
I need to know how to fix that.
Here's something left.
Other than sacking the CEO.
Firstly, there's clearly got to be a cultural change program, and those sorts of things are not unusual, but that needs to be put into place. The other thing is that I would suggest you could have a community impact statement that would need to be produced for everything that Air Services does that's likely to impact the community, from flight path design to operational changes to all of that, where what they need to do is they need to explain what the impact on the community is going to be, why impact hasn't been given sufficient priority, and they need to refer that back to those principles I referred to previously. You know, why is it that they're not doing that in whatever change it is that they're proposing? And that would at least start that process.
That accountability.
Accountability.
Okay. I've got a number of questions, and I know there's other senators.
Can I respond to your question?
Sure. Well, my question was to you as a group, so because I do have a number of questions. And there are other senators.
Because you did take a lot of time to opening statement, so we need to get through questions.
Yep.
So, Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. What is your view that there could be a number of efficiencies gained and therefore less aircraft noise if the slot scheme for Sydney Airport is reformed?
Reformed in what way?
Well, we've got the Harris Review sitting on the table. There's been another piece of work. I'm asking you, is there any noise reduction benefits to come from reforming the slot system?
No.
No. Okay. Mr Clark, in your evidence into the inquiry, you claim, and I quote, Air Service is no longer has an operational person that monitors the daily mode use and priorities noise sharing modes to achieve the LTOP targets, nor do they record the reasons for not using the noise sharing modes. Is Air Services required to do that?
Air Services were required by the ministerial directive to put into place the resources required to manage LTOP, and they used to have someone, as I understand it, in the tower that actually did those things, and they no longer do. Now, some of that may be as a consequence of technology, but at the end of the day, there's no one up there, as far as I'm aware, that is actually saying, "Yep, this is how we're performing in a long-term operating plan sense. This is what we need to do to achieve the long-term operating plan," and recording the reasons as to why they've made those particular decisions.
And it's the reasons, I think, that people want to understand. So that is Air Services actually not acting within their legislative remit.
I'm not sure I could say.
Just maybe on notice, if you could just reflect on that. What impact do you believe delays and cancellations have on noise? Is it more or less when these events occur, or no impact?
Well, in the scheme of things, it's not a huge impact. I mean, if anything, probably a delay would. What happens is if you've got a delay, then the aeroplane that was due to fly from Brisbane to Sydney doesn't fly. right? So a delay, in essence, could reduce the number of aircraft. One of the proposals that was put forward by Harris and Demand Management, which I understand Minister King accepted earlier this year, was to put into place to increase the cap to 85 movements following the event, following an event. Problem is that certainly all the research we've done indicates that that's not required. I mean, at the end of the day, we could not find one single incident where in the 2 hours after an event that the cap had gone anywhere near being approached. Because as I say, the reality is that the airplanes don't take off from other locations, if there's a major issue, etc., etc. So our concern in that respect is that the cap, the 80 movement maximum movement hour cap, has been sacrosanct, and now we're starting to fiddle with something that has been, one of the fallback protections for the community. Now, I'm going to say something to that is, do you understand what 80 movements per hour actually means?
Yeah.
On average, that means a movement every 90 seconds.
I do. Mr Hill, you talked about dispensations for curfews?
Yes.
Yes. So what happened there?
We had a situation where back in 2020, when COVID was about, we were asked at SACA for a 3-month period to allow for dispensation for larger planes to be flying through during curfew. We get about 76 flights a week in and out during curfew of a certain type of aircraft. They came to us and asked us if we would allow that to happen, to increase the flights and to put larger aircraft on because the normal domestic flights weren't flying, so the air freight was building up. We said that's a great idea, and then they said we need to extend it another 3 months. And then they said they needed to extend it another 6 months so that they could close it off. And at that point, they never spoke to us again after that until
wait till the end of the story.
Until a year later, and they said, "Oh, we've just renewed it for another year." And then they told us that, and it's probably going to go till 2020.
What date was this?
Sorry?
This time? What was?
Well, we're back up to 2024 now. 2023, yeah.
So in 2023, they asked for another year.
We're back to about
well after COVID, obviously.
October 2023.
But
Yeah.
I was trying to come in, sorry, but Qantas had their fingers; they were up to their neck in this.
I can't mention anything.
Yeah, well, I can.
You're under parliamentary privilege.
You're allowed to
Alan Joyce is Qantas.
speak with the truth.
I
think it's continuing post-Joyce, but anyway.
What they'd actually done was they'd actually built an entire hub system for air freight based in Sydney. Mm-hmm. They were now flying 737s as their main planes instead of the especially quiet 146s. At that point, they said to us, "Well, we're just going to keep going because it's in place now. We'll just do it until 2026 when WSI comes in and life is good." To which I said, "No, you can't do that." And as the representative from Kurnell, I said, because it affects Kurnell 100%. I had to do something, and they just said, "No, there's nothing we can do." So I had to get legal advice. I then took that, and we took the minister to court, and we won costs on that particular action. I then had to take a second action because they hadn't at that stage done anything about it. They'd indicated they might do something, but we ran out of time. We had a specific window of time to do something. We took a second legal action, which they then, when that happened, they then said, "Sorry, we're revoking it." They tore up all the things and went back to it the way it was.
So when you say that, government kept expanding the dispensation without consultation, you had to take the minister, is that Minister King?
Yep.
Minister King to court, and the court awarded for you and your community that she was indeed in breach of that.
Yep.
And it was only the threat for additional court action that they tore up the contracts, I assume, that they'd signed to make it keep occurring for another 12 months.
Yeah, they revoked the dispensation, and then at that point we went for costs, which cost a lot of money doing those sort of things.
It does.
And we had to pay to why we should get costs, and they came back and said, no, we're not going to pay you costs. So I'm out of pocket a few dollars. So.
Just to be clear, that's the cost for the second action. Did you say the first action you had
the
costs
first action
awarded?
you only get about 60-70% back.
Yep.
So
but the second action you haven't been able to get costs ordered, didn't proceed to court as such.
That's it. And we've asked the minister through SACF to all of SACF have agreed that we should be compensated, but it's the second we've actually just been received.
Well, in your view, the second action was only necessary because the minister or the government was ignoring the decision in the first action. Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hill. That's interesting. Okay. Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. I'm going to go on the telephone to Senator Hodgmans-May.
Thank you so much for these informative responses so far. A number of submissions, including those from Sydney, from SACF, reference issues with the implementation of the long-term operating plan. Just to clarify, have you raised these with the minister, and what's been the minister or the department's response?
What was the question?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Just might need that restated, Senator.
Yeah, so a number of the submissions, including those from SACF, reference issues with the implementation of the long-term operating plan. Have you raised those with the minister, and what's been the minister's response?
Well, it's raised regularly with the department in the Sydney Airport Community Forum and around the performance of LTOP. The chair of the Sydney Airport Community Forum has in the past written to the ministers. There's been a little less of that more recently. So yes, these things are, but in practice, you know, the minister writes to the department and SACF writes to the minister and the department respond. I'm not sure the minister actually ever gets to see it.
Having been a minister? Yes.
Okay,
please.
Senator Mackenzie.
Sorry.
Sorry.
If a minister doesn't know what's going on in her department, that's a problem.
Okay,
I'll be
Senator
very
Mackenzie,
surprised.
you've had a good go.
Thank you.
We'll go back to Senator Hodgmans-May.
Thank you. And so do you feel like the curfew and current flight cap is under threat now?
Yes, it's always been under threat. It's been under threat from the day it was brought out, and I think if it wasn't for the community reps at SACF, it would have gone about 25 years ago.
Okay, that's a worry. And in your view, have the voices in your community been properly elevated through SACF?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, from the voices in the community. Yeah, I think so. Maybe I misunderstand.
I think, sorry, if I can just jump in there. During the previous government, the chair of SACF had a standing agenda item. The first item on each meeting's agenda was questions from the community, and people were encouraged to either write in or come and attend SACF and stand and voice their concerns over things. Usually that resulted in, if the issue was a valid one, which it normally was, that was normally put through to the Implementation and Monitoring Committee with action items to follow up. I think with the current SACF system, meeting system, I don't think that it continues now, although it is, I think on the website people are invited to write to the chair of SACF if they do have a concern, but I don't think it's a standing item now on the agenda.
And are there any particular measures that you think could be implemented to allow SACF, I suppose, to perform its role as intended and kind of get some concrete outcomes for the community?
Well, if I may answer.
Speak up.
They could happen more often. There could be less pushback from the department on certain issues that we try and put forward. Between changes of government, and bear in mind most of us have been there for such a long time, but across successive governments, so you see the pattern of how the committees operate with the different governments. They could be faster between changeovers because the issues are still there. The issues are usually perennial unless there's some ad hoc deviation from a flight path and the community realise it and want assistance to try and prove that deviation, or to at least have it investigated to see what's going on, why has this suddenly happened. So these are all measures that are objective, they can be sped up. It's also very important that, and this is minor, but the community really relies on this, which is the wording of the minutes, the action items, all of that is really important for us because that's what we have to go back to. We don't get the recordings, so this is how we ensure continuity and that we weren't misinterpreted in what we were intending. Overall, it's a collaborative environment, but sometimes it can be a little bit challenging, like any committee. So it's not unbearable, and I think the community is better off for having it, but the reality is that this committee doesn't really have decision-making authority. So our influence is to make suggestions, to make recommendations, to pursue interests for particular areas, and also to wear a Sydney-wide hat and be egalitarian in our views and pursue those as well with the department.
Thank you. And so would you say that there is you feel a significant power imbalance between the aviation industry and the local community?
Oh, it's vast.
Yeah.
Absolutely vast. Yeah.
They have different... They have different motivators. So I think the industry operates rationally, the community operates rationally, but we're aiming for certain things which are different, and therefore there's no personal animosity with anyone in the industry. We love flying. You can't be that way, but we're trying to make sure that the authorities, the aviation authorities and the bureaucracy, who don't necessarily have accountability for the effects of the noise, not in the way that we see them, keep that in mind and try and change their approach.
And my final question, do community representatives on SACF need to sign a confidentiality agreement?
No.
No, okay.
And SACF meetings have been open to the public, certainly when we were meeting in person, which we were doing up to COVID. Since COVID, in-person meetings have not returned. SACF were open to the public to attend.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Hodges-May. Senator Mackenzie has a quick follow-up before I'll go to Senator Darmian.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wanting to understand who sets your agenda. If you had the open question segment regularly on your agenda, I'm assuming, did that have change because you had a change of chair? Was there a change of direction? I don't understand why, if it was working well, why that would change, just because governments change. And I do want to understand how you're appointed. Are you appointed through?
We're invited by the Prime Minister, actually, I think it was this time.
As the local member or as the Prime Minister?
As the Prime Minister, I think.
So by the Minister. The Minister determines the membership at SACF.
And who were you invited by, Mr Clark?
When? So
all of the above. All the Sydney Prime Ministers.
No, it wasn't Prime Ministers. It was the Minister invites the membership of SACF. I've personally been on SACF in different roles, but also the membership consists of federal members, state members, local councils, etc.
Impacted parties.
And what you find is that many of the elected representatives will nominate someone to appear on their behalf.
Right. And then do you have a number of members who are actually there as of right? who aren't there representing their local MP?
Yes, the community members, correct.
Right.
Just as community members.
Okay, great. And are you appointed or invited by the Minister?
Yes.
And the Prime Minister in your case, Mr Hill?
Yeah, but that from the Minister, yes.
Okay, or were you on as the representative for Anthony Albanese?
No, I'm the other side.
You're the other side?
I'm representing the community of Kurnell, but there's the local member is also on SACF.
So Grayndler is represented on SACF, so Grayndler has a seat.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
I know Grayndler, but you said sometimes state or federal MPs can't get to the meetings, they'll put some representative.
They'll nominate someone else to attend on their behalf.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Darmanin.
Thanks. I just wanted to move to, I'm not sure which of the witnesses referenced this in their introductory comments, but whoever it was that referred to the survey that is undertaken to assess the Australian noise exposure concept or forecast that was set in 1980. To your knowledge, has Air Services Australia ever made plans to commission another survey?
Where do we start? Yes,
it's not Air Services.
We've been requesting this for years, and it just falls on deaf ears. It's maybe I'll let Tony talk to this.
Professor Andrew Heed, who is was one of the co-authors of the National Acoustics Laboratory study that conducted that survey, has made the point in advice to SACF that whilst ANEF remains valid as a measure of aircraft noise, in order to obtain a measure of the impact which that noise has on a community, it is necessary for the associated social survey to be valid. International studies suggest that there has been an increase in community sensitivity over the last 40 years. You will have seen from Brisbane that a population newly exposed is likely to react more vigorously. And so I think there is little doubt that that relationship, the dose-response relationship, can no longer be relied upon. It does need to be updated, particularly with the work which is being done in Western Sydney and in Brisbane, perhaps in Melbourne and Hobart as well. And SACF has repeatedly drawn attention to the fact that that needed to be done, and as has been said, that request has fallen on deaf ears.
Since 2014.
So do you know who's responsible for endorsing the accuracy of these forecasts?
The government commissioned the original survey. It would be the responsibility of the Department of Infrastructure, I think, to advise or to agree that an update to that social survey should now be done, is overdue, well overdue.
Okay, thank you. And then this is just my final question. Again, I apologise, I didn't catch who referred to the progressive decline, basically in the percentages that were over the years around noise sharing, I think it was. Is that right? There was like 4 different percentages that just kept declining over time?
Yes, Senator. So there's targets. LTOP has targets, 17% for the north. In 2023, that was what was achieved was 33% of movements. South 55, they achieved 51. East 13, they achieved 15. West 15, they achieved 1%.
So my question was, like, what's the reason for the variance? Do you know? Why are they not meeting their targets?
Because LTOP said that the parallel runway should be used 38% of the time, and they're being used 91% of the time.
Can I respond also? The
parallel movements can only occur in times of low demand. Is that correct?
The parallel runways occur in periods of high demand.
Sorry, other way around.
But also it's the easiest way of operating the airport, requires the least amount of work, if you like, and there's a whole bunch of reasons why they might choose not to use them. You get bunching of aircraft and a whole bunch of other things that occur, which the slot system is supposed to address. But but the bottom line is there's been declining use of the parallel runways, which is hence my recommendation for a whole of Sydney Basin approach to demand management.
I think John meant to say increased use of parallel runways.
Sorry, increased, did I? Sorry, beg your pardon.
Declining use of noise sharing modes.
So then how would you rate Air Services Australia's commitment to the LTOP for Sydney Airport, with all of those comments in mind?
Can I respond to that by saying that as a consequence of recently identifying the extent to which noise sharing modes are not being used, the Implementation and Monitoring Committee has agreed to establish a working group which will look into the reasons for that having occurred.
That hasn't met yet.
Yeah. Is it scheduled to meet soon?
Expect so.
Might be an estimates question, Senator.
Expect so.
Okay, that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hodgmans. May I just to wrap up a few questions on that too. So presumably there's no penalty on KSA for not meeting these LTOP targets?
Correct.
There is, in fact, a ministerial direction which has the force of law. That was repeated in its entirety in the annual reports of Air Services Australia up to 2001, not since then. The latest report by Air Services Australia says that they will be guided by the ministerial direction.
The latest, that's Air Services Australia saying, not KSA.
In their latest annual report, that is the statement.
But who makes a decision on which mode is used?
Air
That would be an airport. Air Services does that. Air Service decides.
Yep.
Each minute, hour.
Yep.
Okay, we're doing
They
this mode.
take and land off the planes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Has this got the inability to? And some of the targets you've quoted, they're missing them by a million miles. It's almost ridiculous why they have the targets. They're missing them by that much. Is this got anything to do with the lack of air traffic controllers?
I think very significant point.
I think that's certainly a point, no doubt.
So it's not just, presumably there is also an issue, I think one of the submissions I read mentioned this, that there's an issue that as the volume of traffic through KSA grows, it becomes harder and harder to meet these targets. That's correct, isn't it? Because they can't be used in low.
Can I say with qualifications,
yeah.
and what I looked at was out of the 17 non-curfew hours, there are 8 hours which are non-peak hours. And the submission that I've put to you, what was prepared for our member Kylie Tink, looked at the capacity of each of those modes, 5, 7 and 14A, looked at over every day in 2023. And on only a handful of occasions was one of those modes the capacity not, there was not sufficient capacity. So what I'm saying is that
That's
during
just
almost
for the non-peak hours you're looking at. Yep.
During those hours, on almost every day, with respect to every mode, the capacity of that mode exceeded by a wide margin the actual use.
Just so I'm clear, what you're saying is saying in those non-peak hours, for those periods you've mentioned, your belief is Air Service Australia could have safely chosen a noise sharing mode. And
Correct.
And possibly for labour shortages, air traffic controllers.
Part of the factor.
Possibly because you mentioned earlier it's just easier to run them parallel mode.
Well, easier, yes. The working group will look into that.
Yep.
Air Services will contend that there has been a change in fleet mix, and so that will have reduced the capacity. But in order to make a decision each day, each hour as to which mode is used, they must have some concept of what the capacity of those modes are. And at the moment, We don't know the answer to that question.
Right. And look, just finally, are the compliance with the targets or the actual data compared to the targets, is that publicly available on a regular basis?
Yes.
No. Well,
sorry, yes, it is. That's Air Services produce the Sydney Airport operating statistics report, and that is available to the public.
Okay.
It's on their website.
But,
if you can find
but you have to dig deeply in understand it in order to find it.
Contact
right.
Tony.
So it's not reported as this is the target, this is how we met it. It's you have to back it out if you like.
The targets that John read out are reported.
Yes, that's correct.
The use of noise sharing modes, which I have referred to, which are fundamental to noise sharing, you've got to dig into the statistics in order to find it.
Okay, thank you. Senator Mackenzie, very quickly.
So just on that evidence, is it your contention then that Air Services Australia is no longer, they are in breach of the ministerial direction with the way they're reporting their data? Because
the way they're reporting it or their performance?
Well, the performance speaks for itself. I'm a former teacher. Like with stats like that, that's called a fail. You will repeat grade 3.
Can I give you a qualified response, Senator?
Because the evidence you did give us that back pre-2001 everything was quite tiggity-boo against the ministerial direction, now you're saying now it's only guidance. They're going to be guided by it.
Yes.
So I want to be
really
clear with us.
They would appear to be unwilling to recognise that they're obliged, they have a statutory duty to comply with that direction.
And so my question to you, Mr Williams, in your expert opinion, someone that's followed this, do you believe they comply with the ministerial direction?
No. We will answer that question after we've heard what
Mr.
they
Clark,
say in the working group.
Do you think Air Services Australia is currently complying with the ministerial direction?
Okay. No.
Thank you.
Okay.
We got there.
Thank you very much. We'll have to move. Well, no. Look, sorry. We're going to have to pull it up. Sorry, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Mackenzie will pull it up. Thank you very much, guys. If you would like to provide more information, including an answer to Senator Mackenzie's question, you're welcome to do so by the 23rd of August. That was very useful. I apologise we had to cut it short, but we do have a packed day. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day. I might just suspend again.
Thank you.
The number of people we have to rearrange, and after suspending. Western Sydney Regional Organisation. Convene, and I now welcome representatives from the Western Sydney Regional Organisation of Councils and also the Blue Mountain City Council, Wollondilly Shire Council and the Inner West Council. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. For the record, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today? We'll start on my right here with Mr Cascicelli. Just your name and the capacity in which you're appearing today. That's all.
Thank you, Senator. My name's Charles Cascicelli. I'm here as the CEO of the Western Sydney Regional Organisation of Councils.
Thank you.
Kerry Robinson, OAM, CEO, Blacktown City Council.
Thank you.
Mark Greenhill, OAM, the last 11 years, Mayor of the City of Blue Mountains.
Tracy Burgess, Executive Business Manager, Blue Mountains City Council.
Matt Gould, Mayor of Wollondilly Shire Council.
Barry Calvert, President of Western Sydney Regional Organisation of Councils.
And Ken Welsh, Coordinator of Strategic Transport Planning for Inner West Council.
Great. Thank you to you all. We obviously have a full table there. You have a chance to make an opening statement, but given the number of people and the fact that we're over time, it'd be greatly appreciated if you could keep that as short and brief as possible. I think, Mr Cascicelli, you're going to begin, are you?
Thank you, Senator. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here this afternoon. It's been a number of years now that both Prime Ministers and Premiers have espoused the virtues of an international airport in Western Sydney, talking about the impacts to national, state and regional economies. On that basis, we welcome the airport. There is an issue, however, that in balancing the state and national needs to the economy and the benefits that it derives from, there is a need to balance the impacts on local communities. I think it's generally accepted, I don't have to remind this committee, that pretty much the burden of an international airport falls on local communities, not on the state or at the national level. Westrock has commissioned a number of reports. We've had technical experts do peer reviews on the original EIS and then the flight path EIS, and I've learned a lesson from engaging in those reviews. It's almost a mug's game for organisations like Westrock to commission those reviews when you have national and state resources to respond to those reviews and then argue all the technical merits of a particular position. So Westrock's taken a slightly different view, and what Westrock did last time round was we commissioned a health impact assessment by health professionals. So translating noise impacts and other operating impacts of an airport down to population health outcomes. We thought that was a more interesting perspective, and of course the committee has that submission. But I would just like to touch on the reality of models and predictions and EIS and actual experiences by communities. Once upon a time, Amsterdam's Schiphol Airport was the poster child for the planning and assessment of what the Western Sydney National Airport could actually do for Australia and the state. I'd note that very recently, not only has the Dutch government recognised the wrongness of the assumptions in their version of an EIS, but they've actually acknowledged the health impacts on local communities to the point where they tried to put a cap on on flights into the airport. Not only did they have the support of local communities and the Dutch government, it had the support of Dutch courts and the airport operators themselves. And one of the perverse outcomes of that process was that because of potential international sanctions by the Americans, Canadians and others, the Dutch governments had to pull away and say, yep, we recognise these impacts, we're powerless to do anything because the impact of the national economy through these sanctions that are going to be put in place by international players are going to have a dramatic impact. So they had to walk away and accept the fact that local communities have had to share a greater burden than otherwise necessary because of international pressure. More locally, the Brisbane airport experience, which I believe has been one of the reasons why this inquiry has been set up, is that what was predicted in terms of the EIS and what's actually happened, I think there's a lot of daylight in between those. And what concerns Westrock is that the same people, organisations that did the EIS and all that planning for Brisbane are the same ones that did it for Western Sydney. Here's the reality. The reality is that there's a lot we don't know about what's going to happen with Western Sydney National Airport in terms of not only the utilisation of flight paths, but the operating model. I'll give you just one example, and there are hundreds of these examples, about what we don't know. Part of the work that Westrock's doing is we're preparing the City of Sydney for heat waves and extreme heat events. Western Sydney happens to be within the Greater Sydney area. And some of the things we've identified is not that it may happen. We're going to have extreme heat days where operating parameters of aircraft are going to be affected. There are airports around the world right now where the performance of aircraft is such that they have to make it, someone has to make a decision as to whether they allow the same number of passengers, the same amount of freight on those aircraft that are leaving those airports, or they accept the fact that those aircraft are going to be flying lower for longer periods over households that were not intended to be affected or impacted by aircraft noise. Now, there are those sorts of things that are happening right now that we don't have a whole lot of answers for. I'm going to propose three things, perhaps a little bit beyond the submission. One is going to be a mechanism, another one's going to be a principle, and another one is going to be a bucket. Let's start off with a mechanism. There is so much that we don't know until we experience the airport operations. We need a mechanism of redress for dealing with those issues that either fall of the predictions or that weren't actually identified in the first place as being of significant impact to local communities. We don't need another fight to actually say we need a mechanism of redress for local communities. That's got to be put in place, and it must have some statutory powers. That's the first thing, the mechanism. We shouldn't have to fight for that. The second one is a principle. Normally the principle is if the EIS says something, it's assumed to be true unless someone goes back and proves it not to be true, which means that the people least resourced to do something are the ones that have the onus of doing something. So communities, for example. So how about we turn that around a little bit? Why don't we make it this way? An EIS prediction or a planning prediction, unless it's proved to be true, is untrue. Okay, look, why don't we do that? And the third thing, and I'll leave it on this, is that there must be, given that fact that the airport's going to be contributing to national and state economies, how about we set aside some money from national and state economies into a regional fund for the amelioration and mitigation and adaptation of communities for how the airport operates? How's that for a great idea?
Thank you very much,
I'll leave it at that.
Cassiuselli. Now, were there other? Can I just get an indication of who else wants to make a contribution? Just two others, okay. Oh, three? Three others. Okay. Again, if you could make it as brief as possible, that'd be great. Mayor Greenhill, we'll start with you.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thank you to the inquiry. Just in terms of my remarks, I'll be relying upon Blue Mountain City Council submission 26, which I'll take as read. I'll address four key areas and just address them very briefly. Firstly, the effect of aircraft noise on amenity, physical and mental wellbeing and everyday life of residents in the City of Blue Mountains. As you would know, Chair and the rest of the committee, that Blue Mountains is quite unique. We're one of only two cities in the world wholly located within a World Heritage National Park. There's us and Banff in Canada, and that's it. The unique character of the Blue Mountains requires, on our submission, adapted assessment methodologies to appropriately respond to this setting. Urban-focused assessment, we say, is not adequate. No noise monitoring has been undertaken in locations with low ambient noise levels like the National Park itself. The noise monitoring locations shown in the draft EIS are proximal to the Great Western Highway and not representative of residential areas or natural areas in the Blue Mountains. An acoustic peer review by Marshall Day Acoustics was commissioned by the Western Parkland Councils. This review identified that the use of a 60 decibel threshold is suitable for assessing noise in urban areas, but not in quiet landscapes where natural soundscapes are valued, such as the Blue Mountains. The report also confirmed that ambient noise levels within the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area would be expected to be very low in locations that are remote from roads and watercourses. That's the ambient levels, with underlying background levels of 20 to 40 decibels. Aircraft overflights would be clearly distinguishable and potentially prominent against that background. The stark change for the Blue Mountains community from quiet nights to regular overflights at lower altitude, 24 hours a day, is fundamentally inequitable against this backdrop, we say. No other areas affected by Western Sydney Airport's operations will experience such a dramatic change as we will. The draft EIS identified there will be impact, sometimes severe, for multiple culturally significant sites across the Blue Mountains, including the declared Aboriginal place of the Three Sisters, known as Echo Point. With regard to Echo Point, the draft EIS explicitly stated that, and I quote, knowledge holders were of the view that increases in noise and visual intrusions would impact the cultural values of the site and were concerned to minimise these. The second of four areas I just want to cover off on relates to the effect of aircraft noise on small business. The Blue Mountains local economy is heavily reliant on visitors. The majority of tourism operators in the Blue Mountains are small businesses. And we have around about 5 million tourists a year. Aircraft noise and overflights on our submission will have a significant impact on the perception of the area as a place of tranquility, solitude, respite and escape from urban living. These are points of difference for the Blue Mountains, we say, than other parts of Western Sydney. Removal of the experience of pristine wilderness, peace and quiet erodes the unique values of the Blue Mountains, being the core reason for visitation from not just within Australia but around the world. The whole of the local government area is utilised for tourism, all of it, and recreation purposes, from the scenic Eastern Escarpment through to Mount York in the west and Mount Tomar in the north. Wilderness camping experiences at Euroka, which is near Glenbrook, bushwalking and natural recreation activities in the Glenbrook section of the Blue Mountains National Park and acknowledged places of Aboriginal significance will be, in the words of the EIS, severely impacted by overflights. This impact is confirmed, as I say, in the draft EIS, which notes between moderate to severe impacts for these areas. And when a report in public service language talks about moderate to severe, I think those of us with some experience know that it probably means erring on severe. The third of four areas I want to touch upon relates to any proposals for the mitigation and limitation of aircraft noise, including flight curfews, changes to flight paths, legislated noise limitations and alternatives to air travel. Blue Mountain City Council included a number of key recommendations and mitigation measures, in our submission to the draft EIS. The key recommendations are relevant, we say, to the terms of reference of this inquiry, and they are, firstly, and I think Senator McKenzie went to this earlier, a holistic review of the airspace architecture of the Sydney Basin to equitably share impact across the Sydney Basin. We're having a 24/7 international airport dropped in Sydney. It's crazy to try and cram it into the little bit of airspace that's left. We say it calls upon a whole review, and I think, Senator, that might have been your view earlier. Secondly, implementation of nighttime curfew. The 24-hour operation proposed for Western Sydney Airport further demonstrates what we say is the inequitable consideration of Eastern and Western Sydney. Curfews at KSA speak to a lived experience in the eastern parts of Sydney of the material impacts from aircraft overflight. Surely their experience warrants a similar consideration for us. The same consideration, we say, must be given to the people of Western Sydney and the Blue Mountains. And lastly, the fourth area I want to touch upon, I've simply called out as any other related matters. Impacts to the UNESCO listing. I think I'm the last person to still hold my public office who was there when World Heritage listing was declared by Minister Hill in a clearing in Blackheath. All of those holding public office at the time, I think, have since left. And the committee is now remarking upon how young I must have been when I held office at that time. But in 1999, the IUCN deferred World Heritage nomination for the Greater Blue Mountains, citing the potential for an airport at Badgerys Creek, which, according to the IUCN, might compromise the integrity of the area due to noise, visual impacts and air pollution. That was during the period of the Howard government, and as you know, the Howard government didn't proceed. In 2000, assurances were given by the Australian government, including recommendations by the then Minister of the Environment and Heritage, Senator Hill, that the potential of any impact on the World Heritage values of the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area from any international airport at Badgerys Creek would be managed and monitored to ensure there were no adverse impacts on the World Heritage values. There's been no such guarantee issued in this current round. The Blue Mountains Greater World Heritage Area was listed only following this assurance. The operation of Western Sydney Airport, and particularly the impact on wilderness areas, puts, we say, on our submission and based on past experience, the World Heritage listing at significant risk. Chair, is my respectful submission.
Thank you, Mayor Greenhill. Mayor Gould.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you today. I just wanted to raise a few issues. My colleague from the Blue Mountains raised many of the issues that we have concerns with, but just to highlight a few. The lack of the curfew for the proposed Western Sydney International Airport. The communities in Western Sydney and surrounding areas are going to be subject to different aircraft noise standards compared to the communities in inner Sydney and the eastern suburbs due to the absence of that curfew. The absence of the curfew is a significant concern for our residents who are vulnerable to likely significant adverse effects on their quality of life due to increased noise levels, and what is proposed is highly inequitable. The flight paths that have been proposed are ultimately designed to protect Sydney Airport, as the need to avoid existing aircraft operations within the Sydney Basin as far as practical has been prioritised. This design principle also provides greater protection to communities in inner Sydney and the eastern suburbs, to the detriment of Western Sydney, Wallumbilla and surrounding areas. This is nothing short of a double standard, and it equates to little more than discrimination against Western Sydney and surrounds, and both Kingsford Smith and Western Sydney International should be subject to the same curfew regime. Secondly, we have significant concerns around the inadequacies of the noise insulation and property scheme and the properties that are available under that scheme. The draft noise insulation and property acquisition policy does not identify all of the affected properties that require treatment and needs to be expanded significantly. We have only a small area of land in Wallumbilla that is currently eligible because of the approach they've taken using the ANEC 20 contours. However, we have got significant areas within our shire that are noise affected when you look at the cumulative noise metrics such as the N60 24 hours, or where you've got more than 10 flights per day that exceed the 60 decibel in 2055. We've actually got the completely ridiculous situation now where large areas in the north of my shire, residents are not allowed to build a granny flat to look after their ageing residents, their ageing parents, because land use restrictions have been put in on the basis that the aircraft noise impacts will be so significant, and yet those same residents are not eligible for the noise insulation scheme. You've got to pick a lane one way or the other. Thirdly, the reciprocal runway operations model that has been proposed has been implemented to remove aircraft converging through a single merge point over any single residential area. However, this has the effect of focusing all of the nighttime operations over the northern areas of Wallumbilla, particularly around Silverdale. This is doubly the case with the proposed changes that have been circulated in the last week. This will lead to significantly more nighttime overflights and corresponding sleep disruptions, particularly for Silverdale and surrounds. Communities within Wallumbilla should not shoulder an unfair share of the aircraft noise at night. And as I said earlier, we need to have consistency between Kingsford Smith and Western Sydney International. If reciprocal runway operations are appropriate for Western Sydney on the basis that they are flying out over Wallumbilla and then Warragamba Dam and the Blue Mountains, and that impacts a small number of people, then likewise reciprocal runway operations are appropriate for Kingsford Smith that are flying out over the ocean. The communities that are impacted, if you compare Cornell and Silverdale, are of a comparable size. If it's good enough for one, it's good enough for the other. Like my colleague from the Blue Mountains, we also share significant concerns around the environmental and cultural significance of the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area and the potential impacts. The noise standards that were used to assess the impacts with those areas, whilst they may be appropriate within an urban context, are manifestly inappropriate within an area of such natural beauty and that is so naturally quiet. There have been significant flaws in the way it has been approached when we are dealing with the World Heritage Area. Finally, more broadly, I would just like to highlight for the committee that the general process that has been gone through with this EIS has been fundamentally flawed. We had the runways being built before the EIS was done. If we were looking at genuine investigation and planning and genuinely trying to get this right, then All of that work should have been done beforehand. We should have had a review of the flight paths for both airports and incorporated them together. Instead, commitments were made to building the runway in a particular orientation at a particular time that has then significantly impacted the ability to mitigate a lot of these issues. Ultimately, the changes that are being made to benefit one particular community should not be to the detriment of other communities. You know, this airspace is for the benefit of all of Greater Sydney, and all of Greater Sydney should share it, not disproportionately areas of Western Sydney and the Blue Mountains. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Welsh.
So the first thing I need to say is that the submission you received was an officer-level submission. It was not tabled and adopted by Council. So it's based on Council resolutions and research and experience. Timelines and work programs meant we couldn't hit a Council agenda. That doesn't mean it's not important to us. Our community has been subjected to aircraft noise for over 100 years because Sydney Airport's celebrating 100 years, and we're right next door to it. Recently, with the announcement of flight paths associated with Western Sydney Airport, we're going to get even more traffic over certain areas. I'm going to skip the prologue in terms of reducing time for you and cut straight to the chase. The key elements in our submission look at the need to broaden the scope of assessing aircraft noise. Aircraft noise is often seen as sleep disturbance and annoyance, but there are physical and mental health and well-being issues, economic issues, social impact issues, environmental issues, and bigger picture issues that are often not addressed in the assessment. These things include reduced property values, socio-economic change. So we have a fairly comprehensive batch of recommendations in the submission, which look at addressing what our current noise exposure forecasting is about and the inadequacy of it reflecting modern, contemporary community values. So we call for a review of that, has already been called for by many people. Also the appropriateness of it in one location versus another, so the sensitive areas of the mountains versus the urban areas. We've suggested demand management, slot pricing, good neighbour schemes, incentivisation of good behaviour by airlines, and again, jumping back to this, we need to take into account the big picture elements when we are assessing what aircraft noise is. I'm here today in hope that the inquiry can use our experience as the Inner West to help other communities, not just ours, but communities across Australia, because the inquiry is about aircraft noise generally. So we welcome any questions.
Thank you. Chair, if I might.
No, look, I'm sorry. You might be able to make your points.
Oh, no, it's not a point. It's a point of. I should have acknowledged the presence of the Deputy Mayor here for the public record, Romla Hodgman.
Okay, all right, no problems. Thank you. We'll have to move on to questions. I'm going to go to Senator Hodgman's May first on the telephone.
Yeah, look, thank you so much for your submissions and your statements. My question, Inner West Council, your submission refers extensively to impacts on business from aircraft noise, and I'm just wondering if you're aware of any studies on this and whether it's something that you think the government should potentially fund if we don't have those completed yet.
Sorry, could I just get clarification? The what impacts?
The impacts on business
on
from
business.
aircraft noise.
We're not aware of any specific studies that have been done. It's mainly from discussions with our Economic Development Unit and the various chambers. Some of the impacts that have been noted are reductions in attendance to festivals and similar in the area. When there is a lot of aircraft noise, people say, oh, I'll go to this one rather than that one, so choosing alternate sites. A lot of cafes and restaurants cited to us that they're hesitant about putting alfresco dining in areas where they're under a flight path, so that impedes what they can do, or alternatively, that they end up extending and putting a soundproof shelter out the back, so there's costs associated. So it's incremental ones, but I'm not aware of any specific studies.
Thank you, and presumably you would support, potential government funding to undertake some analysis on what aircraft noise how it might impact on business.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I did hear from the Wollondilly Rec the Sydney curfews as an effective noise reduction measure, but I'm just interested to hear from the other councils whether there's agreement that that Sydney curfew is an effective noise reduction measure.
From Inner West's point of view, the curfew is essential for respite for our people. As it is, a simple dispensation of the curfew can wake a lot of people, and my phone will ring rapidly if a plane's been allowed to fly outside the curfew. In addition to that, we did get an upsurge, as the SACV members mentioned, when the heavy metal was allowed, 737s were allowed during the COVID period of these late night heavy flights. Again, a lot of disturbance supported by our surveys and residents complaining.
Chair, it was in the Blue Mountain submission, the submission I made, that obviously we believe that a curfew was appropriate for the reasons outlined. It's a key mitigation measure for our community.
From the perspective of Blacktown City, it's a fundamental inequity that the eastern part of the city is looked after and the people of Western Sydney are not looked after.
Thank you so much. That's my question finished.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. I was just wondering if the Western Sydney councils could comment on the nature and quality of the consultations that you've had with Air Services Australia, I guess regarding the flight path planning, but also the other concerns that you've raised this morning or this afternoon.
Can I give an answer to that? Look, I've been involved in local government in Western Sydney for 25 years, and when I first got into local government, the catch cry was everything gets dumped in Western Sydney. There's no consultation, it's just token consultation, and then we are placated with the idea that this will create jobs and therefore you should accept it. What the councils of Western Sydney are saying, we don't want token consultation anymore. If we're going to discuss airport noise, then we want a body that will listen to us and not just tick a box and say, yes, we've listened to us, now move on. A box where, an organisation where the community of Western Sydney is listened to properly, and so that we have decisions, that we are part of the decisions about our future. And at the moment, most of the councils in Western Sydney feel that that's not happening, and we're going back into the token situation again. So that is really the concern of most of the councils that I speak to.
Chair, to support that submission, Chair, to support that submission, we felt from day one that the consultation hasn't been a consultation. It's essentially been informing us about a fait accompli. Since the very beginning of this process, those agencies that have come into our community to speak to us about it have spoken in terms of it being inevitable, and it's more about, if I could put it bluntly, propagating a view that we should accept rather than a genuine two-way conversation.
Can I just add one observation to that? In preparing our response to the draft EIS flight path, I had a look at the 1,000 minutes that was set up. Sorry, it was FOWS that was set up, but I looked at the minutes of that forum to see if any of the substantive issues raised in the original draft EIS were addressed in that forum, none of which came up in that forum. So what I saw was a community engagement mechanism that said, yep, we turned up and we talked to a bunch of people, and some of these people represented these sorts of things, but there was no substantive discussion about what were the issues that came in the original EIS and having to deal with substantive issues. I haven't been able to find a single minute that actually spoke to those issues.
Mr. Chair, I concur with everything my colleagues have said. And I said, I guess a good example for us is the revision to the flight paths that they have been considering in the last week. By their own admission of the federal agencies involved, the impacts will all be on Wallandilly, and yet there wasn't a single planned community consultation session in Wallandilly until I went and jumped up and down about it. My community very much feel that the whole exercise has been a tick-the-box exercise because the runways were being built before the EIS. So they very much go, they already know what they're doing. They already know where they're putting the flights. They're going through this process to appease us, and it's very difficult to get the engagement from the community when they feel that it's a done deal. They really feel let down.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. We've heard, not just in this inquiry, but when we've held this inquiry in Brisbane communities, and a long time within this committee in estimates hearings in particular around concerns with Air Services Australia, its internal culture, but how the behaviour you're describing here as a group of community representatives seems very much in line in what we've heard in other parts of the country of Air Services Australia's lack of genuine engagement with community members on which its decision-making and its recommendations to government will be based. I want to ask if that's been your experience. This morning we heard from community groups where their consultation was a 2-hour pop-up stall out the front of an IGA, which I find incredible on so many levels. So I'm just, to your point earlier, CEO, this is going to be a significant piece of infrastructure in your community servicing, for the next century, right? Great, well-paying jobs, right? All of the above. But the unfair way of who pays for the negative impacts that come with that benefit seems to be what I'm hearing across the board from this group of councils, and it's been consistent evidence all morning, in fact, that it does seem quite unfair. There has been evidence this morning that I'd like your opinion on, and I don't mind who answers, that we need a Sydney Basin approach to flight path design. So whether you believe it needs to be a whole of Western Sydney approach where it's shared fairly within Western Sydney, or is it your proposition that that's more broadly we have a whole of Sydney approach to flight path design so that it can be more fairly shared and more fairly mitigated?
Senator McKenzie, if I could, in our submission to the EIS, we proposed the latter, that you're putting a 24/7 airport, the first one Sydney's had, and squeezing it into that part of the airspace architecture that's essentially left behind after KSA, Richmond and Bankstown. To us, that makes no sense.
Not just 2 airports.
Yeah, no, that's
4.
right. That's right. and Bankstown and Richmond have their own airspace needs that are mapped. It was our submission to the EIS that there needed to be a Sydney Basin rethink on the basis that there is this massive new player entering the airspace, where there needs to be a more genuine look at Sydney's airspace architecture, and on that basis a more fair distribution of the impacts. For us, the idea that there was supposed consultation taking place, and actually I did attend a pop-up outside an IGA, while the airport's actually being constructed, was to us nonsense. And so it just seemed to us that there was this view that, look, there's a little bit of airspace left, we're going to chunk it in there, we'll go and tick a box and that's it. So, no, we would support the latter.
And just on the Air Services Australia piece, with the long-term CEO the last couple of decades no longer with us, I think, because of absolute pressure from things like this, whether it's Air Services rather than the department's lack of engagement.
From my experience, from the Blue Mountains experience, most of our engagement's been with the department, but the mindset that you've outlined is the same. It was almost like they were given a brief, go and deliver this, and that's it.
And is that shared amongst the councils?
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
So, Senator, if I could add to that and reinforce the Mayor Gould and Mayor Greenhill's comments. There's no other piece of infrastructure in Australia, there's no road, there's no railway, where somehow you can magically detach the environmental impact of its noise from the assessment of the remaining elements of its construction. It is farcical that we find ourselves in this situation. As to fairness, there's a question, there's almost a willful, I will suggest, ignorance of local government and a presumption that all councils are the same size and therefore community consultation per council can be the same size. Hunters Hill Council, the smallest council in New South Wales, in Sydney has a population of about 13,000. We have a population of about 435,000. Air Services in this consultation said that effectively there would be 2 card tables in a library to serve for the consultation needs of a population of 435,000 people.
It's almost the size of Tasmania.
Indeed, Senator,
Yes,
and the size of Canberra.
Correct.
One of the elements in this current EIS which is being considered is that there is a failure to look at the cumulative noise impacts of the shifts in Kingsford Smith's flight paths which are proposed and which are very, very significant. They're ignored in the noise modelling. They haven't been cumulatively assessed to determine what those overall impacts are. I'll leave my comments there. Thank you, Senator.
And just to finish, to add to that the KSA noise impacts, the shifts have been keenly felt in the Blue Mountains as well, and there's been no consultation at all about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie.
Just very briefly, the inner west impacts that Kerry raised, that so there will be no aircraft turning eastbound. They will all go westbound because of the clash of flight paths and approach paths for Western Sydney Airport. Inner West was not consulted at all. Our community had no consultation on that. And for the first week of the EIS being online, the link didn't even work to get us to it. So, yep, we know there's a big issue in the West, but it has to be a regional approach to it, and we have to look at it regionally.
Thank you.
Thanks. Senator Sterle.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Real quickly, I'll go to the councillor second. The end. Sorry, I can't read your nameplate, councillor. Councillor Colbert. You talked about something about saying jobs. It's about jobs. Okay, so I just want to touch on that. Has the area, I don't know the geographics of your councils, but has the area seen any significant uplift in employment, and has it flowed through to construction and retail and local jobs, local suppliers gaining out of the
Well, what I've heard from the locals, I'm also the Deputy Mayor of Hawkesbury City Council, and people are finding it very difficult to get tradespeople to come and do work because they're all working at the airport.
Oh, okay.
And if you want to get something done, you might have to wait 6 to 10 weeks before someone is able to do it. So there hasn't actually, in my view, hasn't been an increase in jobs. There's been a shift of jobs. People have moved from one area to another. Working on the airport gives you a longer period of employment. It's more stable, so tradespeople tend to take that rather than the daily jobs back at home. The other thing is that all the information I've looked at about employment in the airport is not going to create a large number of jobs itself. The jobs will be around the airport, things like truck drivers. The biggest job creation will be truck drivers because right from the beginning we asked or demanded that there should be a rail network associated with this airport, and it never happened. So everything's got to come in by truck, including the fuel. The fuel's got to come in from Botany Bay by truck every day. So right through Western Sydney, through Liverpool and Bankstown, there's going to be thousands of extra trucks. And here we are trying once again to have input, and all we hear is you don't need to have input because we're creating jobs. But as I said, those jobs have never been quantified, and the jobs won't be in the airport itself because a lot of that is automated. The jobs will be in ancillary services such as truck drivers, which will clog up our roads and increase the noise levels as well. So I don't see that employment is something that Western Sydney is going to gain from this. The employment is just shifting, and it's not a total net gain at all.
Senator Sterle, in the Blue Mountains, paradoxically, we see the shift going the other way. We're marketed, that's our economy, tourism. There's nothing else. You know, a lot of areas are tourism and agriculture. We're just tourism, and we're marketed as a pristine wilderness area, a place you go to for peace and quiet. So having us significantly impacted, and those are the words of the IS, significantly impacted at key sites by aircraft noise, actually works against the very thing that brings people to us. So we actually believe in our region there will be a diminution, a reduction of jobs as a result of the airport.
Yes, we did hear that put to us earlier this morning. I just wanted to clarify that. But in Councillor Calvert, in terms of waiting 6 to 8 weeks for a tradie, oh, you are so lucky you want to come to the WA. All right. No more.
Thanks, Senator Still. I've just got a few before lunch. A number of people this morning, including in this session, have argued for a curfew. I'm still struggling, though, to understand how many flights at night are actually projected to occur, partly because Western Sydney Airport hasn't bothered to make a submission to this inquiry. We'll hear from them later. But is there an understanding in consultation, and any of the, well, there hasn't been a lot, but in the communication you've had with either Air Services or the Western Sydney Airport Corporation, have they outlined, well, this is what we expect in terms of the number of flights overnight?
Well, it troubles them enough that they've tinkered with it recently in the Blue Mountains context, but I mean, it really was just, frankly, a bit of window dressing. There are significant night flights over the Blue Mountains, but there's an issue with day flights as well. A so-called day flight is between 5 a.m. and 11 p.m.
Yeah, look, I wanted to come to that too, but yeah, can I just first of all just ask, if you don't know, that's fine, but is there an understanding of what is the sort of scheduled intensity of flights at night time?
In the case of Wallandilly, parts of my community for the night flights by 2055 will be in excess of 100 flights a night.
100 flights. What year was that?
2050.
Okay, so it's a projection by 2050, 100.
Yeah, similar numbers for Blue Mountains.
And are you given those on a split between freight and international passenger? No, there's not that projection.
It's not broken down like that.
Obviously, there's a lot of uncertainty about this too, given the airport hasn't even opened. But okay, do they give you an estimate of what it will be the next 5 or 10 years? You just don't have that on you, or is it?
They've given us updated numbers in the last week that they're still tinkering with. I can take it on notice.
Yeah, if you could take it on notice, come back to us.
We'll take it on notice. It's about 80 for the Blue Mountains, moving up to overnight.
Right, overnight, 80 flights overnight. I suppose there is an alternative to a curfew, and that would be caps or restrictions at night. Would that be something you think should be considered? I mean, I know you'd prefer the curfew, but...
Our view is we should be treated the same as other parts of Sydney.
Of course, Sydney still has flights overnight too.
Yeah, but what there should be is an equal treatment. An equal treatment of the residents of Sydney.
Sydney still has freight overnight. Yeah. Sydney still has freight overnight, but of certain types. Yeah.
Very limited. But that's our argument. We shouldn't be treated as second-class citizens.
Right.
We should be treated the same way.
Yeah.
There's no argument to not treat us the same way.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, whatever the mechanism is that is applying at Kingsford Smith should apply at Western Sydney. If they have a curfew, then Western Sydney deserves a curfew. If it's caps, then Western Sydney deserves a cap. We need to treat this as a regional issue, and the benefits are for the benefit of all of Sydney. So the way that this is implemented should be equitably distributed across all of Sydney.
Is the state government aware of your concerns?
Yeah, our submissions have been given, certainly from the Blue Mountains context, to both governments.
Is that the same for all councils?
Certainly in our case, they're acutely aware, particularly with the issues that we have around the land use restrictions, because they are state-based planning controls that were put in place at the request of the federal government.
And just finally, is the Minister King aware of your concerns?
Yes. I have met Minister King on one occasion, and I've made my views forcefully known.
Thank you. Anyone else?
We've also raised our issues. We've written to the Minister several times.
Right.
We've been able to have one discussion about it, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just coming back to that nighttime definition, I read in someone's submission, and I think Mayor Greenhill, you were referring to it. The definition of night by the planning around West Sydney Airport is 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Is that correct?
5 a.m.
5 a.m.
5:30 a.m. I believe it is till 11 p.m. It's
Okay.
classed as a day flight.
Right.
So if you're going to talk about no night flights or a curfew as defined, then you're still leaving communities open to flights between those times. Now, I mean, look, a lot of us do kind of sleep more than just sort of 5:30 to 11 p.m. So
it's well below the recommended time to sleep, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I
So
get it, but you're meant to have 8, right, or so?
So we have to be careful when we're talking about curfews to make sure we take account of the definition of a day flight, because at the moment, if you leave that definition standing, you're still going to have significant flights at night time.
I mean, putting aside the curfew question, does this definitional issue have some kind of binding or tangible impact on the planning at the moment? Are they planning to do less at what they define as night time? They are, okay. So that does have a real impact even on the current.
So they will say, oh well, you know, they're compared to daytime flights, there's relatively few flights at night. But if you talk about flights up till 11 p.m, then there's actually a lot.
And so presumably they're taking their definition of night based roughly on the curfew at Sydney at KSA.
They're using the...
Whereas
it's actually different. It's actually different.
Slightly different.
As I understand it, and Kerry, I might have greater detail on this, but the definition they're using for day flight, 5:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. for us, is different, because it allows them to, you know, put flights above us at night, but not call them night flights.
That's right. It's 6
Yeah, I mean, to me, I'm doing this from memory, but I believe in Brisbane that their definition of night starts earlier. I think about 10 o'clock. They don't have the curfew issue as such.
Yeah, but you don't have daylight saving.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
well, 6 a.m. for KSA, for example, 5 a.m. for Western Sydney.
Okay.
So the industry standard for the night flights is a period of 8 hours from either 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. or 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. They're using a smaller window that they've assessed for Western Sydney Airport, which means the number of flights that are classed as night flights goes down.
All right, we'll take that with them later. The international definition, where does that, or the industry, did you say definition, where does that come from? Do you have that?
I'd have to take that notice.
I could take that on notice. Okay. All right, well, that's useful. I just had some questions about the noise insulation very quickly. So what is this scheme, the noise insulation scheme? Who can get it? Because it's come up a couple of times.
Well, Blue Mountains can't.
Right. What's the eligibility? And who runs it? Is it a federal government program? Is it the Western Sydney Airport? Who's providing the funding?
We don't know.
No one knows. Fair Gould, I think it's in your submission quite extensively.
Yeah. So at the moment, the Federal Infrastructure Department are the ones that have been putting it forward. They've been, as with Mayor Greenhill said, we've been working with them mainly. I know there's a number of different federal agencies involved, but they've kind of been the front. The standard that they are using is looking at the ANEC 20 contour area,
right,
rather than looking at the broader night flight issues. The National Aviation Safeguarding Framework identifies that the ANEF can underrepresent the impact that relatively small numbers of moderately noisy events can have during sleeping hours, as the ANEF describes cumulative noise rather than disturbance. Similarly, Guideline A in the National Aviation Safeguarding Framework recognises that 60 decibels is likely to be more disturbing during sleeping hours, and Australian Standard 2021 sets an acceptable standard of noise for sleeping at 50 decibels. They haven't taken that into consideration when they're working.
So just in my practical terms, if you're experiencing 55 decibels, you don't qualify, roughly speaking.
You don't qualify.
Even if that 55 decibels is at night.
Even if it's less than 8.
That would be pretty loud at night, 55 decibels.
Especially against ambient noise, like we're talking about Blue Mountains, which is negligible as compared to metropolitan areas where it's significant. But in summary, it's no noise attenuation, no noise measurements in the wilderness areas, no consideration of the lack of ambient noise, night flights and day flights that actually fly at night time. I mean, that's what we're confronted with.
Okay.
There's an additional element. We actually took the ANAC analysis and had it translated to health impacts.
Yep.
Which was a little bit, probably one step beyond what the draft EIS tried to do. And there's a couple of, actually a number of things that have come out, which is if you look at the EIS from a health impact assessment, it almost assumes that the people that have done the ANAC analysis and its remedies don't take sleep to be serious. They don't. And this is coming from the experts that have put the thing together. There's a mismatch between the protections that are afforded by ANAC and the actual impacts to health. So not every household will experience the same health impacts to the same relative noise level. There is significant difference between households, and unless you know what
When you
they
say
are,
difference between households, it's the difference in the house or the difference in
the constituency of the house.
What about human beings?
Number of people,
Some
the age of
people
the
are more
people,
sensitive.
the vulnerability, the health of the people. There's a whole range of factors that haven't been taken into account. The other issue that I brought up is that the length of night is arbitrary and irregular, based, if you look at it from a human perspective. And there is a principle that should be adopted in this, which is a precautionary principle, which is not, it is not obvious through the EIS when you're looking at the ANAC assessment. So there's a range of things that we presented in our health impact report. I'm not a technical expert, but it goes beyond what the EIS tries to do with ANAC analysis. And I think we need to rethink the EIS from the health impacts on people perspective, as opposed to just if there's this level of noise, this is the mitigation that you put in place for a household, for example. It'll be very different between households.
Now, I'm going to have to break for lunch. Just wanted to quickly, though, before I do, Mayor Gould, just to clarify for me the issue you've got with the noise insulation scheme not being available for some, but those same people being subject to planning restrictions based on notionally the noise impacts. That is seemingly because the state government is doing one of those things and the federal government is doing the other. Is that roughly right?
There's a number of factors, but chiefly the land use restrictions that have been put in place are based off the 2063 modelling, so the airport at full capacity. And based off that, they have limited it. When the federal government have done the noise insulation scheme currently, even though they are projecting that at a later point the impact will be so significant they don't want people living under it, they're only using the 2040 numbers and they're only using the ANC 20 rather than looking at the bigger picture. So they then have a much, much smaller cohort that are eligible now, despite the fact that the planning restrictions apply to many hundreds more properties.
Thank you for very clearly
And in full
clarifying.
operation, that airport has one flight every 76 seconds, 24/7.
One flight every
76 seconds.
76 seconds. Yeah. Okay. Well, look, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. There has been some questions taken on notice. We're asking for that back by the 23rd of August, if you could, to help us prepare a report. And with that, we are going to break for lunch. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. with Sydney Airport. Thank you very much. This hearing, if people could take their seats, if you would like to keep talking, best to do that outside. And I now welcome representatives from Sydney Airport. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you. For the record, could you please state your full names, the capacity in which you appear today?
Scott Charlton, CEO of Sydney Airport.
Joe Dennis, Head of Public Affairs.
Greg Hay, GM of Operations.
Thank you very much, and thanks for, we've got your submission. Thank you very much for that. I believe you have an opening statement, though, with some supplementary information. Over to you.
Oh, great. Thank you, Chair. And a short opening statement. So at Sydney Airport, we're well placed to discuss the impact of aircraft noise as one of the oldest continuously operating airports in the world, located just 8 kilometres from Sydney CBD. We are acutely aware that there must be a balance between the quality of life for local residents and enhancing the airport's broader social and economic contributions. This will be especially important in the years ahead as we grow beyond our long-term forecast of 65 million passengers. As the committee is aware, significant restrictions were put in place in the 1990s to manage the impact of aircraft noise. These include a curfew, a movement cap, and an operating plan designed to safely operate the airspace, manage demand, and share noise impacts. These restrictions have remained unchanged for more than 27 years, and since they were introduced, there have been significant developments in technology and operational procedures. We are now in the situation where the rules are actually preventing changes that would improve noise, reduce emissions, increase competition, and enhance choices for passengers. Now, within our constraints, we are working hard to address noise issues, and we acknowledge that there is an impact on the community. That being said, progress has been made with quieter aircraft and other programs, with noise complaints dropping by 75% over the last decade, but there's much more that needs to be done. And there is a perception that anything we do to make Sydney Airport work better comes at a cost to local communities in the form of noise. We actually believe that there are genuine opportunities for win-wins that will improve noise and the operation of Australia's most important infrastructure asset. We start with the facts that we maximise the proportion of arrivals and departures over water. Currently, around 51% of all flight movements at Sydney Airport occur to the south over Botany Bay. And we believe there are opportunities to leverage the advantage into better noise outcomes for the Sydney Basin, alongside several other changes that could be enacted, including implementing the federal government's recommendations in response to the Harris Review, scrapping the rule that mandates older, noisier freight aircraft during the curfew, retaining the early morning overwater shoulder arrivals at Sydney Airport rather than directing them to WSI, and incorporating technology that enables quieter and more efficient arrivals and departures, as well as reducing holding times. But noise outcomes are only one area where we can improve. As an airport and an industry, we can do so much better in relation to technology, efficiency, competition, airspace design, and border processing. In many of these areas, we acknowledge there are things within Sydney Airport's control that we can do much better, and we are committed to doing better. But in many aspects, we need to work collaboratively with regulators and agencies like Air Services Australia and Border Force. We have outlined many of those areas for improvement in our Aviation Green Paper submission. Happy to take questions, and Chair, just for the benefit of probably the questions, we've provided a couple of maps that might help in the discussion that we've given to the Secretary for the record.
Right. Thank you very much for that. We have those. I might just have a couple of quick ones to start with. You might have heard earlier that some of the representatives from the Sydney Airport Community Forum, is it? I think it's got the acronym right. They were pointing to the fact that Sydney Airport's falling considerably below apparently targets under the long-term operation plan for noise sharing. Could I get you to comment on that? Where are you in terms of meeting such targets, and if they're not being met, why is that the case?
Sure. So I'll start with when the LTOP was originally set up to help manage noise at Sydney Airport. The original aircraft movements were about 246,000 a year. In the government's forecast, they forecast Sydney Airport to move to about 500,000 movements a year when they set up LTOP. We're currently running at about 300,000 movements a year. When they set up LTOP, it was on the basis that it was always safety first, managing demand, and then when noise could be managed, to manage noise. So the LTOP's actually working the way the LTOP is written. So the issue is, over time, Sydney Airport's becoming busier, and as Sydney Airport becomes busier, the use of the parallel runway becomes more prevalent, which was the original indication or original intent of the LTOP plan. Now, we would point out, and when you have the map in front of you, we would point out that while the east-west runway movements are more limited because of the capacity and the growth at Sydney Airport, there are further movements to the east in that route D there, showing you we're coming off the parallel runway, pushing more flights out to the east to try and do additional noise sharing. And I'm sure we'll get to the question on noise sharing. We very much agree with almost everyone's comment about re-looking at the airspace over the Sydney Basin, because we think there are more things that we could do to share noise around Sydney Airport as well if the airspace was looked at holistically.
But just on the coming back to the LTOP points, in one of the submissions, they said in the early 2000s noise sharing occurred between 20 to 25% of the time. By 2019, it had fallen to just 0.15% of the time, and by 2023, just 0.5%. Presumably of movements were complying with noise sharing. Is that broadly correct? That's significant.
That's broadly correct.
I mean, I'm just wondering how has that been the result when I know you mentioned your growth numbers, but they're not yet at the 500,000. They're still significantly below that level.
So
what explains
the east-west runway can handle about 50, maybe up to 55 movements an hour. We're obviously on the cap, and the parallel runways could handle, but we're not suggesting they have the 80 cap movement. So the issue is, as we get close to that 50-55, the demand then means that the demand is solved before the LTOP noise sharing using the east-west runways used. Still, noise sharing across the paths is still being utilized with the different landing and takeover paths, but it's the growth of Sydney Airport.
I mean, you've said, so my understanding of the hierarchy here is safety is first. So presumably that's primarily driven by weather conditions?
Yeah, driven by weather condition or the conditions of the airspace. Okay.
The second one is demand, which goes to the point you were just making, and then the third is managing noise. Can you tell me for what percentage of time is the weather or the demand preventing you from using noise sharing? Just those two factors.
Yeah, so but noise sharing isn't just the east-west runway. So if you look again at the map, there is a whole different array of different.
You've got lots of modes, yeah.
So in using the east-west runway, it's probably, it's roughly about 3 or 4% of the time.
With respect, that's not my question. My question
sorry.
is because my question is one I think that you probably couldn't get from the data. And apparently that data is available, but that would show you the result of your decisions. I'm asking, what is binding here? What is the percentage of the time where weather and demand is what stops you from using noise sharing, independent of perhaps other factors, because we were told that perhaps sometimes noise sharing is not used because of air traffic control limitations or staff shortages, and or even that it's just easier for air services to operate in a parallel state?
Well, first of all, air services decides how to share the airspace. But noise, I think the issue is the 0.5% that you're referring to is the noise sharing using the easterly path. So noise sharing occurs across all of the paths. The issue is that the noise sharing on the east-west runway has diminished considerably as the capacity at Sydney Airport has increased, which is the way the LTOP was.
Okay, but my question didn't refer to the 0.5%. The last one didn't.
Yeah.
So can you get me that percent? I mean, if you can take it on notice, that's fine.
You
take that on notice?
It's 0.5 for noise sharing.
No, but that's just for east-west. And what I'm asking is, what percentage of the time is weather and demand stopping you from using noise sharing?
I'll have to come back.
Okay.
Happy for you to take that on notice. I think there's some nuance in that, but we'll take that on notice.
Happy for you to take that on notice. There's just on this point too. Have you got a similar issue to Brisbane about the knots that are the wind speed knots that stop you from taking off and landing in the same direction?
The issue for us is the use of the east-west runway in relation to weather. So we have a 20-knot threshold that
20-knot threshold.
Yeah. Right. Which most aircraft are rated up to 40 knots. So we have a very low threshold in which we have to switch to the.
So 20 knots is fairly rare. That's fairly windy, right?
No. It happens a lot.
It happens a lot. So what percentage of the time do you get 20-knot wind?
Well, in Q2, for example, Senator, we had 41 days out of 90 that were where Air Services implemented a ground delay program, GDP, which is basically to slow down our throughput. Some of those days was staffing, but a high number were due to weather. So that's
over 50 knots.
Close to
20.
That's after you were 3 minutes.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's must be a lot windier down here. All right, okay.
For the record, comparable airports around the world, Toronto Pearson, for example, has a 30 knot wind threshold before they switch modes.
Okay. So can you just explain? Maybe I'm getting confused because how I'm interpreting this is in terms of for sod drops, or what do you call that here? That's what I'm actually asking about, the simultaneous operation of the runway.
That's
probably all my ignorance, but what we sort of took in Brisbane was that planes can't, CASA says that planes can't take off and land in
the same direction
above 5 knots. There's a move to try and push that up to 10 knots, but there's a safety case for that, apparently. I'm asking about that for your airport. Is that relevant for your airport, the sod drops issue, or not at all?
It's not really irrelevant for us at this time. We're talking about when we have to use the east-west runway, which significantly limits the capacity of Sydney because we can't use the parallel runways.
All right. Yep. And it's not as much of an issue for you because you have that east-west runway you've got.
Well, it is an issue because it causes severe congestion and it can really impact the network. As Joe said, 41 out of 91 days we had ground delay programs. So when Sydney's on ground delay, that affects Melbourne, Brisbane, and the whole network.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. All right, thanks. I'll hand over to Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, gentlemen, for attending. I just want to understand with the Sydney Airport Community Forum group that we're in previously, what sort of interaction do you have with that group?
Well, the group Sydney meets with them on a quarterly basis. I haven't had any interaction.
Quarterly?
Yeah.
In person, because they were saying there'd been changes to how
we have representatives.
Those meetings pre-COVID, so the SACF representatives were right. Pre-COVID, they used to meet in the CPO in the city in person. During COVID, they met virtually, and post-COVID, with the spread of participants from Air Services, the Department of Infrastructure, ourselves, and others spread around Sydney, they've remained virtual.
Would you be prepared to meet? I mean, has that made any difference to the interaction, virtual versus in person?
We're more than happy to appear in person.
Okay, all right. And who chairs that group?
It is the member for Reid, Sally Situ. Prior to that, it was the member for Bennelong, John Alexander.
Right. And who determines the chair?
The Minister.
The Minister. All right, thank you. I just want to... Senator Canavan's actually asked a lot of the issues on access. One of the other issues has been the number of flights, and obviously in your opening remarks and your submission, you go to access into Sydney, and in particular slots. That's been in the public arena a lot over the last week and a half, in particular in light of Rex. But with a lot of fanfare, the Minister announced changes to the slot system in February, instead of implementing the Harris recommendations, which you ask to be implemented in your submission. So what has actually changed with terms of that announcement from the Minister in February?
At this point, nothing has been implemented at this point.
Nothing has been implemented. Are there discussions?
I believe there was an announcement of the slot coordinator tender earlier this week, so that was one of the recommendations. And there have been discussions with the department about how the actual implementation of the Harris Review Reform may or may not work. And I think they've been consulting with the different industry participants.
So we announce changes to the slot system in February. Everyone heaves a sigh of relief. Fantastic, some action. Nothing happens until obviously the second airline goes into administration because it says it can't access slots into Sydney. And now the Minister's suddenly announced the opening of a tender process around a slot coordinator. When were you informed about the Minister opening the tender?
Well, I think that was one of the actions in the review, but we saw the...
No, I appreciate it was one of the actions in the review. I also appreciate there's been a level of inaction that's frustrated everybody in the aviation industry on this particular issue, and we've seen 2 airlines who sought to compete against the duopoly go into administration in 4 months.
Sure.
So I want to know when Sydney Airport was aware Minister King would be tendering the slot.
Yeah.
To be honest, we found out on the day, Senator.
Right. So there wasn't an ongoing, this is what we're doing. You found out on the day, Mr Dennis?
We've remained close to both the department and the Minister's office, unsurprisingly, since the announcement, and we've been feeding into policy papers that are being developed, as we understand, ahead of a legislative drafting process, specifically on the announcement of the slot manager going to tender.
Yep.
We found out on Monday, on the day of the announcement.
Right. Okay. Rex has been very vocal about the issues of slot access around domestic jet slots into Sydney. You don't have a sustainable aviation business in this country without access to Sydney at the times Australians want to fly. The Prime Minister said that Rex had all the slots it needed. Is that true, Mr Charlton?
Look, I can't speak to Rex's business plan. I know Qantas had 103 slots during peak periods. Rex had 7.
Sorry, just say that again. Sorry, because I was...
103 slots during peak time.
For Qantas.
Qantas, domestic, Qantas and Jetstar. 57 for Virgin, and Rex had 7.
And Rex had 7.
7. Now, Rex had a very small fleet.
Yep. No, there's a whole lot of other
issues.
This is not a...
Yeah, so I can't comment. I don't want to comment. I can't comment on Rex's business plan. I think the issue for going forward, if you want to have a competitor competing and you wanted to build out a significant fleet and a significant schedule, the slot constraints at Sydney could be an issue.
Do you think the Minister's decision to bring forward the announcement, it would sound like, if you didn't even know it was happening, on the tender, was in response to the fact that the lack of access into Sydney for Rex on those domestic jet routes was why the Minister overreacted or brought forward her decision? Why else would she do it?
Well, that decision to tender was always in the plan. You'd have to ask the Minister the question on that.
Oh, we will be. We will be. Because that seems very, very odd. So why would the Prime Minister say that Rex had all the slots it needed to compete against Qantas? Was the Prime Minister confusing regional slots with domestic jet slots? Because clearly 103 versus 7, what's peak time? Sorry, when you said they were
basically 6 to 11.
6 till 11. So if I want to get in and out of Sydney for my business meetings, I've got to be landing in that time period. So to get that lucrative business traffic, that's one of them.
So 6 to 11, is that
peak? AM. Yeah, 6 to 11 AM. I think
I don't know which business meetings you're going to.
This is, Senator.
7 o'clock at night?
I think, Senator, this is where you have to look at future competition versus what maybe Rex was doing. Rex had a limited number of planes, so they only had a limited...
No, I appreciate there's other issues at play. I'm going to the Prime Minister standing up at a press conference and saying Rex had all the slots it needed. Was the Prime Minister confused about regional slots versus domestic jet slots, which are the capital city routes? Because what would have been the numbers Rex had? Did Rex have too many slots for the regional slots? What's the regional?
They had more regional slots than they were flying. So they had,
right. So Rex had more regional slots than they were flying. So they had excess slots into the regions, but where they wanted to go head-to-head with Qantas, they had 7 opportunities to land between capital cities between 6 a.m. and 11 versus 103 opportunities for Qantas Group. Is that... No, it's Qantas and Jetstar.
It's Qantas and Jetstar.
Qantas Group.
Yeah, Qantas Group.
Right. Have I got that right?
You have that right, but again, they only had a certain amount of planes.
You know, you've said it 3 times. It's on the record. You don't need to worry about that.
Quickly ask, how many did Virgin
Virgin have 57 slots.
Yeah.
So I think, and this is where the numbers get conflated, because I think sometimes the airlines will talk about Rex had all the slots they needed, but they'll put the regional slots, which they had quite a few regional slots, versus the domestic slots.
Because it is that when the domestic slots don't mean just not international, they mean that very lucrative business class route between capital cities. Just in terms of your opening comments around changes in a competitive industry, and my public comments on the need for that are quite clear. What would you change yesterday / immediately? What can we do? What can we recommend in this inquiry to make the aviation sector more competitive for Australian customers?
That's a very...
All right, give me your top three.
Well, if I want to have a better outcome of the airport, air services, I think we've raised that.
Yeah, they're in our sites.
More efficient air services would be quite helpful, and they're obviously have to build back up their employee base or their base. The issue around getting compliance around slots and actually moving more to the world slot sort of management type system, which is in the Harris Review, we think would open up more competition and mean the airport would perform much more efficiently. And then, if we look at processing, border force and some of the issues, we're going to have a much better experience for our passengers. There's a lot of things we could do with technology and things that globally are being done that we're not doing here in Australia.
All right, Mr. Charlton, the one that really interests me is Air Services Australia. This committee's heard a lot of evidence from communities up and down the East Coast about the disregard for community concerns, the disparaging way that they felt they've had to go through this ticker box exercise on consultation, the lack of genuine engagement, the culture of inaction, which I think anyone that's been involved in aviation over the preceding decades under all governments can clearly recognise. Now, we've been able to ensure that the CEO isn't reappointed, but that's not the only problem. So when you say to me, make air services more efficient, we'll tick. Yes, we get a tick in Economics 101. What does that mean? What can I actually do?
Clearly the staffing issue, which we are in competition globally, we need the staffing issue addressed. We need, from our perspective, a more performance-based or service-based culture, that they actually have a service charter of what they're trying to provide, not only to the community, but what they're trying to provide to the airport. As you know, we have an 80-cap movement. We never get close to that because of the way that the airspace and air services operate. So the use of technology that is being used over time, and I know that was talked about performance-based navigation, which we understand can, in certain instances, how it's used, create more funneled noise, but you can, with contour designs through Botany Bay, through continuous descent, you can use that same technology to get a better noise outcome as well. So the use of technology, operating procedures, we are certainly not at best practice.
Certainly not at best practice. It's appalling. And I've said, you don't have to agree with me, I've said it to their face in estimates over many years. When you look at a service charter, this would be a charter where they would have to report against. We heard some really good examples earlier in evidence today about making Air Services Australia accountable for their interaction with the communities, essentially almost a KPI, if you like.
Exactly, but we'd like to see that KPI not only for the community, we'd like to see that for the airports.
Right.
Yeah. Because right now it's a working relationship, and Greg has a working relationship on airport, which is really good. But when you look at what services they're set to provide, we'd like to see KPIs and measure against that.
And just briefly, because I know other senators have other questions, you are in favour of a whole of Sydney flight plan design in order to, we've heard from councils obviously today where they feel that they're being unfairly bearing the noise cost or impost over other communities, and that's been quite a political decision, so that we need to spread that more fairly across impacted communities. Is that your perspective?
Absolutely. We think the whole of the Sydney Basin airspace design needs to be looked at. Within the original WSI airspace, Sydney's airspace wasn't supposed to be impacted, but as the Inner West Council and some of the others have talked about, because of the final design, we've had to change our flight paths to quickly get out the north or concentrate over the north coming off to the west. So we think there could be better noise sharing, and not only that, it's not just the noise sharing. We think there can be much more efficient use of airspace. There's a lot of holding over Sydney. There's a lot of environmental waste. There's a lot of time waste. So we just think the airspace could be designed better if it was a whole of Sydney Basin design.
Holding over Sydney, yes. Thank you. Been there, done that, bought the T-shirt. We had also had evidence this morning, I think it was, that Air Services Australia has essentially been in breach of a ministerial direction for many, many years under successive governments, it would seem. Do you have any comment to make on that, or could you review the Hansard from earlier and provide us with your comment? Mr Dennis, you look like you were wanting to assist your CEO.
I think the point made by several groups this morning was that the original LTOP target was 17% to the north, basically over the inner west of Sydney, and that was based on computer modelling done in 1995, 1996.
We have computers?
Just. I think IBM.
They weren't as accurate as they should have been.
Windows.
So that was very much a target, and the LTOP document and directive is at pains to point out that this is only based on computer modelling. It is very hard to predict, and incidentally, on day one of operation of the LTOP, those targets to the north were or breached, if you like, but we're at 28%, and we're now at 32%. So we're not that far above where we were on day one. Their targets, and as Scott pointed out earlier, the LTOP is designed to use the parallel modes as the airport gets busier.
Thank you. I know a lot of other senators have questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Just quickly, thanks for the information there. Sure. And I see it's 2019 when before we got hit with what we did get hit with. Since then, we've seen Virgin's wide-body aircraft disappear. Qantas is just a pretty sad story when you're coming from Perth all the time anyway, in terms of lack of wide-bodied aircraft. How relevant are those figures nowadays?
Yeah, we're about 94% recovered. So at the time, we were doing about just over 900 flights a day. We're 860, 70 flights a day. So it's pretty close to what you see.
So we're still doing about nearly the same flights?
We're almost back to the same flight movements. Yeah.
What about passenger movements then?
So we were about 42 million back then, and we're just going to be around 41 million, just 41.5 million. So pretty close to 2019 levels.
So even with the lack of big aircraft, we're still about the same?
Yeah, well, we've had additional aircraft come in from China.
Sorry.
Sorry, this is international and domestic.
I'm thinking domestic. Yeah.
Domestic's about 92% covered. Yeah, recovered.
And movements?
Yeah, actually, in some cases they've downgraded aircraft, and that comes to a different issue on cancellations and other things like that. But yeah.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Stirl. I'm going to go on the telephone to Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you very much. Question first off regarding the simultaneous opposite direction parallel runway operations. Is it possible to provide a breakdown of when this mode's used? So, for example, times of day and the percentage of overall flights that use this mode?
Go ahead, Greg.
It's a very rare mode of operation in use, but we can certainly take that on notice and provide that data.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. I also just want to interrogate the suggestion that the flat cap makes delays worse. In submission 291 from SACEF's member John Clark, says that indeed there has not been one instance where the cap of 80 has been reached in the 2 hours following an incident and where the cap would have constrained the recovery. Is that correct?
Well, it's because they're not able to exceed the cap. So the airlines cancel the flights or divert the aircraft because they're not able to exceed the 80 movements. But if in a recovery period there was the ability over a 2 or 3 hour period, there would certainly be the ability to recover some of those flights if we could achieve more than 80 movements an hour.
Okay, so is there more information around what, like the extent to which that flight cap makes those delays worse that you can provide on notice too?
Absolutely, we can give you the number of flights that get cancelled in a major event.
Thank you. And just finally, in submission 282 from SACF's member Kevin Hill, he referred to legal action to enforce the curfew after dispensations made during COVID kept being extended. Are you aware of the dispensations being referred to?
Yes, we are. So during COVID, and it was one of the issues I raised in our submission. So because of the 27-year-old nature of the LTOP, there was 2 freighters. So there's 12 to 15 freighters that fly in at night. There's air ambulance and some small stuff, but no passenger planes. There's 12 to 15 freighters that fly in at night, and then originally LTOP, it was specified they're DC-9s or BA-146s. So quite, 30-year-old aircraft that are still specified. During COVID, because of the lack of freight being brought in and some other issues, dispensation was given. There was some 737s, but there was also A321s flown in. And one of our issues is right now we've had to revert to the BAE 146s, which the A321s are about, their noise contour is about 50% less. And obviously their emissions are a lot less. So our preference would be to allow quieter and more emissions-friendly aircraft to fly during that curfew period. I think one of the issues that SACF raised, particularly during COVID, is because of the gateway operations to the north of the airport in construction during COVID, we had to use the parallel runway for freight operations at night during that construction period, but that's no longer the case. So we think much quieter aircraft than the old BAE 146s should be used for the curfew period. That being said, once the Western Sydney International Airport opens, those freighters will then fly out to Western Sydney. There's 12 to 15 flights. We think those flights will be much better flying over Botany Bay, or at least sharing the noise with WSI during that curfew period.
If I may, Senator, just to go a bit further on those curfew freight flights and forcing the use of 30 to 40-year-old aircraft, we think a much better idea would be simply to specify a decibel threshold, and then it's up to the freight companies. It's up to the freight companies and the airlines to use modern, more efficient, quiet aircraft, and then if the economics don't stack up, well, they don't fly at night. It's pretty simple. Adelaide, for example, has a noise threshold, and it just doesn't stand to reason that you would specify in legislation aircraft that are 40 years old.
Aircraft that are 40 years old?
40 years old.
They don't make them anymore.
Jeez.
Yeah. Okay, no further questions. Thanks for your response.
Thanks, Senator Hodgins, mate. Just on that point, so is that, when you say the legislation, this is the LTOP, is it? Is that what needs to change?
Sorry, this is the Sydney Airport Curfew Act,
right?
Which was written by Laurie Brereton in 1995.
Okay, so the Sydney Airport Act specifies as the use of these, did you say DC-9s and BA-146?
DC-9s don't fly anymore, but the BA-146s are still there. Yeah, they specify that those aircraft fly. Yeah. The other thing it specifies is with the curfew flights, because we get 4 curfew flights coming in between 5 and 6 a.m. over Botany Bay, so they land over Botany Bay, so that's your QF1s, that's your Singapore Airlines. When WSI comes in, we'll lose those curfew flights and they'll be flying over land instead of landing over Botany Bay. Again, we think those curfew flights are best landed over Botany Bay during that.
Just explain to me why you lose them.
Under the legislation, once WSI, a second airport in Sydney is available, the curfew flights are no longer allowed.
Right. Okay. And these just
I should say shoulder flights. So curfew flights with freighters And there's 4 passenger flights.
Oh, these, okay, I was going to ask that. So these are shoulder flights?
These are shoulder flights between 5 and 6 a.m.
Right, okay.
They currently have been landing for quite a long time.
These are just landings, they're not taking?
They're just landings over Botany Bay.
Will they always be over Botany Bay? Wouldn't?
They're specified to land over Botany Bay.
What if weather's?
They can't land.
They can't land.
They can't land.
They're prohibited. The
Right.
legislation's
They'd have to be
very prescriptive. The freighters have to come in, so the freighters can arrive and depart, have to use the main runway. From time to time, there is special dispensation to use the third runway if there's works required. But the curfew shoulder flights that Scott was referring to are the wide-body international aircraft. They're typically sort of London, Singapore, Sydney flights. And with the changes in daylight savings during our winter, when we Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere daylight savings change, those flights are given permission to land early. And again, the Sydney Airport Curfew Act stipulates that those shoulder flights that come in over water will be forced to Western Sydney.
So it seems there does need to be quite a review, or there's just a few changes to this act. It's a bit outdated, this act.
We have quite a bit of this in our submission to the Green Paper, but there's quite a few things we think we could do to improve noise at Sydney Airport and also improve noise at the Sydney Basin.
Okay, all right. And while all the planning's being done for Western Sydney Airport, there hasn't been has there been a review of the acts that oversee your airport?
Only the slot reform. Only the slot reform. Yeah. Other than that, nothing has been.
Seems a little strange.
I think, Senator, if I may, we've perhaps missed an opportunity in the development of the Western Sydney flight paths with a direction just to not touch KSA because it's perhaps all a bit hard.
Yeah.
We've perhaps missed an opportunity, as Scott said, to look at the things that could actually improve noise. So it's leave Sydney alone and look at WSI in isolation. I think we've really missed an opportunity to look at.
Well, I suppose I'm just a naive country Queenslander coming here. I presume the problem is
all politics.
The problem is if you have this review, it opens up potentially a political can of worms. Is that the problem? Is that why this hasn't happened?
Well, we can't make that judgment. Yeah. What we're saying is 51% of our flights land over or take off over Botany Bay, and arrivals over water has to be quieter than arrivals over land.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to, before we go to another witness, I wanted to ask about the forum. I mentioned the forum earlier, the Sydney Airport Community Forum. It sounds like they're not getting a lot of engagement right now. They hadn't had a lot of face-to-face meetings, if any. Sounds like they're struggling to have their voice heard. What's your involvement with the forum? Do you support it in any way? Or yep.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So that's a forum that's run effectively by the government of the day, the department. We are a member on that forum, as I think the gentleman and witnesses explained. There's federal electorate, state electorates, local councils, community reps, and we're just one. We're a participant, effectively. They meet quarterly. Yeah.
Okay. And so, what's been your experience? Has there been a continuing level of engagement through the forum, or has there been some lapse since COVID and an irregular amount of meetings or no face-to-face contact, etc.?
I think our experience has been that those meetings have, remained quarterly. There are different community forum, community group models around the country. Melbourne Airport, for example, has a community consultation group, a CAG. Their terms of reference are a little bit broader. It's not just about noise. It's development and planning and operations, community and stakeholder engagement. They have a slightly different membership group. So we actually made part of our green paper that you could perhaps just slightly broaden the terms of reference for SACF, which was put in place to deal with a certain problem 25, 30 years ago. Could you broaden its scope, look at the membership, etc.? So we've made that part of our green paper submission.
Noise is obviously is an issue and still a big part of the issue. But also we reach out to the community whenever we do anything material. I think the last when we were doing some work, we sent out 300,000, notices and flyers. So we do a lot of work with the community outside of just SACF as well.
Okay. And look, just finally on the freight flights, which just to be clear, my understanding is I get so confused about all the different rules. You can take freight flights after curfew or
12 during curfew, 12 to 15. So between 11 and 6 a.m. we can take 12 to 15 freighters, but they have to be.
Okay, so they're capped. That was going to be my question.
Yeah,
There is a cap. And
they have to be BA1.
Right.
BA1
and you're up against the cap right now, or you could take more?
The freighters are full, and actually, it's come as no surprise with all the online shopping. Ozpost, Qantas, Pioneer, and the other freight companies actually can't keep up to the freight task with the size of aircraft that they're forced to use. So Scott's right. We have around 15 a night. The cap is 70, 75 a week. But the planes can't meet the freight task. So, yes, we are effectively using the freight cap.
So if the legislation was reformed to include these modern planes, capacity would be increased. Like the freight capacity would be increased.
They'd be quieter, and
they'd be bigger. They're bigger planes, so they fit more in them.
Yeah.
Would you have less movements, or do you think immediately the extra demand for packages and some such would continue the same number of movements with a greater amount of freight?
It would probably be close to the same movements. Yeah.
Okay. And Western Sydney's unlikely to change your movements overnight?
Well, no, we'll lose them all. We're forced to go to West. They're forced. We can't land freighters.
All of them. I thought it was just the shoulder. No.
No. So all the freighters go. So Sydney will have no noise at night.
But all of those freighters are going over the bay, or just the ones in the shoulder?
No, they have to land over they can take off.
Over
water, yeah.
But just to be clear, the overnight freight flights are forced to go to WSI when it opens. Right. So that
because of the legislation.
Yeah.
When the second airport opens,
when the freighters and the shoulder flights have to go to WSI.
So the noise is effectively just displaced from over the water, where it impacts very few people, to Western Sydney.
Right. I mean, it's remiss of me now, learning through this, we should have asked this of the community forum. We might have some others that can help later in the community session. But do you get many complaints about those freight flights, though, given that they're over water, but are there complaints about it? I mean, is there some...
Yeah, I mean, there's some residents in Cornell that can be affected.
Right. Yeah.
What we want to do with performance-based navigation, again, we can get sort of curve pass into Botany Bay, and if we get continuous descent and some of the things we want to do, we will lessen the noise. Again, we want to use quieter aircraft. If you look at our number of complaints, they're down about 75%, as I said, in the last decade. I think the airport gets about 4 to 5 complaints a week, so it's about 1 complaint for every 1,200 flights, or about 125,000 passengers, or about $100 million in economic value. So, but it's still important, and we realize noise is very important. That's why we want to do these things to improve the outcomes.
And you don't have continuous descent operations into Sydney. There's the same issue in Brisbane. Why can't this be done?
Because you need to redesign the airspace. And
I know, but can't that be done?
Yeah, but that's someone sitting down and going, consider yourself redesigned.
Yeah, but then you're touching WSI, you're touching Richmond Air Force Base, you're touching Bankstown, you're touching 6 airports. It's something no one's wanted to take on the challenge yet.
So there's not even a process in place here to do that at the moment. Is that because of the number of airports affected, in your view? It's too challenging?
I think there's a lot of reasons, Senator.
Okay. Yes, we haven't had Air Services Australia yet at this.
Yeah, we're looking forward to getting Air Services
Australia. We'll need a
Australia
whole day, perhaps. Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry, Senator Mackenzie. Yes, there's time. You can ask.
Thank you. Just on the freight issue, we heard that the minister was allowing freight movements in and out of Sydney against the regulation.
Well, yeah, I think the issue was there was an exemption in regard to that during COVID dispensation around using different aircraft. They did use some 737s that were older 737s, and then after a while they kept extending the dispensation, and I think the community forum took the department to the court over going back to the 146
and was successful, which means the court found the minister in breach of unlawfully providing an exemption.
So the Sydney Airport Curfew Act is so prescriptive by nature, and it was determined that the exceptional circumstances that existed when Michael McCormack
no longer
put it in
existed.
place no longer existed. Senator, it was compounded, the noise issue was compounded by the fact that our main runway had to be closed for 1/3 of the year to build the Gateway Road project. So the planes were forced out onto a runway they don't typically use, and therefore impacted the residents of Kurnell.
But Mr. Dennis, you're a big corporation. I'm sure you've got a legal team out the back somewhere. The minister clearly did the wrong thing and was found to do the wrong thing by the court, then signed off on another 12-month extension of the exemption, is my understanding, right? At what point did Sydney Airport, what was your legal advice around the minister being able to use your infrastructure in this way? Were you...
It's a decision. It's a decision for the government and for the department and for Airspace. Using what aircraft we're allowed to use is their decision. So we accepted that they were allowing that aircraft to use the airport. So that was their decision. Regardless of that outcome, we still think a better outcome is flying more efficient.
No, we all get that, Mr. Charlton. But I'm surprised that an organisation of your size, weight and significance didn't have your own legal advice on whether the extension of the exemption was lawful.
Yeah, it was a judgment call on external circumstances, and that was a judgment call that the government made, and we didn't take a view on it.
Righto. My question then goes to how much. You said it was Qantas. Who else benefited from the exemption? Qantas?
Australia Post do a lot of freight.
Australia Post?
Pioneer is another freight company that operate overnight.
Right. Who else?
We can come back to you.
Toll?
We'll have to take it on notice.
Take it on notice. Who were the
It's not a big group, is it?
From memory, it's 3 or 4.
3 or 4. The fact that you can't remember, like that, I would like to know who the 3 or 4 are.
Sure.
I know number 1 is Qantas. I would also like to know, if you're able, how much that particular effort or experience or action benefited the airport and any other, how much Qantas pocketed as a result of that. Now, I'll appreciate if you don't know the answer, but I want to know how much you got in maybe $15 landing
no, it's
fee.
the same
I don't
landing,
know
it's
what
the
it
same
is.
landing. It's the same landing charge.
That's what I would like to understand. I'd like to know who, how much, and whatever information you can provide to me, because that's just not right. Okay. Yep.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. And if there are no further questions, thank you for your time today, gentlemen. There has been a number of questions taken on notice. If you could get that information back to us by the 23rd of August, that would be great. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. We might suspend again while we next witnesses, just in this format. And I now welcome representatives from the Western Sydney Airport Corporation. I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. Alison Webster, Executive General Manager, Commercial and Strategy, Western Sydney Airport.
Hello, Catherine Payne, General Manager, External Affairs, Western Sydney International Airport.
Thank you for that. And look, in a moment I'll invite you to make an opening statement. I just want to clarify, the CEO wasn't available for personal reasons, I believe.
That's correct, Senator, and I would like to pass on expressly Simon Hickey's apologies to the committee and to the community. He had some long-standing personal commitments and he is interstate. Otherwise, he would not have missed this.
Okay, well, it's a shame, but we might seek to have him back at a subsequent hearing of the committee, because I think it's very important. We do follow some of the issues the community's raised with us today with the senior levels of your organisation. Can I also just ask, I'm a little surprised we haven't received a submission from you, and maybe we can still accept one, and you've got the benefit today of a lot of information being provided to us. Is there a reason why you haven't made a detailed submission to this committee?
And Senators, thank you both for the clarification, and I apologise if we've caused a perception that we've not contributed proactively prior to this hearing. We believe we're in the unique situation of actually being 2.5 years out from opening, and particularly with regards to the content of the inquiry on aircraft noise, we are indeed, whilst a collaborator, a recipient of the flight paths led by the Department of Infrastructure. And so what we wanted to focus on in the letter that we've pre-submitted to you today is our approach to community engagement, where we're up to in terms of the airport infrastructure development, but we're very happy to take on notice any other supplementary information that isn't contained in our response to the draft EIS as well, which we believe you have a copy of as a committee.
Okay, well look, I appreciate that. As I say, I just want to put on record that I am surprised about that. I think we've received submissions from almost every other major airport in the country,
including Brisbane.
Been
under.
Yep, they've obviously got issues, but you're the only situation where we can actually do something about aircraft noise before an airport and flight paths are put in place. Obviously, it's a lot harder after the event, so it's something of great importance and interest to our inquiry. Look, with that out of the way, you are welcome to make an opening statement, though. Would you like to do that?
We would welcome that opportunity. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you. And good afternoon to the community in attendance. Since the first sod was turned on Sydney's new international airport, we've made an enormous effort to engage with our local communities, and this remains a top priority. The community have in fact been at the forefront of decision-making around this airport for several decades. Successive governments ensured appropriate land use controls were put in place, which even preceded the formal decision to build a new 24-hour airport here in Western Sydney. The aim was to safeguard local communities and the airport from potentially incompatible developments. It's one of the many ways in which Western Sydney International Airport has been built with the future and its communities in mind. As the owner of the airport lease granted by the Australian Government, we are responsible for the development and operation of Western Sydney International Airport to improve aviation services for the people of Sydney while maximising the economic benefits of this asset for all Australians. This is the first greenfield international airport our nation has seen in more than 50 years, ensuring our communities could join us on the journey to build this airport, readily receive information on the project, and importantly benefit from its associated economic opportunities was therefore paramount. Our airport is not simply located in Western Sydney. Rather, Western Sydney International Airport is part of the community in which it operates. We have and will continue to work closely with residents, community groups, schools and local councils across the region. This is illustrated by more than...
It would be nice, everyone's been heard with respect this morning, and this afternoon, so if we could just hear witnesses in silence. Thank you. Over to you, Ms Webster.
This is illustrated by the more than 85,000 people who visited our Experience Centre to learn about the airport, and by our community engagement team who, through events, letterbox drops, door knocking, phone calls and more, continue to work alongside our local communities every week. We've also engaged more than 200 schools and reached over 26,000 students as part of our community outreach. A recent National Australia Bank report showed that this region is set to grow by more than 25% to about 3.2 million people over the next 10 years. That same report recognised how a new 24-hour Western Sydney International Airport will connect this growing population to global markets for local industries and businesses, while unlocking opportunities for the region's manufacturing and logistics sectors. In turn, this growth is anticipated to generate tens of thousands of jobs. Our airport and precinct partners are acutely aware of the incredible potential of this moment. Right now, we have about 3,500 people working to build the airport each day. Thousands more jobs will be required during operations, and we're already thinking about these jobs of the future and equipping our young people in the community with the skills they need to harness these opportunities. From the project's outset, we've been cognizant of potential community impacts. The airport is a large infrastructure project, and that means we have a responsibility to work with the community to minimise impacts to the best of our ability. We have demonstrated our commitment to mitigation strategies during construction, and I can reassure everyone listening today that those efforts will continue in earnest over the years to come. Western Sydney International Airport will be a 24-hour airport for everyone in Sydney. It will connect Western Sydney, Greater Sydney and our nation to the world in ways we've simply never seen. The job, business and tourism opportunities it will bring are unprecedented, and much of the benefit of the economic growth will flow into our local communities. When all is said and done, we acknowledge and appreciate that there are some in the community with concerns about the airport. It's important that their views are heard as part of a fair and transparent process. For our part, we will continue to listen and engage our diverse local communities, just as we've done during construction and as we'll continue to do so in the lead up to opening in 2026 and beyond, to ensure any feedback is carefully considered.
Okay, thank you, Ms Webster. I'll go to Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you very much, ladies, for attending. I look forward to seeing your CEO, hopefully at our Canberra hearings. We've been hearing a lot about Air Services Australia, so I want to hear from Western Sydney whether you agree with the consultation process as it was undertaken by Air Services Australia with these communities about the flight paths.
Thank you for the question, Senator. And I think what we do have is strong collaboration both with Air Services and the Department of Infrastructure with regards to that community consultation. In fact, many of our direct community engagement...
With respect, Ms Webster, we've got a big community session coming up, so I don't want to eat into that time. I asked whether Western Sydney agreed with the consultation process as outlined, and I know you will have been listening closely to the evidence that was given today. If you didn't already know about the community's concerns, I'm asking you if Western Sydney thinks that the consultation undertaken by Air Services Australia with this community has been adequate. Yes or no?
I think yes, I would answer yes, Senator. I think it's difficult to answer.
Do you think the consultation undertaken by the department, because there have been often two processes going on, has been similarly adequate with Western Sydney communities?
We've been part and parcel of that community consultation with the department.
Yes, and do you believe it's been adequate?
It's hard to answer on behalf of the audience whether it's been adequate, but we felt that we were contributing and playing a critical role in a very important community consultation program.
Because there's been evidence to us today that some of that consultation has just been a 2-hour pop-up stall out the front of the IGA, that has been more about an information centre. You've heard it all. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. And that's why I do find it passing strange and bordering on concerning that you think that that's adequate?
One of the things,
given the length of time your organisation is going to be embedded and contributing to and working with Western Sydney over the next century.
Senator, one of the things we're proud of is the number of visitations we've had at the Experience Centre at the airport site. We've had over 85,000.
No, I've had that briefing too, Ms Webster, and I know we're on limited time. Now, the CEO, for whatever reason, isn't here. You are, so you're going to have to answer the questions instead of talk about your community days, which are very well attended and everyone. Nobody's doubting the economic benefit and the excitement around the potential of this airport. But there are consequences. So I want to talk about, that's what this inquiry is about. What are you doing in this space? You're building an airport, but you're telling us that you haven't, other than going to some departmental sessions, you're not really overly engaged in the noise and flight path.
I think, just to clarify, Senator, the Department of Infrastructure has the lead on
yes, no, I appreciate that.
And so we're a contributor to that, and we play our role as listening to the concerns of the community. But I would respectfully say that that is a role that the Department of Infrastructure plays in leading this flight path piece of work for the airport.
And we'll have them in front of us when we get to Canberra. So does Western Sydney Airport then support the changed flight paths as proposed by Air Services Australia?
We are very supportive of working with Air Services Australia on those proposed changes. I think, as you heard from our colleagues at Sydney Airport, number one priority is safety for the airport, and then secondly, it's to work collaboratively to minimise impacts in communities such as noise.
What contact have you had with the Minister's office about this inquiry? And bearing in mind you are public officials in front of a Senate inquiry.
Yes.
We certainly interact very closely with the department, and we attend the forum on Western Sydney Airport. We participate in that and present our airport update at that forum, which I think the last meeting was on Friday. And we attend meetings with the department and with Air Services.
So the department the Minister's office knows you're appearing today?
Yes.
And did they speak to you about that?
Not directly, no.
Not directly, indirectly?
Well, we certainly have been speaking to the department.
To the department. So through the department,
yes.
You get an understanding of what the Minister's office is thinking. Well, that's usually how it works. I'm asking if it works in this space.
So the direct conversations we had with the Department of Infrastructure didn't convey any direct messages from the Minister's office, no.
No direct messages, but I asked about indirect.
No, I don't believe so.
No, and no contact with the Minister's office.
Not specific.
When was the last time you spoke to the Minister's office?
Earlier this week, but not on this particular matter.
Earlier this week. And Ms Webster, when did you last speak to the Minister's office?
I would not normally engage directly with the Minister's office, so I can't recall the last time.
All right, no worries. What do you say to the critics of the flight paths that some communities are being more impacted than others? That's been the significant evidence here that certain communities in Western Sydney are getting the bulk, shall we say, of these changes.
So I think, first of all, and I know this is well known to the committee, this plan for Western Sydney Airport has been decades in the making, and actually there has been then significant time and thought given in advance to land planning and zoning decisions around the precinct in which we operate. And I certainly know that the opportunity that this airport brings in terms of the socio-economic benefit for Western Sydney is also well known. I think it's also clear that the community in areas has concerns, and that is where the process for flight path design led by the Department of Infrastructure is designed to receive that input and then ultimately make the decisions on behalf of our airport.
We've heard about the impact on property prices, and I'm just wondering what analysis Western Sydney Airport has done about the impact on property prices.
I think I may have to take that on notice, Senator. I'm not aware of any analysis that we have done on property prices, Catherine, unless there's anything else. No. Senator, could we please take that on notice?
Yep, sure. I'm just wondering if it would be possible for the committee to actually get a briefing on Western Sydney Airport, actually attend the airport, be shown around.
We would absolutely welcome and extend a very warm invitation. In fact, it's a really good milestone opportunity. You may be aware that 2 weeks ago we reached a critical milestone of the terminal roof going on, runway completion. There would be no better time. I think also a really great place for the conversation to take place about the future opportunities for the airport.
Fantastic. I'll leave that in the capable chair's hands. I've just got one more.
Okay.
There has been a change to the RRO flight path to not affect residents of Lyndon, Silverdale and Wallace. Does Western Sydney Airport know of any further changes to less affect heavy residential areas?
No. Again, I would direct that question to the Department of Infrastructure, who are leading that piece of work.
Yes, I know they're leading, but you aren't aware.
No, we're not.
No. Right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Sterle.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much, Ms Webster. So, coming from Perth, this is it's not my part of the world, but I am keen to hear about job opportunities. And I had raised the question with early witnesses, and there was no thrill, there was no excitement. There was a lot of talk about, you know, cafes won't open if there's air noise over, maybe over top or something like that. But you did say in your opening address about the tens of thousands of jobs, was your words, the economic opportunities.
Correct.
And coming from my home state of WA, where our airport is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that's not enough. And I understand when you talk about airlines and airports, it's going to upset a lot of people. So the whole idea is how do we upset the least possible amount of people. Tell us more about the opportunities, because in Perth, we go down the airport, you can't move because we've got our DCs, Woolies, Coles, Audi, we've got all our big trucking operations, we've got all the mechanical repairs, CJD, Kenworth, they're all around the airport. Is that the vision here as well? It is. Okay. Oh, okay. Well,
And let me just unpack that a little more. The question is really relevant. I think, first of all, just reaffirming, and I mentioned in the opening statement, we currently have 3,500 employees working on the site right now, bringing the construction to life. Over 50% of them are residents of Western Sydney.
50%?
Yes, that's correct. And, you know, we have some amazing stories. We have people like Jonathan Dunstan, who is a long-time resident of Camden, born and bred, 34 years old. He has had the benefit of career progression and is now a lead engineer working for Multiplex on the terminal build site. And he and his family are delighted. They've just been able to get their first mortgage underway at Camden, and he's already thinking about the jobs his kids will have around the airport. So live stories now. I think the other thing that's going in right now with regards to jobs is we've spent over $500 million across 360 Western Sydney businesses, from retail to catering to security to earthworks, and that is live and happening now. Now, another example is Micron Manufacturing at Blacktown. They're actually, right now, with a team of 29 full-time employees who come from many different parts of Western Sydney, but actually different parts of the world before they called Western Sydney home. They're building the check-in kiosks and the bag drops that will actually be in the check-in area at Western Sydney Airport. They are so proud to be part of that infrastructure that every time they fly home to visit family and friends, they'll use that kit themselves. Then if we project into the future, you very rightfully mentioned infrastructure around the precinct. So let alone the jobs that will come from Border Force, Department of Agriculture, the Australian Police Force, the retail actually in the terminal itself, the manning of the lounges, the cargo precinct. We also announced earlier this year the starting of build of the first phase of the business precinct stage 1, which is at the entry road into the airport. It will have a 4-star hotel, it will have a number of bulky retail sites. You know, this is just the beginning. So yes, proof points absolutely 3.5 now, more prior to airport, and then it continues to grow from there. The last piece I would just share with the committee is, you may be aware, we've signed a first heads of agreement with Qantas group last year, and their commitment is to 700 jobs in the start-up phase that they will recruit at Western Sydney International Airport for their operations, basing 15 domestic aircraft at our airport from year one.
So with all this economic activity, what, no DFO? No, that's just a throwaway line, don't worry about that. So who is the shire here that the airport's on? There's a few shires before us, and I apologise, I don't know where they are.
So, Catherine, I might hand
Who's your shire?
We border a number.
We border a number, Liverpool.
Sorry?
Liverpool.
Liverpool. We haven't heard from them. Are they represented by Western Sydney? Or Inner West, is that Liverpool?
No.
No. So we have Penrith, Liverpool.
Are you working with Liverpool or Penrith?
Absolutely. We work with all the councils and we have good engagement. I think in the last year, I think in the last while we've had over 39 different interactions with local councils. We have regular meetings with Penrith Council, Liverpool. We've hosted all the councils that have reached out to us, including Camden, Fairfield, Parramatta, Penrith, all the surrounding councils. We're very engaged. We meet with them. We host members of their committee.
Sorry to interrupt you, because I'm just... It alarms me that we don't have the... Well, now I know. Why haven't we got the councils you're working with talking to? Because there's no friends of the councils that come in front of us. They've all poo-pooed the idea and it's all... The sky's going to cave in, but anyway. What have you got, MOUs with them, or what do you actually do with them? Are they slapping you on the back and happy to work with you, or you just talk to them? Give us some more info.
We participate in various activities, whether it's tourism, jobs.
Your airport, just exactly with the airport. How engaged are they? Are they excited? Are they against?
Absolutely.
If they're against, they probably would have lined up with the other ones. I don't know why we don't have councils that...
Definitely, absolutely. We engage with all of them, and they are all very excited about the opportunities that for their constituents. And we host them on site. We also attend meetings with them on various topics and issues. We're there to engage with them on issues that they raise with us, to look for solutions if there are issues, whether it might be things to do with construction that are impacting the community, whatever it might be. We are accessible and we do work closely with them.
And we host many of them for events at the Experience Centre, so they can bring their colleagues to actually have a look at what's happening with the airport. In fact, I think we are hosting Lithgow Council this afternoon at the Experience Centre. So it is strong engagement, it's strong support. We also work closely with Western Sydney Business Forum, and that's where collectively, alongside the councils, we're leaning into these high school students and schools that we talked about. It is about promoting the job opportunities and, giving students in each of these local council areas a chance to dream about the jobs they'll have here in Western Sydney, rather the over 90-minute commute every day into the city that they face right now for the jobs that they want to choose.
Okay, well, the Chair just did inform me that Liverpool is part of Inner West.
Western Sydney.
Western Sydney. Yep, they are, but the others, okay. Look, that's good, that's fine. Well, let's hope we can resolve a few more issues and, let's hope we get a positive outcome. I know that, as I said, there will be people who will never be happy, and I understand why. I do understand that, but it's good to hear the positive side that this project can bring to a lot of people out here. Not all, but a lot. Thanks, Chair, and I know you're tight for time.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. I'm going to go to Senator Hodgins-May on the phone.
Thank you, Chair. Now, we've heard from residents in Western Sydney and the Blue Mountains who are deeply concerned that they won't be afforded the same protections and regulations as Sydney Airport, for example, around a curfew. Do you think these concerns are legitimate and that protections, including curfews, should be on the table to help respond to these concerns?
Senator, I'd absolutely say that any concern that is raised by an individual is clearly legitimate. In responding to how the overall approach is to answering those concerns, that is a matter that is led by the Department of Infrastructure as they are going through the consultation with community on flight paths.
Do you know if curfews are... some of the witnesses have said that they've been told that curfews aren't going to be considered for Western Sydney Airport. Do you know if that's the case, or do you believe that it is an open conversation still and a legitimate option being considered?
The only response I can give you is to go back to the fact base that we ourselves used to inform ourselves around the project, which was the business case and planning for this airport has been predicated on 24/7 operations. I don't feel at liberty to comment on those in decision making as to where their thinking is at, but certainly it is a matter of fact that this airport, and that's why decades in the making, decades in the planning and zoning support, has always been envisaged to be 24/7. Indeed, I would say that Sydney is quite outstanding against its global peers in not having a 24/7 airport. When you look at global cities, when you look at what actually supports socio-economic development and growth and prosperity, it is a 24/7 airport at the heart of a city's growth.
Yeah, thank you. And I just note that we have heard from members for North Sydney and Wentworth that they're receiving large numbers of complaints. And I think, there really are some legitimate concerns coming through from these areas, and that the lack of protection is potentially very concerning. What's your position on a long-term operating plan, like what's in place at Sydney Airport? Has this been implemented adequately in your view?
So with regards to our own long-term operating plan, that will be in the work ahead for us as flight paths are confirmed and we start to move into our operational readiness planning period, which is in the 12 to 18 months preceding airport opening. So it is ahead of us on the journey towards opening this airport, but we have not yet commenced that work.
Okay, thanks. And as the airport operator, what noise mitigation measures are you responsible for? And can you talk to what budget is allocated to them?
So, sorry, I might just ask you to repeat the question.
Sure. So as the airport operator, can you speak about which noise mitigation measures you're responsible for and if there's budget that's been allocated to those measures yet?
So again, I would just highlight that we're not yet an operating airport, and so while the flight paths are still under the leadership of the Department of Infrastructure, that then looks at associated mitigations and budgets. It will be a matter for us in the future once we commence operations.
Okay, thanks. And is it correct that you contacted Deloitte to model the potential impact to the curfew at Western Sydney International Airport?
We've certainly undertaken some modelling with regards to impacts of not having a curfew at Western Sydney International Airport. Modelling at a point in time, I think the work was conducted somewhere around 2022, and it was really looking at a number of different factors, you know, from attractiveness to airlines, and therefore I think, as we've just talked about, the airlines are the generator of the job churn and capability. And so, yes, they did some work for us to just try to understand some of the moving parts of that.
Thank you. And do you plan to publicly release that modelling?
We don't have plans at this stage, no.
Well,
any reason why not? Or?
We ask for the modelling, please, to be provided on notice. Take on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. And also, the cost of the modelling, please, to be put on notice.
Take that on notice.
And do you have equivalent modelling on the health and economic impacts of overnight aircraft noise?
No, we don't.
And, I suppose, my final question, do you think it's disingenuous to argue the economic benefits of no curfew without data on its economic impact?
Sorry, again, can I just ask you to repeat the question, Senator? My apologies.
Yeah, no, look, don't worry about that one. I think that's enough. I appreciate that. I'll await the information being provided on notice. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Hodgins-May. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask one further question about the employment and job creation that you talked about a bit earlier. Do you have any projections about what rate of growth in total employment that the airport might have on the region, particularly into the long-term future? I know you talked kind of specifics around, a case study of a resident who's an engineer, bought a house and looking at, to the future of their children. But do you have any kind of data on, what's the actual impact into the future on the region?
I'm happy to take that question on notice and be able to come back to you on that, Senator.
That would be great, thank you. And just a couple of questions about sustainability. In the construction of the airport, what are your principles of sustainability in terms of playing a role in both the construction and the operation of the airport?
I might start and then, Catherine, you might like to chip in. We certainly are ensuring that we are focused on sustainability right across the design elements of the terminal, from, for example, the way that we are equipping our terminal roofs with solar capability to be able to generate at least 20 to 30% of the power requirements for the terminal, through to the thermal protections we have on the glass facades of the airport to give insulation to actually make air conditioning as effective as possible within the terminal. We have also ensured that our fuel farm capability is capable of commingling of sustainable aviation fuels. And as we move forward now to looking at partners who will work with us across the precinct, we will certainly be working hard to look at the sustainability initiatives that together we can bring to life across the Western Sydney International Airport. Catherine, anything you'd like to add?
Thank you. In your 2022 Sustainability Plan summary, you list an objective of mandatory optimisation of recycled content in construction materials. And according to the summary, the targets are being considered in design phase 3. But I was wondering if there were plans that you had to also have a mandatory target for specifically Australian recycled content.
I think we are developing currently our sustainability strategy for the airport, so it's just premature for us to give any details, but it will be revealed closer to opening.
So does that mean in terms of the construction phase, the answer would be no, given that you're in construction now? Is that right?
I think we'd be happy to take that question on notice, Senator, if that would be okay with you, and we'll come back to you.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. That's the last of my questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. I've just got a few. How much do you like to sleep every night, Ms Webster?
Having a teenage daughter that's doing exams at the moment, probably more than I do.
All right. Well, yeah, the recommended sleep's about 8 hours. Is there any reason why Western Sydney Airport plans seem to only define night as 6.5 hours? From 11 to 5:30 a.m. I'm right, aren't I? I'm looking at there's a document here, Western Sydney International Airport flight path proposals for nighttime procedures, and later on the first page or so, night is defined as 11 p.m. to 5:30 a.m. Is that correct?
And if I'm correct, Senator, that is the current definition of the areas that are currently curfewed at Sydney Airport that will apply for 24/7 operations at Western Sydney International.
But that's different. The curfews obviously was a legislative political response to some degree. It seems strange to me, this definition of night, because it seems different from what we've experienced in other airports that report it on what would be a more human basis of allowing for somewhat of 8 hours or so of sleep. Are you as an airport looking at seeking to minimise your impact over a broader number of hours, or whatever the department's decided to define it as in these proposals? But the question is, are you looking at taking any steps to, say, minimise the impact of noise of flights between, say, 9 and 11 p.m. on the shoulders of these times? Because that would also be relevant for most people, I think.
Our commitment is, Senator, our commitment is to work with Air Services to ensure that we can be as effective as possible. And so I think the answer to that is yes, we are absolutely willing to explore those options. I'll probably best leave it there.
So what are the specific things you do in your planning to try and minimise impacts between 9 and 11 p.m. or some similar shoulder time?
And I think some of those matters are still ahead of us as we're waiting for flight paths, reciprocal runway, that those kind of things are still being worked through with the department right now.
Okay. Just going to issues of noise insulation, how many people are receiving compensation for noise insulation as a result of the construction of Western Sydney Airport?
That's a question better directed to the department.
Are you involved at all in providing? I mean, I just wonder if this were a private project, it would probably be the private proponent that would be. I mean, say for example a mine. I'm very familiar with mining proposals. If a mine is having some incidental impact on water table levels, noise, amenity, dust, it'll be the mine proponent that will be providing compensation packages to affected neighbours.
We're in quite a unique situation.
Do you have any involvement in dealing with these external impacts to neighbouring? You don't have anything?
That is a matter for the department.
Totally defined by the department. Doesn't it? Seems, I don't know, that seems a bit strange to me because you're the responsible entity, you have a local footprint. I worry about the department being somewhat remote to this region area, not really involved in it. Okay, it seems very strange to me. Have you looked at the department's guidelines for those who qualify for noise insulation subsidies or mitigation measures?
I would say I've looked at them, but I'm not a familiar or an expert in those guidelines.
Right. Okay. Okay. So you've been asked. There's been no consultation with you from the department about the proper design of that, or who should potentially receive assistance.
It is a matter with the department.
It's a matter for the government, yes. And we are an agency of the government.
We heard earlier from the London Ham, is it? Letham Progress Association. They're not affected by aircraft noise. Well, not take-off and landing noise, apparently. They're affected by the ambient noise of the airport itself. Are you familiar with this small town or village?
Yeah, we're very aware. Local proponents of the cafes and the facilities at Letham.
Right. So they're very close to you. But when I looked at Google Maps, what's your involvement with them in seeking to ameliorate the impacts that they are or will experience from your operations?
We currently have a deep relationship with them on the infrastructure. We have a deep community engagement with the residents of Letham whilst we're in our current build phase. And Catherine, you might be best placed. Some of our team are actually Letham locals who are part of the community engagement group.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously have many interactions with community members being so closely located. In terms of matters to do with flight paths and noise, again, those matters are referred to the department who are considering all these aspects.
These people are like a kilometre from your runway.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So what are you doing to ameliorate the impact of your operations on those people? Not meetings. I don't want to hear about meetings. I want to know, what are you doing? What are you planning in the design and construction of your project to ameliorate impact on people that are just a kilometre away?
Well, we have plenty of interactions now on issues.
No, I didn't want to hear about meetings. I want to know what you're doing. You're putting up sound barriers or integrating into design. Is there any consideration of these people?
So our accountability right now is regards to the build of the airport. That is the remit that we.
This seems shocking to me. I mean, these people they'll be visible a kilometre.
So in terms of that, we have on-site mitigation strategies, like for dust control, for example.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
We also talk regularly if there are any concerns about noise from trucks or vehicles on the road. Obviously, during rain season, which we've had an awful lot of that, we've been talking if there were any concerns. Although I have to say our drainage has withheld the frequent rain, and again we will hold open sessions either in Letham at a cafe or at the Experience Centre, but the mitigation strategies are to respond to specific issues that come.
Maybe you could take on those from me. I think we definitely need to hear from your CEO later in this inquiry, but what I'm really interested in is not the meetings and consultations. That's obviously important, but if that's all you're doing, it's confirms what we heard this morning. This is a tick-a-box exercise, not a real and genuine attempt to solve problems for people, because this is something clearly, people that are within a kilometre radius of your project, there's got to be clear and present things you could do to help them. This happens on highways, on any major projects, and this is not just about the construction of the project, it's the ongoing operation of it too. And I'm surprised you do not have a list of things that you're integrating into your project to ameliorate the impact of people just a kilometre away from a major airport. Just one more for me. Oh, well, two more, sorry, Senator Mackenzie. Just quickly, we heard earlier the impact on the Blue Mountains and wildlife. Are you doing any research into the impacts on wildlife of aircraft noise?
No, we would say that is a matter for, it's outside of our expertise. It is a matter with the department with regards to their leadership around the flight paths.
Look, again, I'm just surprised you're the corporate entity, and again, going to companies like mining companies, large farming operations, there's an, the consumer products, people selling consumer products, there's an obligation on those companies to have a duty of care and to consider the impact of their operations on things that are important, like the environment. So I'm surprised that you don't have partnerships with universities or some such to look into this. I'm not saying, I don't know the answer to these questions, but I think what we did here this morning is there are important questions that need to be asked here about this. Okay. And look, finally, we heard earlier from Sydney Airport their preference to see a more integrated planning of the airspace around Sydney. Is that something that the Western Sydney Airport supports?
I think we certainly support, as an airport, the right outcomes for all of Sydney. We, again, are, in the hands of the department, who are looking at the flight paths for our area and also, longer-term outcomes for Sydney Basin.
I'm getting concerned here. Well, we've got a more threshold question just to finish with. I'm concerned, is Western Sydney Airport, and I don't know the governance of it all, I haven't followed it closely, but you're an independent statutory corporation, is that correct?
We're a government business
established
enterprise,
under
correct.
specific legislation. You keep referring back to the department, and I'm worried, are you controlled by the department?
Correct.
Or are you on the side of Western Sydney? Who controls you, Canberra or Western Sydney?
So I think what we're being very clear on is we're really clear on our current phase, which is accountability for building this airport and getting ready for operations outside of our...
Senator Canavan
Whose side are you
is
on?
asking about the governance structure. Who are you accountable to?
We are accountable to our board, and we have a board and we have an independent chair of that board. And then obviously we have two shareholder ministers that we report in through. Yeah.
We're running out of time. I'll leave it at this. And look, I'm not from this area. I'm just really concerned after this evidence that all politics is local. It's a political issue, obviously, an airport is. And you need to be a local champion in this area for this project to succeed for Western Sydney and for our country. It's a very important project for our country, but you have to be a champion of this local community. And all I'm getting right now is that you just take your writing instructions from Canberra, and that ain't going to cut it. Thank you. Okay, very quickly from Senator Mackenzie, and then
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to understand about the direction or advice that you received prior to Ms Templeton's release about the change to the flight path. What interaction and advice did you receive from Air Services Australia, the Minister's Office or the Department about the changes that were going to be made?
I think we'll have to take that on notice, Senator, and let you know.
You don't know?
I don't at this stage. I can't answer.
When did you learn about the changes to the flight paths?
Again, I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
You can't remember, Ms Webster?
I wouldn't normally be in the line of direct briefing of that, which is
Ms
why
Payne, you're in the Comms Department?
I attended the forum for Western Sydney on Friday, and that's when I...
and you learnt on Friday?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you weren't given any prior advice about that change?
Not on the technical specifics, no.
No, not the technical specifics. Was Western Sydney aware that there was going to be a change? Were you consulted, contacted, advised prior to the press release going out? Yes.
We definitely need to take it on notice, Senator.
It's not that long ago, and it's a pretty big deal.
We understand.
Okay.
Look forward to talking to your CEO
All right.
and your chair. Your chair will be called.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie.
I just want to acknowledge that Ms Templeman, the member for Macquarie, is in
Sorry.
the audience.
Thank you for that, Senator Stell. Ms Templeman, thank you for coming along and welcome. Oh, Templeton. Sorry. Oh, sorry, Miss. I thought I said Templeman. Sorry, Miss Templeman. Okay.
Caravan, caravan.
Yes, I get that a lot too, so that's fine. Thank you, Senator Stell. Thank you, both of you, for your evidence today. You have taken some questions on notice. We're asking for that back by the 23rd of August. Thank you very much. And enjoy the rest of your day. Now, just before we break, when we return, we have our community panel. I might just briefly let everyone know. Have we let people know who's on the first panel? We might suspend. Broadcast. Now, before we get into the community session, there's just some formalities I need to go through. As I mentioned, this is an open session for community participation. We've had a lot of interest in this session, and we've got something like 20 contributors here. So I need to be tight and disciplined with your time. I'm sorry to give everybody a chance. I understand that for everybody that has accepted this opportunity, that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Some of you have also provided submissions, so I thank you very much for those. I am asking everybody to try to limit their contribution to 3 minutes, and that's normally I'm not listened to normally when I say that. So what we will do is I'll ask the Secretariat to ring a bell. We've got something. They're going to hit a glass at 3 minutes. And then at 4 minutes, you will be cut off. So if you do not keep under 4 minutes, I'm sorry, you'll be stopped mid-sentence. We're going to do this in panels. We've got our first panel already here, so thank you for being available. I might just read out now before the start of this panel the next panel, and I'll do the same going forward. So for panel number 2, we'll have Miss Bernadetta Cansdell, Miss Pam Staples, Alex Goodwin, Miss Krista Forstam and Miss Shannon Park. If you could just make sure you're available, this panel should take around 10 to 15 minutes and you'll be straight on. So with that, I do need you to, at the beginning of everyone's comments, to state your name and the capacity in which you appear, just for the record, and then we'll get you to go straight into your statement. So we'll start with you, Dr. Cheryl Butler. Name and capacity. Oh, okay, sorry. I'll listen to the Secretariat. We're going to start with Mr. Tony Adamski. Name and capacity, and we'll start the timer. Over to you, Mr. Adamski.
Right, thank you, Chair. My name is Tony Adamski, and I'm a resident of the Blue Mountains. I'd like to acknowledge and welcome our federal member, Susan Templeman, here. So good day, Susan. How I would like to start off with my submission is with the falling on deaf ears. That's been quoted here quite a few times today, and the senators would be most familiar with the falling on deaf ears. So I'm predicating my submission in terms of the Western Sydney region requiring legislative noise protection in terms of what is currently in place at Kingsford Smith, the Sydney Airport Curfew Act, the Sydney Airport Demand Management Act, and the long-term operating plan. So that is the basis, and I understand the Secretariat has provided you with some details online as to what I'm referring to there. The other one that I just want to talk about is that I have here, and together with an online petition, I have 6,000 signatures where the community is demanding legislative noise protection in terms of a curfew, a movement cap and a long-term operating plan at Western Sydney, similar to what's at KSA and what's in place at Adelaide. So when I look at it, and you look, and the blank ones there just to incorporate the size of it, but there are 6,000 signatures together with that and with that, where the community is absolutely galvanising in terms of wanting legislative noise protection as to what was given to the residents in KSA back in 1995, 1996. So that's where I'm coming from. That's where the community is coming from. And my recommendation is this is a report of the Blue Mountain City Council. And the eloquent display this morning of the Wesrock folk, the Mayor of Blue Mountain City Council, the Mayor of Wallandilly, and all the other Wesrock contributors here, Barry Calvert from Hawkesbury, and he's the chairman of Wesrock. I would like to just finish to say that my request of this Senate committee is, and I'll read this out if I may, so it's incorporated in Hansard. And this is what the Blue Mountain City Council has requested as an input into this noise inquiry. It must advance the full review of airspace design and architecture for the Sydney Basin as a whole, thus equalising impacts across communities in a manner which is consistent...
A minute to go, Mr Adamski, sorry.
I beg pardon?
1 minute to go.
Oh, okay, yep. An approach to the curfews across the Sydney Basin, ensuring the health and well-being of all communities. It is the Council's submission that the draft EIS, as presently drawn, must inevitably lead the Minister for the Environment and Water to advise the Department, as the proponent of the WSI Airport, that it should not give authorisation to the airspace and flight path design that is presented through the draft EIS. That is my submission. I support, and the community fully supports, Blue Mountain City Council in relation to that.
Thank you very much, Mr Adamski, and thank you for keeping time. Ms Buttsworth, and remember to state your name, capacity, and then go.
Okay. So hello, I'm Ruth Buttsworth. I live in Lyndon. I'm just a really concerned resident. That's why I'm here. I'm passionate about protecting the Blue Mountains World Heritage Area. I've lived in Blue Mountains over 30 years, raised a couple of kids with my partner. I work as a nurse, still do, over 50 years. Lots of comments have been brought up, issues been brought up. I was just wanting to talk about the World Heritage Area and the mental health status and wellbeing of the Blue Mountains. That's my main issues. I've been deeply distressed about the proposed flight paths in the past. There's been developments and increased tourism, and I've been challenged by that, but I still felt there was a balance of protecting the environment but still have the benefits of jobs and income. But I feel that balance is no longer healthy and sustainable if the flight paths come in. On a community level, we live in a beautiful area. UNESCO calls it an outstanding universal value. It's unique. We need to protect it. I believe we are putting at risk our World Heritage Blue Mountains status with potentially not providing a duty of care in protecting it. I just can't believe that we're in these enlightened times. We are still having to fight to protect a World Heritage Area, and that saddens me. Finally, I want to talk about the mental health and wellbeing of the Blue Mountains community. My nursing experience as a health professional is a mental health a part of that work, and I'm concerned about the 24/7 impacts on that status in our community. Our community is one that faces regularly natural disasters such as fires, and in the lower Blue Mountains floods. We're one of the most bushfire-prone areas in the world. Unfortunately, health statistics demonstrate that our community has poorer mental health outcomes than the New South Wales average already. Nearly 1 in 4 experience mental health and behaviour conditions rather than compared to the state average of 19%. Our suicide rates are 1.3 higher than the New South Wales average. So to add a major stressor, such as a 24/7 flight path, stressor into that sort of environment, with visual and noise irritation, sleep disturbance, as you were mentioning before, can only negatively impact on the community's poorer mental health status and well-being. And as a health professional, I'm really concerned about this, and they're the main issues that I wanted to bring into the forum.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms Buttsworth. Thank you. Mr Mott.
Thank you, Senators. My name's Ken Mott. I'm a resident of St Clair of 41 years. I'll just read my address. As previously mentioned, the Falling on Deaf Ears report criticised the EIS process for the third runway at Kingsford Smith Airport and found that the impact on people was greatly underestimated. And here we are with another Senate inquiry and a suicide hotline for residents of Brisbane, where again the EIS greatly underestimated the impact on people. The draft EIS for the Western Sydney Airport promotes best-case scenario modelling and a deceptive noise tool. It misuses dubious methodologies, even more dubious assumptions, and fraudulently manipulates data to almost totally obscure the future impacts on the residents of Western Sydney. In calculating the impacts on human health, I refer to technical paper 12 of the draft EIS. The levels of aircraft noise used are modelled annualised averages divorced from the existing ambient noise levels, and I suggest divorced from reality. Averages can be very misleading, as the average nighttime aircraft noise could be no different than the average noise of a night of gentle rain, but with very different effects on sleep, and obviously that's with annualised averages. For example, looking at the calculations on sleep deprivation, the draft EIS states that there will be no impact on sleep for the residents of St Clair. Based on the WHO 2018 review of the health effects of noise, it was recommended that noise levels from aircraft should be 40 decibels as L night or lower, and for nighttime, WHO 2009 indicates a threshold of 42 decibels indoors as L max, which is equivalent to 52 decibels as L max outdoors for awakenings. The restrictions concerning reciprocal runway operations suggest that 1 in every 3 nights there will be flights over St Clair. We know that all St Clair overflights will have noise levels more than the recommended threshold of 52 decibels. An analysis of the economic cost of inadequate sleep in Australia, commissioned by the Sleep Health Foundation and completed by Deloitte Access Economics, reports that in 2016-17 financial year, poor sleep caused $26.2 billion in financial costs, predominantly due to lost productivity and to accidents. In 2016-17, 3,017 deaths were linked to sleep deprivation, including 394 deaths from industrial accidents or road crashes due to lack of sleep. The primary intent of economic development is to provide people with a better standard of living. The question must be asked, is an unrestricted operating airport, complete with high levels of noise pollution, providing a better standard of living? What will be the economic cost, and how many disadvantaged, destroyed or lost lives will pay for it? If this Senate inquiry does not result in significant change, then I have no doubt there will be another inquiry in 4 or 5 years with the same messages repeated and confidence in government and politicians further eroded. All airports in Australia should be subject to legislation like that applied to KSA, that is, a curfew, flight movement caps and a long-term operating plan. All dwellings and schools within the N60 curves should be provided sound insulation. Lastly, all aircraft operations should be policed by a body that puts the health and well-being of residents first and not aviation industry profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mott. And Dr Butler.
Good afternoon. My name's Cheryl Butler. I'm a resident of Wallachia, which is a suburb next door to Letham. My family moved to Wallachia more than 20 years ago to establish a home in a quiet rural setting, rear our kids and ultimately retire. The location was chosen in part based on the assurances of our parliamentary leaders of the time, John Howard and Simon Crean, that previous plans to establish an airport at Badgerys Creek had been abandoned. Our home was built to maximise sustainability through passive heating and cooling, combined with natural light and ventilation. Our biggest noise problem was the kookaburras nesting in the nearby trees, and even that settled down after dark. Well, times have changed, I guess. We are now expecting that planes will soon be flying over our home, creating in excess of 70 decibels of noise, 5 to 10 times, between 11 p.m. and 5:30 a.m. This will be happening at least 5 nights a week within 10 years. By 2040, we can expect to be woken up to 20 times each night, and by 2055, we'll be woken up on an average every 7 to 15 minutes between 11 p.m. and 5:30 a.m. I would like to point out that the night period of 6.5 hours is far less than the time required by most people for sleep. There will, of course, also be increasing noise during the day, but that is expected to be less damaging than the sleep deprivation we have been led to expect. We are well outside the areas that are being offered any noise insulation whatsoever. I suggest that the current measures for assessing the need for sound insulation are woefully inadequate. The ANEC and ANEF may be useful in town planning, but are totally useless in assessing how much the noise generated by the airport will impact the lives of those affected. If more than 70 decibels of aircraft noise at least every 15 minutes all night long is not enough to warrant sound insulation, there's clearly something wrong with the metrics being used. We have been assured that the Western Sydney Airport is essential to the financial well-being of Sydney, New South Wales and indeed Australia itself. There have been estimates that many billions of dollars will be generated and thousands of jobs created. I suggest that these benefits are widely overestimated, as they do not include any of the costs that the airport will inflict on the community, such as infrastructure and health costs, and costs borne by individuals for noise control or relocation. The EIS has trumpeted that careful use of long-term land use planning protections has minimised the number of people adversely affected by the development of Western Sydney Airport. Surely the immense benefits anticipated for the region, state and country are sufficient to enable some form of relief to those people the airport will harm. This should include compensation for land devalued by aircraft noise and or assistance in removal to a comparable situation away from the airport. Sound insulation, although this will result in other problems such as the need for ongoing air conditioning, compensation for loss of amenity, and above all, there should be a curfew that's long enough to allow a reasonable night's sleep. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you all. It was all very helpful to us, very succinct and clear messages. Thank you. So with that, you're welcome to go and enjoy the rest of your day. I'll invite the next panel up. Just to remind people, it's Ms Cansdell, Ms Staples, Alex Goodwin, Ms Forstam and Ms Park. If you'd like to come forward, and while you're doing that, I'll just now announce the next panel. People get ready. So don't come down yet, these people, but be ready for the next panel. Dr. Billy Gruner, Mr. Peter Clements, Christine, and Mr. Julius Timmerman, and Ms. Susan Lucock, although we've got arrangements for you to not have to come to the stage. Okay, while people are getting ready there. All right, thank you all for appearing. I think you've all understood the road rules. Just keep in mind there'll be a slightly dulled bell there on the glass at 3 minutes, so keep an ear out for that. And you've got a minute to go. When you hear that, you'll be cut off at 4 minutes, sorry, so we can get through everybody. And just remember, please introduce yourself before making your contribution, your name and capacity in which you're here today for the record. We'll start with you, Ms Cansdell. Over to you.
I don't have a big voice.
Okay, we might just move that mic a little bit closer. Should pick up. It's pretty sensitive. Okay.
Hi, my name is Bernadetta Cansdell and I'm a resident of Malaysia. The Nobel Prize winner Robert Koch predicted in 1910 that one day man will have to fight noise as fiercely as cholera and plague. Today, aircraft noise is being the highest and problematic compared with rail or traffic noise. Aircraft noise is more detrimental than previously realised, afflicting harmful environmental and human negative health outcomes with disturbing cognitive impairment for children. Overall, the main factor is that money, economics, stems to be the driving force to increase monetary margins without any consideration to the harm that aircraft noise attributes to the short and long-term effects on people's mental and physical health. And this is well documented, with a plethora of research of evidence worldwide. And despite Air Services Australia, the various noise abatement procedures to reduce the impact of noise, the Australian government has chosen not to have legislation or regulation on aircraft noise pollution. As reference, there is no regulated maximum noise level for aircraft flying over residential areas. Without any maximum noise level, our legislation or regulation, there is no objective measure to determine whether any aircraft flying in Australia is too noisy. Air Services suggests that we feel that if you've been negatively impacted by aircraft noise, is to contact Lifeline or Beyond Blue. That is on their website. The people over time are given the opportunity to respond to government departments in giving their voice of concern with countless evidence to the fact by many qualified individuals. This includes many hours of research, qualifying their evidence, yet there seems to be the air of silence via the government departments to the people's voices for justice. Complainants are usually dismissed by stonewalling or psychological tempering, a strategy of addressing a problem by downplaying the health effects of noise or categorising it as adjustment disorder or sensory overload. For example, comments re noise concerns within the EIS is adjustment, enhanced sensitivity. It will be gradual. Perceived impacts. People will get used to the noise over time. These comments are very ambiguous, condescending and alarming, but at what cost? Both physical and mental health outcomes. Who really benefits and who places people's health as not important? Despite Air Services noise abatement being redirection strategies in the interim or when climate permits, this will be irrelevant to WSI airport flights because they will expand their noise contours. Broader airspace affecting other communities to the detrimental effects of aircraft noise. The government know, and yet they choose not to take responsibility for their accountability. We need equity, not discrimination. WSI needs a curfew, the same as Sydney, and endorsed legislation and regulation on aircraft noise. We need aircraft noise pollution tax, another tax, but all that travel to cover ongoing costs for home insulation and added support for maintenance and electricity.
Thank you very much, Ansell. Appreciate that. Ms Staples.
My name's Pam Staples. I'm a resident of the Blue Mountains. I've been there for 44 years, and I'm speaking on behalf, from my heart, representing many distressed, anxious residents. We've heard a lot of facts, we've got a lot of detail. Now this is hard. This is human to human about what we're doing to ourselves. So I would like to thank the senators for being here and being involved. I would like to first of all point out that the airport is actually, in my opinion, a threat to democratic processes. I'll show you why. We all know the saying, a fish rots from the head down. Look at Qantas. Governments that don't keep promises lose the trust of people and undermine democracy. In 1995, Minister Brereton said the government's central objective was the prevention of noise nuisance and would ensure that the western suburbs was not exposed to excessive noise. In 2016, Mr Albanese announced that Labor had a plan for the creation of a nighttime no-fly zone. The Liberals, under Turnbull, embraced that idea, and Mr Albanese reiterated in 2017, we owe it to future Australians to get the planning right. We have bipartisanship support for this. Now, these are direct quotes from politicians. We have been promised a curfew, and that has been shelved. So trust in democracy is threatened. Who do we believe if not our elected representatives? We feel betrayed, conned, lied to. Previous inquiries, and I really respect the work you are doing, but previous inquiries have been ignored. The irony of falling on deaf ears. Is that to happen again? Thousands of submissions have been dismissed. I feel abused by the EIS. The details of flight paths seem deliberately obscure and hidden in language that can't be understood. There is no transparency. There are conflicting replies in consultancy sessions, of which I've attended many. Ask a question at one, you get a different answer to another one. The ASA, here we have deliberate cherry-picking of data to suggest that there are no extra flights over the mountains. By picking 1 month of 2019 and comparing it to 2024, they can say, no, there's been no change. I have hung washing on my clothesline for 44 years on a Saturday morning. I know how many flights come over my house, and there are lots more now. I'm doing this on the basis too of all other residents who are complaining. There are letters to our local paper. There are calls to our local member. This is what's happening, and don't tell us that. And when I put in 3 written complaints, I was told I was wrong. So don't tell me I've got a perception issue, which is what they're saying. You're just perceiving them now like you've got a new car.
So there's spin and whitewash. What we need is honesty. The airport is about profit. Profit for the aviation industry, freight industry, shareholders, etc. We're not looking at the costs. The costs and consequences to the community are appalling in their range of consequences. Noise is 24/7 invasive. It does not go away. It is all day, all night. Sleep deprivation, mental and emotional health issues, relationship stress. Brisbane has a suicide line. Western Sydney introduced a counselling psychology line, which we had to dig very deep to find out about. Work productivity, accidents, impacts on hospitals, kids. To Senator McKenzie, as an ex-teacher, the impact on children with flights going over their schools constantly. And we know what it's like to teach tough kids, because I've taught too, and many of us have. The mountains are full of us. Kids, our future, overflown by planes very low over their schools, and then they're meant to learn. What can they learn? I reiterate all the demands that others have put forward about a curfew and flight caps.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms Goodwin.
Yes, Alex Goodwin from Laxton in the Lower Blue Mountains, and I'm also a committee member of ROLSA. I'd like to thank the inquiry for coming to Penrith. It's fantastic to have you here. Can I just start by acknowledging that we're meeting on the lands of the Darug people, lands that have never been ceded, and I'd like to pay my respects to elders past and present. Committee members, I know what it means to live under the flight paths of Kingsford Smith Airport, where your alarm is the arrival of the first flight landing after 6 a.m. I know what it means to have a Marrickville moment, where you and your guests are forced to stop your conversation mid-flight while a plane on its way to land flies overhead. I know what it means to joke about waving at the flight crew as another plane flies over your friend's home in Petersham while you're enjoying Sunday lunch together. I know what it's like to experience the arrival of aircraft flying over your home in the Lower Blue Mountains for the first time within an hour of curfew more than 15 years after moving in, and to be told by, I think it was CASA in writing, that the flight paths have been in place for 30 years and nothing has changed. Chair, I know the science tells us that as a matter of biology, humans need 8 hours sleep for the body to repair and prepare for the next day. I know that the science tells you that you can never recover from lost sleep. Lost sleep is lost forever, and the body wears the consequences forever. I know that the science tells us that a lack of sleep has significant impacts on our ability to function and contributes to poor health and educational outcomes. I know these things because I have both experienced them and am acquainted with the literature of those who are experts in the field of neuroscience and noise pollution. Why does the government and opposition reject the science of sleep and noise and refuse to believe the experience of those who live under flight paths? Why do they refuse to adopt a blanket nighttime curfew for all airports from which aircraft fly over residential areas, hospitals, schools, childcare centres and residential services for the aged and those with disabilities? This is not a rhetorical question. It's clear that the governments of Australia prioritise commercial interests over the well-being of people and the natural environment. Sleep is a right, and to deny this right is an act of cruelty. I call on this inquiry to be courageous, to accept the science of noise pollution and sleep, and to recommend that all airports be subject of a nighttime curfew from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m, flight caps in a long-term operating plan so that both people and wildlife living in the natural environment are afforded some relief from the noise that has become ever-present in our daily lives.
Thank you, Ms Goodwin. Ms Forstrom.
My name is Krista Forstrom. I'm a resident of Lyndon Blue Mountains, Darug and Gunjagara land, and the pathway for proposed WSI N60 contour. Today I will discuss a social injustice that has been clear to me through the experience studying the Western Sydney Airport draft environmental impact statement and engaging with the Department of Infrastructure. I draw attention to the discrimination that will exist between people living close to Kingsford Smith and people who are afforded an airport curfew and people living close to Western Sydney who will not be afforded a curfew. The Department of Infrastructure has provided no satisfactory justification for this discrimination. At the first community information session that I attended, I asked the question, when alternate airspace not concentrated over residents exists, why are small communities experiencing such high concentration of flights? And the response I received was, You are not going to like this, but it is economical. It has been clear to me from this encounter the Australian government is placing profit over human life. In Western Sydney, communities are being taken advantage of either due to their minority population, lack of education or lack of money. I grew up in Western Sydney. I now own a home in the Blue Mountains. When living in an N60 contour becomes unbearable, I have the means to move. However, the majority of people who will be affected by the N60 and N70 contours do not have that capacity. Cross-referencing the WSI noise tool with the 2021 census data, it is clear that some of our lowest socioeconomic areas in Western Sydney are located in an N60 contour. Proposed flight paths will also place some of our lowest performing schools and their surrounding areas in an N60 contour, including 3 schools for specific purpose, students with severe intellectual and physical disability, directly in the line of flights. 3. Some homes in the N60 contour are government subsidised housing, already affected by dilapidation and incessant mould. There will be no opportunity for these families to move or improve their homes. Due to the lack of accessibility of the information the Department of Infrastructure has provided, it is a fair assumption also that many of the people in Western Sydney who are affected by living in an N60 contour do not know that this is going to happen. Communities in Western Sydney with the highest concentration of flights will experience in 2033 20 aircraft movements between 11 p.m. and 5:30 a.m, some being afforded as little as between 0 and 34% respite. Such an incredibly high number of overhead flights and noise levels at 60 to 70 decibels will severely impact sleep and thus physical and mental health. This will no doubt have a domino effect into poorer school outcomes, poorer post-education opportunities, increase in substance abuse, increase in incidents of domestic violence, increase in school and community violence. An airport curfew and limiting hourly flights is just like Sydney Airport, is the only way to ensure communities are afforded the adequate respite needed to maintain quality of life. By not implementing a legislated curfew across Western Sydney, across some of our most vulnerable communities, the Australian government is widening the gap between rich and poor and sending the message that they do not care about anyone under a set pay bracket, about people with a disability, or about students at low-performing schools. The Australian government has a duty of care in placing the health and well-being of our most vulnerable citizens at a higher priority. A clear and ethical solution is to implement a legislated curfew, implement caps on hourly flights, so that no community is affected by nighttime flights and that all residents can maintain a quality of life and life outcomes equitable to the residents within the flight paths into and out of Sydney Airport.
Thank you, Ms. Corsham. Thank you. Ms. Park.
Good afternoon and thank you very much for coming to our area. It's really needed. I'm a mother of 2 and a resident of Wollondilly, so Matt Gould was talking about me. I'm a resident of 40 years, my parents were there longer, and we've got 175 acres of beautiful farmland which is green and luscious and wonderful, with 37 decibels of ambient noise. I've got 2 kids, a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, who are absolutely wonderful children who are going to be impacted by the learning outcomes that we're talking about here. My family has been environmental innovators. That's why we've got green bins. My husband rescues people for a living through Fire Rescue New South Wales, pulls people out of cars for fatigue and a whole bunch of other things, and does 2 24-hour shifts a week. The slide here, which will be printed and added in, actually shows that our house and that shape of the water is mirrored here underneath what's used in the flight tool. The flight tool, using old data, because we all know they've changed it this week, don't we, says in 60 to 70 decibels a day at 800 metres high, which is interesting because remember the flight tool is based on the height of the actual takeoff and landing. We are significantly uphill. So it actually skews it. So make sure if you're using the flight tool, look at your elevation. It's 500 metres away and 800 metres up. In 2033, we'll have 300 flights. 2040, 300. 2055, 498. That's during the day. 60 decibel plus at night, and my parents' property, which is 2 doors down, has higher estimates. 11 p.m. to 5:30 a.m. we've got 17 flights up to 27 flights, and unfortunately I don't actually believe any of that. The impacts that we have. So the EIS stated that we shouldn't be using tank water. That is the only thing that's available to us. They are questioning the emissions and the impact on tank water. They are also sending planes over the Warragamba catchment area, and Warragamba is one of the primary water sources of Sydney. There is no compensation for us whatsoever, and all of our families and communities across Wallachia, Letham and a variety of other areas that haven't been discussed. Teresa Park, Picton, a lot of them. For us, we have just built our brand new family home, and we were in the middle of building when the flight paths became aware.
It changed.
It changed. No, the flight paths.
Original ones.
The original flight paths came in, and it has completely and utterly ruined our future. It has ruined our farmland. It has ruined our ability to produce food as well. Land use restrictions are in Wollondilly. We've got an obstacle limitation surface, which means that you can't even build a letterbox in certain parts of Wollondilly because it's too high. We have disaster regarding our sleep. The last minute change I have to be really cynical about because there's no data, no noise tool modelling, and in fact you can't see anything at all on there other than to try and distract and to pull us apart as a community, and we will stand strong, and we are not that shallow. We need an understanding of what's going on with the water. We need legislation about noise and the powers for the community to be engaged and to actually enforce it. We can't start a mower before 8 a.m, but they can run them over our house all day.
That's a good line.
It is a disaster for sleep. We need a suicide line, apparently, if you ask Brisbane. Last-minute changes with no data just makes me feel really upset. If we can get I'll finish on Anthony Albanese called for them to preserve living standards for Eastern Sydney. What happens to Western Sydney? Flight cap, total operating plan, curfew, proper consultation, and please, to all the politicians in the government, please save us from corporate greed, because that's what it is, and tell all of your mates that to get on board before it's too late, because this will shift votes, this will shift perceptions, and that they will become either a political footnote or a hero.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Sorry.
I've got to catch the last Rex flight out of Sydney Airport. I'm sorry. So thank you for your time, and apologies I can't stay for the last session.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie, for being here today. As I mentioned, could we get the next panel, Dr. Gruner, Mr. Clements, Christine, Mr. Timmerman, and Ms. Lou Cock? I believe we've got arrangements for you. Just keep in mind we have had a request from some appearing this afternoon for no photos to be taken, so I don't think there's any media left, but if there are, please no longer any recording. If you would like a photo taken, or someone to take a photo of you at the table, please just see Emma or Elliot, who are down here at the moment, or Taz, and we could arrange that to make sure those who don't want their photo taken are not included. Before we kick off with our next panel, I'll just ask those in our last panel, in panel 4, so don't come down just yet, but be ready after this panel. Our last panel will be Dr. Claire Cochrane, Mr. Michael Parker, Ms. Christine Bruin, Mr. Christian Dupressor, and Mr. John Richards. So, with that in mind, thank you all for being here. You know the rules, 3-minute bell and 4 minutes cut off. We'll start with you, Dr. Gruner. Please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before starting.
Thank you very much for hosting this event today, or hearing. I'm appearing as a community witness, nothing else, and as a resident of the Blue Mountains. My wife and I have had a very privileged life, and we own a couple of large properties in the Blue Mountains. Most people would think, oh, well, you know, it's excessive, but it's just the way it worked out. Anyway, putting it briefly, we bought the properties because they were untramelled bushland. These properties weren't bought to make money from, they weren't bought to, you know, develop or any other kind of thing. We simply wanted to live in environments that were clean, pure, still had their animals in them, their trees and so on. This was a goal, a life goal of ours, and we achieved that, and I was very proud of that. But I was very disturbed one afternoon when I went to the IGA at Springwood and was handed a leaflet from the airport's people, and I looked at the thing and it showed me a map of aeroplanes taking off down in the western suburbs. It's the first I hear of it, and aiming directly at my house. This was a shock to me, and I looked at the height lines on it and they were very low, and I was quite disturbed by it. So I went and talked to them and asked them about it, and they said, oh, you need to look at this map. They're also going over here, which was aiming directly at our other house at Mount Tomah, so that we had two waypoints that we were going to cop it full on with this new airport out of the blue. Never heard of it before. Our previous understanding was that planes would circle around Western Sydney and somehow, via a miracle, land without bothering anybody in 11 seats. You know, but we sort of hoped it was doable somehow. What we were left with was this horrific realisation that our lives in the Blue Mountains had fundamentally ended in the way that we had intended to live. It was over. And so that's a shock for anyone, no matter how spoilt you are, or how, you know, simpler your life may be, or how much you value just having a simple home. It doesn't make any difference. The problem's the same. And what I've discovered since then is that everybody has lied about everything. Nothing is true. Nothing is perceivable. Everything that you try to figure out online through government services gets more and more and more complicated. It seems to me there's been an overwhelming effort to obscure the truth. And the truth of this matter, from my perspective, is that this is about corporate greed, as the previous people have mentioned, and the 24-hour refusal to provide any relief to the 35,000 residents of the Blue Mountains. And I'm not sure people know that. That's how many people live in these empty suburbs of the Blue Mountains. 35,000 people. 78. So that's even, there you go. I was so wrong. Wrong in a good way. But there's to be no compensation for them, no thought for them. And what I would call that, I was thinking about it today, what to say after everybody else is already going to say everything you need to know. It's a form of amenity theft has taken place. And you can't have these huge robot-driven business parks at the airport without them having 24-hour access to jets, unloading, robot factory-style deliveries that go into these factories and are processed by 5 in the morning and on shelves by 7 or 8 in the morning at Woolies and Coles and via Amazon. So the theft of our amenity as residents, and also the amenity of anyone living in Sydney, to use the Blue Mountains in the way that it's always been used, has been stolen by a federal department.
We'll have to leave it there, Dr. Gruner, but thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Clements.
Yeah, I'm a resident of Jemison Town and have been for 42 years. People from Queensland, Jemison Town's only about a 10-minute walk from here, so we're pretty local. Also, after hearing the ladies from Western Sydney Airport talk, for a minute there I felt pretty lucky to be living under a flight path, but that quickly changed. The new 24/7 airport will impact families and small businesses enormously. The constant aircraft noise, especially at night, will affect the health, physical and mental well-being of everyday life of Western Sydney residents. People in our community are already suffering from mental health issues, domestic violence caused by a number of things, such as COVID, higher interest rates, higher fuel prices, higher tolls and the cost of living in general. Most Western Sydney families, both husbands and wives, have to work to support their families, and with a 24/7 airport, there will be no respite for these families. Kingsford Smith Airport has been in operation for over 100 years, and I believe many people that have purchased houses in and around the Kingsford Smith Airport over the last 10 to 20 years have been able to have their homes soundproofed, paid for by the government. What have the people from Western Sydney been offered? Nothing. It is irresponsible, unreasonable and un-Australian for governments to expect people from Western Sydney to put up with a 24/7 airport. It is time that the governments, federal, state and local, think of people, not profits. We need and demand a curfew. And personally, my curfew starts well before 11 o'clock. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clements. Thank you. Ms. Carmichael.
Thank you for coming to Penrith. I moved to the mid-mountains in 1980 to escape
Sorry, Mr. Carmichael, I just need you to say your name and what capacity, just for the record,
Sorry. Christine Carmichael, and I've put in a submission 234.
Thank you.
I moved to the mid-mountains in 1980 to escape aircraft noise in Leichhardt, and because of the quiet bush-filled ambience here. Since 1995, I've done a lot of local volunteer bush care and studied environmental science. My concern is with the proposed aircraft noise that will result from flights leaving Western Sydney Airport and coming into it, 24 hours a day with no real curfew. This was a problem for Kingsford Smith Airport and took years to overcome at much cost to the government and stress for Sydney communities. Western Sydney Airport will impact a huge number of people in this area. Due to constant noise, the failure of the draft EIS to properly assess what real noise levels will be, and given the lower flight heights above the mountains. This is disrespectful to all those people in the community. A major problem for the Blue Mountains, though, includes the impacts on wildlife in the World Heritage National Park. Yet the EIS did not monitor its creatures at night, and many of them are nocturnal. The recent suggestions of a possible 80% reduction in flights over village communities along the Western Highway do not solve this problem, as they suggest these flights will be redirected over the National Park. Due to changing weather patterns increasingly encountered under climate change, this may not be often. So one way or the other, noise impacts will be serious, either to human or wildlife health, or both. And wildlife cannot speak for themselves or benefit from the questionable increased tourist trade or vote. We are one of the only two cities on earth within a national park, the other being Banff in Canada, which is 145 kilometres from the nearest international airport. Also, the new alternative flight paths are over the land of the Gundungurra people, who should have more say about this proposal because of their 50,000 plus years of caring for country. So should other Indigenous peoples of the Blue Mountains, Western Sydney and affected areas beyond. There was minimum consultation with these people recorded in the EIS, and thus their heritage and culture has been basically excluded. Have they been adequately consulted about the current flight path changes? While similar issues affecting communities near Brisbane Airport have led to this Senate inquiry, the sensitivity of the World Heritage National Park environment and its creatures, a matter of national environmental significance, and impacted First Nations peoples and broader communities, deserves greater consideration for the Blue Mountains. The only logical outcome should be a curfew from at least 11 p.m. to 6 a.m, a cap on daily flights, a long-term operating plan and a minimum aircraft height level of 30,000 feet over the National Park. I also agree with pollution control legislation as described by the Wilderness Australia person this morning.
Thank you very much. Mr Timmerman.
Good afternoon and thank you, Senators. My name is Julius Timmerman. I moved from Sydney City to the Blue Mountains in Glenbrook in 1984 and my wife and I moved further to Lawson in 1996. I used to visit the mountains often from the city in the 70s and always had a desire to live there. We love living in the mountains because it's conveniently close to the western districts and the city and about midway between them. We can go to the city and Kingston Smith Airport very quickly, either by train or by car. Tourists and Sydney visitors likewise have had no problem getting to the mountains. So we wonder why it was considered so necessary to place an airport in the middle of the western suburbs, a densely populated and growing area, I think I heard 25% earlier on, where social and health impacts from constant noise would obviously hit extremely hard, and next door to a World Heritage listed park. We also love the peace, the quiet, the landscape, the flora, the fauna, the heritage values of the Blue Mountains National Park. So the concept of constant noisy, low, toxic flights over the park every half an hour or so, all day, all night, all year, that we are asked to just accept without question is outrageous. It will trash all that we love. In Canada, low flights are not allowed over national parks. We should follow suit. The media has been full of spin about the WSI. Noise will be low, impact will be minimal. She'll be right, mate, don't you worry. Even the Prime Minister in a radio interview was full of praise for the aircraft industry, while quickly brushing aside community complaints. He once spoke of a fast train intercity links and defended the people of eastern Sydney against the noise of Kingston Smith Airport. Not so in the West. The blatant discrimination and hypocrisy are breathtaking. The recent environmental impact statement is a shamefully self-serving, self-justifying document for the department, who seems to have a very timid, quiet minister, where perceived noise impacts have been deliberately understated with mumbo-jumbo. There's not enough objectivity and too much sleight of hand going on. It's like a musician doing a review of his or her own album. Impact should be investigated by an independent body, not just the Department of Infrastructure by itself. And I'm very concerned that so many of today's questions just refer back to the department, which also appears to be deaf as well as self-serving. The EPBC Act is also very important. Most troubling of all is that the aircraft industry has been given priority over the community. Construction was started before beginning to assess likely noise impacts on people, impacts on health, well-being, sleep, study, work, music recording, artistic, cultural pursuits and the like. Still, the government has spent a lot of energy justifying its project. The money would have been better spent on upgrading our rail networks than an airport. The recently proposed RRO nighttime diversions are an insult. It's not acceptable to simply push the noise problem into somebody else's backyard, and even then the problem of flights over national park land remains. So closing down the airport would be the best option, but we demand in the meanwhile an independent inquiry, at the very least an independent inquiry, revised flight paths with no flight paths over the mountains using a whole of Sydney basin approach, a curfew like Kingston Smith and many other airports, movement caps and a long-term operating plan. The PM and his Minister for Infrastructure should start listening to us or face the consequences at the ballot box. We will certainly not have our lives destroyed by noise or forced to move away. We say no to noise, and there's more than just some people concerned, never mind the business case about what the airport was predicated on. There's a lot of study and work yet to be done.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Timmerman. Now, the next witness, Mr Lucock, I believe we've got a roving mic up the back there. Is that working? Might just test that.
I don't know.
Yes, it is. We know now. So, over to you, Ms Lucock. Just remember the name
Thank
and
you very
capacity
much.
and
My name,
4 minutes.
My name is Susan Lucock and I'm a resident of South Penrith. 50 odd years ago, I lived in residence where Marrickville moments happened many times. And 40 years ago, I moved to Western Sydney, and simply for the ambience, which is being destroyed. I worry about fuel drops as they circle and make a hell of a lot of noise. I'm talking about planes, of course. I worry about those fuel drops on our environment, on our water system, and on us. And I'm wondering if perhaps our government should seriously look at giving every human being ear protection and also a wide-brimmed sun hat to protect them from the droppings, shall we say, whether it's noise or fuel from the Western Sydney Airport. And I'd like to make a suggestion that we basically close down the airport, move the bloody thing to the middle of Australia and have Scott McGregor's 300 miles an hour trains bring all the cargo and the people and everything else back to Sydney in a couple of hours. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr Lucock. And thank you to all the members who spoke on that panel. It was really appreciated. You'll have a good rest of your day, and you're free to get on with that. So that brings us to the last panel. If those people I read out earlier could come down, that's Dr Cochrane, Mr Parker, Ms Bruin, Mr Dupressor and Mr Richards. Can I thank you? You've all been very disciplined with time. Thank you very much for that. Probably tempting fate to say that before our last panel, but so far you've done an excellent job and we should get through everybody. When everybody is ready, just wait for the mics. Just remember to introduce yourself and any capacity you're here, and we'll start with you, Dr Cochrane. Over to you.
My name is Dr Claire Cochrane and I'm here in the capacity as a resident of St Clair. So I'm a mum of 2 primary age boys, president of their school P&C, and I work full time. I'm here today to talk about the total lack of community engagement and the detrimental impact these flight paths will have on thousands of families and their children. Located within 10 kilometres of the runway, St Clair was one of 18 suburbs identified in the draft EIS to form part of the local study area. The draft EIS identified that community engagement would be undertaken in line with the Department of Planning and Environment's social impact assessment guidelines. For the residents of St Clair, this was not the case. Consultation with the communities of St Clair lacked the rigour required from the IPA2's core values, code of ethics and spectrum of public participation. For the 22,000 plus St Clair residents, the draft EIS failed to achieve any meaningful engagement and the community was an unknown to those who developed it. There are serious issues with any meaningful engagement for St Clair, from the FAUSA, including an obvious lack of any community representation. The only minuted mention of St Clair dated from 2018 and was made during a FAUSA public forum. At this forum, the FAUSA conceded that they had only undertaken community information sessions in Penrith and the Blue Mountains and were committed to hosting further sessions in St Clair, Erskine Park and Colishan where the noise issues would be significant. The first 4 of these sessions in St Clair occurred 5 years later in September 2023. The draft EIS was released the following month. In April 2021, a Senate investigation into the planning, construction and management of the Western Sydney Airport project noted FALSA had not met its own terms of reference. In the years leading up to the draft EIS, there was no remedy or redress for these failures or improvement in engagement or community participation. Chapter 9 of the draft EIS lists 6 health and education services stakeholders in St Clair. There are in fact 6 schools, 5 USHAs and 20 childcare and preschools. That is thousands of children who have not been acknowledged or considered in the development of the flight paths and the draft EIS. The WHO guidelines state that for clear speech perception, the background noise level for classrooms should not exceed 35 decibels. My family belongs to the Banks Public School community, and by 2033 there will be upwards of 100 flights per day over our school exceeding 60 decibels. Based on conservative figures, this could equate of upwards of 45 days of lost learning per year per student. When I asked if noise mitigation would be provided at community information sessions, the answer was a resounding no. The effect of this on our children's cognitive learning will be decreased speech recognition, decreased comprehension, impaired well-being, decreased motivation. As the draft EIS states, this impact would be experienced more acutely by children with cognitive disabilities. Our school and many other children's services in our area will not be able to provide the basic classroom environments required for the most vulnerable members of our communities. Whilst the Department of Education was a stakeholder, there has been no authentic engagement with ours or other educational facility staff, students or families. The FALSA and draft EIS failed to tap into basic avenues to disseminate information. First Nation families, schools, P&Cs, local sporting clubs, religious groups and community services were not identified as stakeholders. There was a conscious decision made by all to leave each and every one of the residents of St Clair in the dark. The last-minute flurry of effort was only after a few community members pushed hard for the most basic access to information, and it came too late for the draft EIS. The FALSA's representatives and those who compiled the draft EIS have heeded none of the lessons learned from falling on deaf ears Senate inquiry and are damning us to a bleak and disadvantaged future. Our children and multiple generations after will pay the price of being invisible.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr Cochrane. Mr Parker.
Michael Parker, resident of Falconbridge. Thank you for this opportunity. I have significant concerns regarding aircraft noise. I live in Falconbridge and we are already impacted by aircraft noise, especially at night, in summer, when we sleep with the windows open. QR 909, EK 413 and EY 417 fly over late in the evening. These aircraft are A380s and fly over about 10,000 feet and make significant noise. In order to minimise nighttime noise impact on the Blue Mountains, I am suggesting a block of airspace be restricted between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. and this block be bounded by approximately Glenbrook in the east, Lithgow in the west and 10 kilometres north and south of the Great Western Highway to a height of 30,000 feet. I note in the EIS for the Western Sydney Airport that there is no restriction for time of operation and aircraft type, yet the flight paths exclude the A380. There is an opportunity to review all flight paths and operations of both airports, and in addition to consider 24-hour operation of Kingsford Smith Airport using the reciprocal runway operation, taking off towards the ocean and landing from the ocean. In my submission to the EIS for Western Sydney Airport, I made a number of recommendations, including all residential areas impacted by noise for aircraft operation from WSI should have at least 70% days of respite per year. The flight paths be adjusted to avoid flying over the Blue Mountains. The flight paths be adjusted so that the Blue Mountains and residents of Lyndon, Woodward and Falconbridge are not impacted every night. The Western Sydney International Airport overflight noise tool be updated to include the Airbus A380. Revised flight paths and updated noise tool be placed on public exhibition for further comment. A curfew be placed in place for Western Sydney Airport over residential areas, including the Blue Mountains. A minimum height of 30,000 feet be set for any aircraft flying over the Blue Mountains at night, restrictions be implemented to restrict the operations of the Airbus A380 from WSI, restrictions placed on Airbus A380 on flight paths it is able to use when operating from WSI, in particular restricting flight paths over the Blue Mountains, restrictions implemented to restrict operations of aircraft from WSI flying over the Blue Mountains at any time, and restrictions implemented to restrict operations flying over the Blue Mountains at night. A curfew be placed on WSI from 11 to 6 a.m. A curfew on Sydney Kingston Smith Airport be lifted for flights taking off towards the sea and landing towards Sydney. An alternate flight paths that can be used at night from WSI, so there are shared noise and there is not an impact on a single residential area every night. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Ms. Bruin.
Thank you. I'm Christine Bruin. I'm just speaking as a local resident of Glenbrook for nearly 65 years. So I've seen how things have moved on this and other issues. I want to thank you for coming to our area to facilitate a more genuine process of conversation and exchange. If we want social cohesion, we need healthy communities. And Blue Mountains National Park's proximity to Western Sydney provides accessibility, both physical and financial, for residents of Penrith and outer Western Sydney, whose residents are too often confined to noisy, concrete paved urban surrounds where the main forms of recreation and de-stressing are all provided as part of a business exchange. In other words, you need money to do things that are considered to be fun by young people and families, and if you have limited funds, then you're locked out of the majority of recreational activities. With the exception of limited open space urban parks, they can be repetitive and limited in the experiences that these patches of green offer. Blue Mountains National Park offers a much more diverse and complex range of respite and recreational challenges at little or no cost to Western Sydney residents. Preserving the quality of this environment surely is a low-cost way to support the long-term mental health of current and future populations. The Blue Mountains World Heritage National Park is a resource not only for Blue Mountains residents, but vital for the recreation and well-being of Western Sydney residents. At a time when mental health and antisocial behaviour are serious concerns, it's important to preserve the integrity of the nearby World Heritage Area for the mental and physical well-being of residents in the Greater Western Sydney area. Regarding operation times, just because some other airports in other nations might operate 24/7 doesn't mean that we have to follow suit. So often we find that positive innovations come from communities who have stood up for what they know will be the best for their short and long-term benefits. Many existing housing estates were built and sold on the premise of no airport in this location. They were built to substandard, low-quality conditions. For example, they didn't have proper soundproofing and glazing and all the sorts of things that might make it better living under any kind of flight path. And this has impacted new estates vulnerable to airport noise, and so many may need soundproofing unfunded by the airport and requiring wasteful retrofitting processes. As for more recent building and home ownership in the knowledge that an airport is imminent, that sidesteps the issue of people needing homes to live in, and they can only choose from what's available and affordable. Economic losses in the tourism industry may not be immediately or accurately measurable because so many variables can affect tourism activities, but it will make this decision to fly planes over our wilderness areas a point of international ridicule that will degrade the desirability of this location. And one can only imagine the memes that will go round the world when people see that we're having planes flying over 24/7, the way that's proposed over the national park. Actual losses may not be something that can be definitively measured in future, as there will be no way to compare what the future situation has become with what could have been had we preserved what we have. Is it the fault of the residents of Western Sydney and the Blue Mountains that a decision was made to site an airport adjacent to their location, does that now require that a series of unreasonable compromises are required in order to accommodate the perceived business model proposed by the siting of an airport at this particular location? In a country the size of Australia, more weight should have been given to a green site closer to another regional centre that would have been able to experience planned infrastructure growth to the airport. And when it comes to planes flying over residents and wilderness, it brings to mind Daryl Kerrigan's saying, "Where's the serenity?" Residents affected by airport noise are essentially being told to suck it up and get used to the equivalent of living in a noisy industrial estate. Noise impacts on wildlife, and despite requests for research data on this matter, who's going to fund it? It is true that wildlife do respond to noise, and I think it's enough to know that while we might not know exactly how it impacts on wildlife, we know it happens. Mitigation.
Through, and I might need.
Oh, am I over time?
Yeah.
I apologise. I thought that was the.
Sorry, you might not have heard the bells. I'll give you 10 or 15 seconds to wrap it up.
All right. Can I just simply say that as a teacher from Western Sydney, the impact on mental health with young people, I'm so concerned that we preserve that, because the positive effect that our wilderness can have on our young people does act as a protection, and it saves us from having to fix a problem afterwards. Why not maintain what we've got that keeps people healthy?
No problem. Thanks, Ms. Gruen. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Dupressoir.
My name is Christian Dupressoir. I made a submission to the Senate inquiry about this matter. My submission number is 292. First, I'd like to thank you, Senator, for the opportunity to speak at this public hearing. I have heard a lot about noise and decibels. And in the draft EIS for Western Sydney Airport, there is the mention of N60 and N70 metrics. The use of these metrics for aircraft noise assessments is totally inappropriate because they are based on dBA measurements. dBA measurements are designed to mimic the response of the human ear to noise. They were designed to measure a person's noise exposure in a noisy environment and the data obtained used to help prevent noise-induced hearing loss. dBA measurements become more and more irrelevant the further away someone is from a noise source. dBA instruments are purposely designed to underestimate low-frequency noise level measurements. Purposely designed for that. Low-frequency noises are mainly responsible for annoyances when aircrafts are flying overhead. However, N60 and N70 metrics do not measure low-frequency noise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Dupressoir. And Mr. Richards, lucky last.
John Rickard's my name, another resident of Lyndon. I think you've had 4 of them speaking to you today. I have over the years been president of Lyndon Citizens Association. Back in 2016, I was representing the Blue Mountains Conservation Society at a meeting in Parramatta, one of the first meetings to be held, and was taken aback by the way in which air services were operating at that time. In Blaxland, I also went to an information meeting and again was quite appalled by the way in which that meeting was run. Air Services was running it as the proponent. I must now get on with what I really wanted to say today. It was meant to be, Senator Canavan, how pleasing it is that this Senate inquiry is being held today. I say it was meant to be because, Senator, at the end of my speech, I'm going to pass the baton of duty of care over to you and your committee. We've heard about that earlier today, other people not picking up the baton. I'm sure your committee will now run with everything that you've heard today. I guess I'm looking to this because I have become quite cynical about the political process, probably in part caused by air services. Now we'll get to what I really wanted to say. The decisions flowing from the bill to build Western Sydney Airport have come about due to flaws inherent in the political process. These flaws come about by, number one, bipartisan support for the initial proposal. I believe this enabled the waving through of many implicit issues in the Western Sydney Airport proposal. I remain concerned that a shallow depth of investigation was allowed because the two major parties had agreed to cooperate to pass the legislation. And who was there to demand a thorough and an exhaustive investigation when it was assumed that WSA was to be built? The second point is that when the vote was taken to build Western Sydney Airport, I believe there was a major conflict with there being a conflict of no interest. What interest would the parliamentarians from all states other than New South Wales have had in an airport to be built in Western Sydney? Even what interest would parliamentary members from rural and regional New South Wales have had in an airport to be built in Western Sydney? I wonder, should those members who had a conflict of no interest, should they have abstained from voting? Would that have served the democratic process better? In finishing, I'll just say the result today has been a decision of the Australian Party, which, if acted through, will have caused a significant minority of Western Sydney residents to be permanently disadvantaged and discriminated against by the majority in a flawed democratic process. Senator Canavan, I pass that baton of duty of care back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Rickard. You've brought an apt conclusion to the day. So that brings us to the end of all of our witnesses today. Thank you very much to everyone who participated in that panel, and thanks again for all sticking so disciplinedly to the time. We were able to get through everybody. Very much appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who appeared today. It's been a very interesting day for our committee. Just a reminder that anyone providing information to questions on notice or any additional information, we're asking for that by the 23rd of August. I'd also say that we will be following up many of the issues that have been raised today with the likes of Air Services Australia, the department. As you heard, we'll seek Western Sydney Airport to come again at a hearing in sometime in September, probably, in Canberra. And that is an open and public hearing, just like today's, so you're all welcome to come to your nation's parliament if you can make it down the road and hear from Western Sydney Airport in particular, which I'm sure many of you would like to. We'll let you know about that. And that concludes the hearing today. Thank you again to everybody. Thank you to the Secretariat who helped put this all together, and to broadcasting, everybody else, and to the people at Jones Sutherland Centre. Thank you very much and have a great weekend. All the best.